Chapter 16, 85. When Gu Fei approached the center of the ancient city, the evil in the city finally appeared. A black shadow rushed out from a window on the side of the street. A putrid stench that made people want to puke immediately filled the air. This is when Gu Fei saw this evil creature. He couldn't help but feel his scalp go numb. This was a rotten corpse. To be precise, it was a rotten corpse that could attack people. Bang! Gu Fei directly punched out, and the rotten corpse that was surrounded by a rancid smell was immediately smashed into more than a dozen pieces by his fist force, exploding in the air. The stinking black blood splattered in all directions. The mountain and river cauldron above Gu Fei's head vibrated, blocking all the black blood outside. It couldn't get close to him at all. Drops of black blood dripped onto the ground, and black gas rose from the ground. The rotten blood of the rotten corpse actually had a terrifying corrosive power, and countless black spots appeared on the ground. When Gu Fei saw this scene, he couldn't help but frown. After dealing with this rotten corpse, he continued forward. With the mountain and river cauldron protecting him, he could go anywhere. He had no scruples. Even if he encountered a terrifying existence in the city, he could escape unscathed. At this time, in the sky above, the extreme ominous saber reassembled and displayed all kinds of strange phenomena. Around the giant cocoon that was formed by countless extreme Tao patterns, faint and illusory scenes constantly appeared. Someone noticed these strange phenomena. In the blurry images, there seemed to be a figure holding a large saber and fighting with some unknown creatures. Rumble, the world shook, and many figures appeared around the extreme Tao cocoon. The figure holding the large saber was fighting with a demonic figure, and there was a mighty extreme Tao aura. Suddenly, the scenes changed, and a blood-red land appeared. A figure holding a large saber stood in the middle of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, and in his left hand was the head of a great demon. Is this the reappearance of what the extreme Tao divine saber and its master experienced? 10,000 miles away, under the protection of the stone pagoda, Zhou Old Man saw this scene with his divine eyes. He was shocked to the extreme. The peerless, ominous saber had a great origin. This ominous saber was most likely an extreme ominous saber refined by that legendary person. Within the giant cocoon formed by the interweaving Tao patterns of the extreme path, there seemed to be a life being nurtured, a life of the extreme path. The aura of the extreme path gradually became stronger. The billions of creatures in the virtual sky world all trembled in fear. Even though this sort of extreme godly might was strong, it could only intimidate all living beings in the world. One must know that the peerless ominous saber had reformed itself in the sky. As long as he didn't get close to the peerless ominous saber, he wouldn't be in any danger. But even so, all the creatures in the virtual sky world were kneeling on the ground, trembling all over as they kowtowed to the huge cocoon in the sky. The appearance of the fluctuation of the extreme path also affected the outside world. The spatial passage connecting the virtual sky world and the outside world became unstable. At this time, Sky-Splitting Valley was already empty. Not a single person could be seen. The supreme aura of the great path seeped out from the spatial passage. No one dared to approach it. Even those who were 10,000 miles away could feel the boundless pressure. The battle in the 100,000 mountains continued. A great ancestor of the Vermilion Bird clan came out of seclusion and fought with a peerless figure from the Zhou clan of the ancients. A supreme elder of the Azure Dragon clan came out of seclusion. The aura of a true dragon filled the world. This old dragon was fighting with an elder of the Dongfang clan. The appearance of the divine weapon of the extreme path made everyone's eyes red. It was a supreme divine weapon that could make all the cultivators in the world of cultivation go crazy. The most intense battle was the one between Demon Monarch of Six Paths and Demon Lord Huanglong. Azure Dragon strikes the sky. Demon Lord Huang long displayed the secret technique of the Dragon Clan. He turned into an azure dragon and borrowed the momentum of the whole world to launch a powerful attack on Demon Monarch of Six Paths. Under this attack, the entire void was annihilated. This attack sent Demon Monarch of Six Paths into the chaos. Buzz. Blood-colored demonic light rushed out of the chaos. Demon Monarch of Six Paths used the demonic saber in his hand to break through the chaos and rushed out. His whole body was surging with demonic aura. Celestial Demon Slaughtering Saint. Demon Monarch of Six Paths roared. The blood-colored demonic saber in his hand shot out billions of demonic lights. The whole world was illuminated by the blood-colored demonic light. Whoosh! The blade light of the celestial demon slaughtering saint rushed out from the celestial demon saber. An extremely terrifying and powerful demonic energy suddenly burst out. Demonic runes could be vaguely seen in the blood-colored saber light. Demon Lord Huang Long knew how powerful it was. He soared into the sky and dodged the attack. The celestial demon blood saber was Demon Monarch of Six Paths' trump card. He would never use it unless he had no other choice. Demon Monarch of Six Paths was going to risk his life. Was he really going to fight to the death with Demon Lord Huanglong here? And now, large areas of the mountains were crushed by the power of the two experts. This was the power of a peak expert. The aura of a peak expert could shock the whole area. In the past 100 years, people like Demon Lord Huanglong and Demon Monarch of Six Paths' cultivation levels had improved by leaps and bounds. They were no worse than some heaven-defying monsters. The arrival of the Great Era in the human world caused the emergence of countless experts in the cultivation world in just 100 years. Some people said that this was a great era where people could become saints, and there were even supreme beings. The growing prosperity of the cultivation world was the best proof. Demon Lord Huanglong and Demon Monarch of Six Paths were only one step away from becoming half-saints. In the end, the two experts fought their way into the depths of the innumerable mountains. No one knew the result of the battle because everyone's attention was attracted by the virtual sky world. At this time, in the virtual sky world, in the ominous city of eternity, Gu Fei was fighting against the evil in the city. Roar! A 3-meter-tall golden divine ape rushed out from the depths of the ancient city, roaring as it pounced towards Gu Fei. The divine ape's entire body shone with a dazzling golden light, as if it was made of pure gold. Golden spiritual ape. When Gu Fei saw this divine ape, he couldn't help but be shocked. He moved his feet and instantly retreated hundreds of meters away. He saw a small hole between the divine ape's eyebrows. Golden divine blood was flowing out of the small hole, and the blood seemed to have not dried yet. There's no fluctuation of life. It's a corpse. Gu Fei was incomparably shocked. A golden spirit ape had died here. It seemed to have been killed by a finger. The small hole on its forehead should have been the result of someone piercing through the golden spirit ape's Niwen palace. The golden spiritual ape was extremely ferocious, and its movements were also very fast. When it moved, it was like a golden bolt of lightning that swept across the void in an instant. However, the eyes of this golden spiritual ape were gray and lifeless. Bang! Gu Fei punched, wanting to smash the golden spiritual ape into pieces. Unexpectedly, his punch landed on the golden spiritual ape's body, but it couldn't hurt it at all. Gu Fei's ferocious fist force only sent the golden spirit ape flying. The golden spirit ape once again pounced on him, still as fierce as ever. The golden spiritual ape bloodline was sparse. The golden spiritual ape clan in the human realm had long been extinct. Only the branch in the heaven realm stubbornly survived. Could this golden spiritual ape be Yuan Hong's ancestor? Gu Fei thought of Yuan Hong in the heaven realm. He didn't know how Yuan Hong was now. There was an ambitious Eastern Emperor Xian in the eastern land of the heaven realm. Emperor Xian of the eastern land had a great enmity with Gu Fei for killing his son, and was also a great enemy of the golden spiritual ape bloodline. Because two tigers couldn't live on the same mountain, there could only be one ruler in the eastern land of the heaven realm. Could it be that the golden spiritual ape of the human realm had fallen here? Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked. One had to know that this golden spiritual ape had directly blocked his punch with its body and was unharmed. Such a physique was probably comparable to the indestructible martial body. Roar! The golden spiritual ape roared wildly. It was once again sent flying by Gu Fei, but just like before, Gu Fei's attack couldn't do anything to this divine ape. Even though it had fallen, it still had a strong body. It was controlled by the evil in the ancient city and became a terrifying evil corpse guarding this ancient city. I'm sorry. Gu Fei put away the 9 heaven stars sword in his hand and took out the purple gold divine sword. This was an extreme sword weapon. Even though it couldn't display its extreme divine power, there weren't many things in the world that could block the purple gold divine sword. The golden spiritual ape rushed over again. Its body was full of golden essence. Even though it had died countless years ago, the essence of this golden spiritual ape had not been lost. It had to be said that this physical body was really powerful. It was hard to imagine how high this golden spiritual ape's cultivation had reached when it was alive. Swoosh! A sword shadow flashed in an instant. Gu Fei and the golden spiritual ape passed by each other. Then the golden spiritual ape stopped moving and stood there motionlessly. There was silence all around. Gu Fei and the golden spiritual ape just stood there. Whoosh! A breeze blew and a line of golden blood seeped out of the golden spiritual ape's neck. Then the golden spiritual ape's head fell and rolled to the side of the street. Bang! The golden spiritual ape's body fell, and the ground shook. Even the golden spiritual ape's powerful physical body couldn't withstand the purple gold divine sword's blade. The murderous aura on the purple gold divine sword directly destroyed the divine sense in the golden spiritual ape's body. After Gu Fei killed the golden spiritual ape, heavy footsteps suddenly sounded on the street in front of him. It wasn't the footsteps of a single person. The footsteps got closer and closer. Soon, Gu Fei saw a team of ancient corpse soldiers walking towards him. There were more than a dozen ancient corpse soldiers in this team, and each of them had experienced hundreds of battles. Swoosh! Before the ancient corpse soldiers came close, they had already attacked Gu Fei. The ancient corpse soldiers raised the bronze spears in their hands and pierced towards Gu Fei. Bang! More than a dozen divine lights gathered together and erupted with a shocking power. Even Gu Fei couldn't help but be secretly shocked when he faced such an attack. He was shaken back a few steps. This was something that had never happened before. He was protected by the mountain and river cauldron. How was this possible? He couldn't believe it, but it really happened. Chapter 1686. More than a dozen lifeless ancient corpse soldiers attacked at the same time, displaying incredible combat power. Divine runes of the Great Path could be faintly seen on the bronze spears. Bang! 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 The sound of heavy footsteps rang out. A small group of ancient corpse soldiers marched in an orderly manner towards Gu Fei. A powerful aura of death assaulted his senses. These ancient corpse soldiers had fallen for countless years, but each of them was like an unfalling ancient monument advancing forward with incomparable terror. What kind of power made these ancient corpse soldiers immortal? Gu Fei was shocked. This ancient city was absolutely hiding a huge secret. There were immortal ancient corpse soldiers guarding it, and countless powerful existences had turned into evil creatures. Could it be that all the experts who had fallen in the ancient city had turned into evil creatures? Roar! Gu Fei roared, then took a step forward and punched with all his might. A dazzling golden light rushed out from his fist. This was the chi aura formed by the martial true power. He punched out the strongest metal element fist, but such a powerful punch could not shake the void of the ancient city. The entire ancient city was extremely stable. Swish! More than a dozen ancient corpse soldiers attacked again. The bronze spears emitted the light of death, more powerful and terrifying than before. It seemed to have triggered the evil power in the ancient city. Boom! Two powerful forces collided together, and a terrifying shockwave spread out. The void shook, but it soon calmed down. What Gu Fei sensed that the ancient city was actually devouring his power. The martial power that he had punched out was absorbed by the ancient city and integrated into it. How could he continue fighting? These ancient corpse soldiers were getting stronger and stronger, while his own power was constantly being consumed. The final result seemed to have been decided. The violent power caused Gu Fei to involuntarily take a dozen steps back, and those ancient corpse soldiers were also blocked by Gu Fei's punch. More than a dozen ancient corpse soldiers were shaken by Gu Fei's punch, but soon they regained their balance. Shwa! Gu Fei had no choice but to use the purple gold divine sword. Only the purple gold divine sword could destroy the evil power in the ancient city. Just now, the golden spirit ape had been slain by his sword and had not stood up again. The killing intent on the extreme Tao divine weapon was too strong and terrifying. It could destroy the connection between the evil power of the ancient city and the evil in the city. The tip of the sword sliced through the air, and Gu Fei pounced forward, waving the purple gold divine sword in his hand. Clang! The bronze battle spears thrust out by the ancient corpse soldiers were all broken. Even though these battle spears were imprinted with divine patterns of the Great Path, they were nothing in front of the purple gold divine sword. The power of the extreme Tao could destroy everything. Sword lights flashed again and again. One ancient corpse soldier after another was cut down by Gu Fei. He didn't need to display his extreme divine power. Just the murderous aura exuded from the purple gold divine sword was enough to deal with these ancient corpse soldiers. All the ancient corpse soldiers that were cut by the purple gold divine sword fell to the ground. Even those that were grazed by the purple gold divine sword were not spared. The ancient corpse soldiers turned into dust and dissipated into the void. These ancient corpse soldiers had fallen for countless years. The reason why they were immortal was that they were controlled by the evil power in the ancient city. The murderous aura on the purple gold divine sword could destroy this evil power. Without the support of the evil power in the ancient city, these ancient corpse soldiers quickly decayed and turned into dust. Even the bronze battle spears were turned into dust. After killing these ancient corpse soldiers, Gu Fei didn't stop. He directly used the mountain and river cauldron to protect himself. With the purple gold divine sword in hand, he attacked the depths of the ancient city. Roar! At this moment, an angry roar sounded from the depths of the ancient city. The entire ancient city shook as if a terrifying existence had been provoked. Bang! From the houses on both sides of the ancient city streets, evil spirits constantly broke through the windows and rushed out, pouncing at Gu Fei. Every evil spirit was extremely powerful. A powerful aura of death began to awaken in the ancient city. The evil power that was originally silent was gradually getting stronger. If it wasn't for the deterrence of the extreme divine might descending from the sky, The evil power in the ancient city would have already exploded. Even with the protection of the extreme divine weapon, Gu Fei had to be careful. If he was trapped in the ancient city, it would be bad. Just as Gu Fei was killing his way into the depths of the ancient city, the battle outside the sky-splitting valley was still going on. However, with the arrival of the powerful figures from the other superforces, even the experts from the Zhou clan and the Dongfang clan were having a hard time fighting against them. The people from the Zhou clan were gradually losing ground and were in danger of being ganged up on. Boom! Just as the battle was in a stalemate, a loud sound came from afar. In the distant sky, a giant tiger rushed down from the clouds, directly shattering dozens of mountains on the ground below. Everyone was startled by this scene. An extremely violent aura spread out from the white tiger's body, intimidating everyone. The people from the White Tiger clan are finally here, someone exclaimed. Out of the 4 ancient clans of the southern wasteland, 3 of them had already arrived. Only one of the 4 ancient clans, the Black Tortoise clan, had yet to show up. The white tiger on the horizon let out a furious roar and leaped into the air. With just a fierce pounce, it instantly crossed the distance of the void and came close to them. With the arrival of the White Tiger clan, the Zhou clan and the Dongfang clan finally could not hold on any longer and were gradually suppressed. Roar! The roar of the tiger shook the sky. The white tiger that was as huge as a mountain was surrounded by the supreme Tao patterns of the White Tiger clan. It was a terrifying existence. To think that it's the old ancestor of the Black Tiger clan. Someone recognized the origin of the White Tiger. It was a war tiger of the White Tiger clan. Some people thought that this ancient relic had already fallen in the Dark Ages, but to think that it would appear again in the current era. This war tiger was an expert from the end of the ancient era. It was originally a tiger saint, but for some unknown reason, the cultivation of this invincible tiger saint had fallen from the saint realm. Even though he was no longer the tiger saint, no one dared to look down on this old relic. The Black Tiger ancestor, who had revealed his true form, let out a roar. He opened his mouth and sucked in a breath towards the dozen experts from the Zhou clan of the desolate antiquity. A heaven-devouring power surged out from the tiger's mouth and directly swept the dozen experts into the tiger's mouth. They were all swallowed into the tiger's stomach with boundless ferocity. Everyone felt their scalps go numb at this scene. This tiger was too cruel. Those were the people from the Zhou clan. The Zhou clan would definitely not let this go just like that. This was definitely a big deal. Once the Zhou clan was angered, the consequences would be unimaginable, especially for an ancient power like the Zhou clan that had once produced an invincible emperor. Chapter 1687. He's too cruel. The Black Tiger ancestor from the White Tiger clan actually swallowed a dozen strong cultivators from the Zhou clan of the desolate antiquity. Everyone who witnessed this scene was shocked to the extreme. At this point in the battle, no one really dared to slaughter the Zhou clan's descendants, but the Black Tiger ancestor dared to. He pierced the heavens. Someone's voice trembled. The dozen Zhou clan's descendants were not ordinary people. They were outstanding descendants chosen by the Zhou clan to enter the virtual sky world to gain experience. However, these people were very unlucky. Before they could enter the virtual sky world, they were swallowed by Black Tiger clan's White Tiger clan's Black Tiger old ancestor and became his food. Black Tiger, a loud shout rang out. The eyes of the middle-aged Taoist, who was fighting with the cultivator from the vermilion bird race, turned red. He abandoned the cultivator from the vermilion bird race and charged towards the white tiger that was as large as a mountain. His killing intent soared into the sky. At this time, the vermilion bird cultivator didn't stop him. The Black Tiger ancestor had really passed this time. Killing a dozen of the Zhou clan's outstanding descendants in one go was really a heaven-piercing feat. The Zhou clan wouldn't let this go so easily. Everyone couldn't help but feel nervous. Go ask the ancestor to use the ancestral imperial weapon. Someone shouted. The Zhou clan had been operating near the sky-splitting valley for many years. There were many transportation formations nearby that could directly connect to the Zhou clan's ancestral land. Everyone's expression changed. The Zhou clan was going to be ruthless and use the ancestral imperial weapon. After all, it was a Run Huang divine weapon. Haha, you want to use it? Bring it on. The tiger's body was surrounded by countless runes of the Great Path. It spoke in the human language, and its tone was full of arrogance. It actually dared to challenge the Run Huang divine weapon. I'll kill you first. The middle-aged Taoist had already charged over at this time. He raised his hand and shot out 10 beams of immortal Tao divine light. These were not ordinary immortal Tao divine light. Within each beam of immortal Tao divine light, there were great Tao divine patterns faintly visible. This attack used the Great Path nomological laws cultivated by the middle-aged Taoist. The middle-aged Taoist was going to fight with his life on the line. This tiger had killed dozens of the most outstanding disciples of their families. Behind those disciples were all influential figures of the Zhou clan. If these people died, the middle-aged Taoist wouldn't be able to answer for it. This responsibility was too great. Buzz. The void trembled. 10 streaks of immortal Tao divine light were like 10 heavenly swords tearing apart the void, piercing through heaven and earth, hacking towards that white tiger. Roar. The white tiger that was as huge as a mountain merely roared at the divine light of the immortal Tao. A ripple visible to the naked, I immediately rushed out. The 10 streaks of divine light shook in unison, and then they actually shattered in the void. Bang! An invisible force sent the middle-aged Taoist, who was charging over flying. After that, his entire body crumbled and turned into a mist of blood. That was a peak expert who was only half a step away from becoming a half-step sage, but he died just like that. Everyone who saw this felt a little surreal. To think that old ancestor Mystic Tiger's cultivation base and strength would be so strong that he could instantly kill peak experts. That middle-aged Taoist was incomparably strong. Earlier on, he had even fought against an old ancestor of the vermilion bird race. His battle prowess was something that everyone could see for themselves. And yet, someone as strong as him was roared to death by that white tiger. Could it be that Mystic Tiger, that old fogey, has actually taken that step? High up in the skies, a godly flame floated there like a sun, emitting a fiery glow. This was the old fogey of the vermilion bird race that had fought against the middle-aged Taoist earlier on. At this moment, a gigantic dragon, silhouette, stopped in the skies as well. This was not a true dragon, but a phenomenon born from the aura of a human. It was an old man dressed in green robes, extremely powerful. He came from one of the 4 ancient races of the southern wasteland, the Azure Dragon race. Reckless fool. A tyrannical voice rang out as the white tiger transformed. A tall old man with white hair and a beard appeared before everyone's eyes. At this moment, old ancestor Mystic Tiger took on human form. Boom! At this moment, the space near the sky-splitting valley suddenly collapsed. A 5-color divine light broke through the void and appeared between heaven and earth. It was a spatial passageway formed from the power of the 5 elements. A terrifying aura rushed out from the spatial passageway, causing everyone's soul to tremble. This was a vast and boundless fluctuation, as if a supreme being was awakening. What? The Zhou clan of the ancient antiquity is really using the Run Huang divine weapon? Everyone was shocked. some people retreated at the first moment. What a joke! The Zhou clan of the ancient antiquity was really going all out this time. Old ancestor Mystic Tiger had gone too far. More than 10 outstanding disciples were originally the hope of the Zhou clan of the ancient antiquity. If they didn't die, these people would become a powerful force that could support the Zhou clan of the ancient antiquity. Old fart Mystic Tiger, hand over your life. An ancient voice rang out from within the five-colored spatial passageway. An old man walked out from the spatial passageway. This old man was wearing an ancient armor, a Run Huang aura that made all living beings tremble spread out from the old man's armor. This aura wasn't strong, but it shook people's hearts as if they were facing an invincible Run Huang. They almost wanted to kneel down and worship him. Ancient patterns of Tao were imprinted on the armor. In addition to the patterns, it was also covered with cuts from swords, spears, and halberds. The Ren Huang Divine armor. After seeing the old man's armor, old ancestor Mystic Tiger couldn't help but be moved even though he was extremely ferocious. He never expected the Zhou clan of the ancient antiquity to be able to use the Run Huang divine weapon in such a short time. This kind of Run Huang divine weapon, which was second only to or even equal to a divine weapon of the extreme path, wasn't easy to use. This was also the reason why old ancestor Mystic Tiger dared to act so forcefully. By the time the Zhou clan of the ancient antiquity invited the Ren Huang divine weapon, the matter here would probably be over. However, old ancestor Mystic Tiger was wrong. In order to enter the virtual sky world, the Zhou clan of the ancient antiquity had been planning for nearly 100 years. The Zhou clan of the ancient antiquity had already prepared the Ren Huang divine weapon. The god inside the Ren Huang divine weapon was in a half-asleep state. When the old man from the Zhou clan of the ancient antiquity walked out, some people in the vicinity immediately retreated. Even the old antiques from the Vermilion Bird clan and the Azure Dragon clan retreated. I didn't expect you to still be alive. When old ancestor Mystic Tiger saw the old man, his eyes immediately lit up. He recognized this person. His condition was the same as his own. Both of them had fallen from the saint level. However, old ancestor Mystic Tiger seemed to have taken that step again. Chapter 1688. Great ancestor Xuanhu killed more than a dozen outstanding children of the Zhou family. The Zhou family was furious and didn't hesitate to use the ultimate power of the family to deal with great ancestor Xuanhu. With the appearance of a great ancestor of the Zhou family, the whole world seemed to collapse. The aura of Ren Huang filled the air, shocking the heavens. Zhou Huang, I can't believe you're still alive. Great ancestor Xuanhu recognized the old man. He was a genius of the Zhou family. In the distant past, this old man almost became a Ren Huang. The Zhou family almost had a second Ren Huang, but unfortunately, old man Zhou Huang failed to reach the Ren Huang realm and almost died. He disappeared from then on. Unexpectedly, old man Zhou Huang didn't die, and his cultivation recovered to the semi-saint realm. He was definitely one of the most powerful people in the Zhou family. Xuanhu, your time has come. Wearing Ren Huang armor, old man Zhou Huang walked toward great ancestor Xuanhu step by step. Even the divine might from the virtual sky world couldn't affect him. Ancient Ren Huang, to some extent, were already strong cultivators of the extreme path. They could ignore the pressure of supreme masters. Wearing Ren Huang armor, old man Zhou Huang's body surged with power. The patterns on the ancient armor began to awaken. The half-asleep Ren Huang armors will begin to awaken. Roar! Great ancestor Xuanhu roared. He didn't say anything and directly attacked. His hands turned into tiger claws and grabbed at old man Zhou Huang. Violent power erupted. Old man Zhou Huang was attacking with all his strength. He couldn't let old man Zhou Huang awaken the Ren Huang armor's will. Otherwise, he would die without a burial. If the Ren Huang divine weapon was completely awakened, even a true saint wouldn't be able to withstand a blow from it. Rumble, the void of heaven and earth was shattered by the claws. Mountains collapsed one after another. The energy ripples coming from the two tiger claws were too strong. The tiger stripes of the White Tiger clan shone brightly. At this moment, everyone retreated far away. What a joke! The Zhou clan of the remote antiquity was serious. Who could contend against a Ren Huang divine weapon? Old man Zhou Huang was still calm in the face of great ancestor Xuanhu's powerful attack. He stretched out his right hand and pressed forward. Bang! The two tiger claws that were about to grab Elder Zhou Huang immediately collapsed. In front of the Ren Huang armor, this kind of attack from the Xuanhu great ancestor seemed to be nothing. What? The Black Tiger great ancestor was taken aback. He never expected that the Ren Huang armor could already display such combat strength before it was fully awakened. At this time, the other experts who were fighting had already stopped. Everyone's hearts skipped a beat when they saw this. The Ren Huang armor of the Zhou clan of the ancients truly lived up to its name. After all, it was a supreme imperial weapon refined by the Ren Huang of the ancients. Although Black Tiger Old Ancestor was domineering, it did not mean that he did not fear death. Shua, Old Ancestor Black Tiger, decisively turned around and fled. If he didn't flee now, then there was no need to flee anymore. He could just wait here for his old rival to kill him. So what if you have become a quasi-sage? Even if a sage comes, he will still die. Elder Zhou Huang roared angrily. He took a step forward, and the divine light of the great path surged beneath his feet. He traversed the void in an instant and appeared behind the Xuanhu Great Elder. He then slammed a palm at the Xuanhu Great Elder. Bang! Without any suspense, a muffled sound was heard, and the Xuanhu Great Elder was sent flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood. The Ren Huang armor was unimaginably powerful. The aura from Elder Zhou Huang made all living beings tremble, and the sky and earth lost their colors. With just one slap, he almost killed the ferocious Xuanhu Great Elder on the spot. This kind of power was not Elder Zhou Huang's own power. As one of the 4 ancient clans of the southern wasteland, the White Tiger clan had an extremely deep foundation. They were not much weaker than the Zhou clan of the ancients. Zhou Huang, how dare you? The Xuanhu Great Elder was shocked. The power of the Ren Huang divine weapon made a new quasi-sage like him shudder. Even a quasi-sage would not be able to fight back at all. The Ren Huang divine weapon had been awakened, and it could really kill a sage. Bang! Elder Zhou Huang struck again. This time, the physical body of the Xuanhu Great Elder was smashed into pieces. A cloud of blood exploded in the air. That was the blood of a quasi-sage. However, very quickly, the blood mist gathered together again. The broken pieces of the physical body flew back, and the broken pieces of flesh quickly reassembled. In just a few breaths, the Xuanhu Great Elder had recovered. It was extremely difficult to kill an existence of this level unless one used a special method. However, the Black Tiger Old Ancestor's aura had weakened by more than half. Although the Xuanhu Great Elder was not killed by Elder Zhou Huang, he was still severely injured. After his physical body was reassembled, the first thing the Xuanhu Great Elder did was to escape. In front of the Ren Huang divine weapon, even a quasi-sage like him was as weak as an ant. I'm still lacking a little. Elder Zhou Huang sighed. At this moment, the deity's will in the Ren Huang armor had not fully awakened. Otherwise, the two attacks just now would have killed the Xuanhu Great Elder countless times over. He took a step forward and caught up to the Xuanhu Great Elder. He slapped out again. At this moment, the deities within the Renhuang armor recovered a little more. A surge of Renhuang power gathered on Elder Zhou Huang's right hand and rushed out from his hand. No one stopped it. Everyone knew that the Xuanhu Great Elder had gone too far this time, causing the Zhou clan of the ancients to retaliate. Even the experts of the Vermilion Bird clan and the Azure Dragon clan did not stand out. There was no suspense in what happened next. The physical body of the Xuanhu Great Elder was continuously smashed into pieces and then reassembled. The power of the Xuanhu Great Elder was constantly weakening. Boom! In the final attack, the Xuanhu Great Elder's body shone with divine light. The deities within the Renhuang battle skill had finally awakened. The power of the Renhuang caused the Xuanhu Great Elder's physical body and primordial spirit to collapse. This time, the Xuanhu Great Elder's physical body could no longer be reassembled. Both his body and primordial spirit were destroyed. A quasi-sage of the White Tiger clan had fallen just like that. To the White Tiger clan, this was definitely a great loss. The Zhou clan of the ancients and the White Tiger clan could be considered to have formed a great enmity. Rumble, the world shook. At this time, the Zhou clan of the ancients' Renhuang battle armor had completely awakened. The mighty divine power of the Renhuang emitted from the Renhuang battle armor intimidated everyone present. Elder Zhou Huang directly entered the virtual sky world. With the protection of the Renhuang divine weapon, he didn't need to be afraid of anyone. He wanted to go in and see what was happening inside. After Elder Zhou Huang entered the virtual sky world, the aura of the extreme great path emitted from the virtual sky world began to weaken. At this time, inside the virtual sky world, the divine power of the extreme great path emitted from the giant cocoon in the sky began to converge. The reconstruction of the peerless ominous saber was almost complete. The divine power of the extreme great path that enveloped the entire virtual sky world began to fade. At this time, Gu Fei had already broken into the central area of the ancient ominous city. He had been here before. The streets were filled with scattered bones. Countless evil and ancient corpse soldiers surrounded Gu Fei and kept attacking him. At Gu Fei's feet, there were no less than hundreds of corpses. They were all ancient corpse soldiers or other evil corpses controlled by the evil power in the ancient ominous city. The mountain and river cauldron floated above his head. The evil corpses around him couldn't attack him at all. However, every time Gu Fei brandished the purple gold divine sword, evil corpses were hit and rolled on the ground, motionless. Just as Gu Fei was about to kill, he suddenly felt something and looked at the giant cocoon in the sky. The divine power of the extreme great path was fading. This wasn't a good thing. Outrageous! I've worked in vain. Gu Fei knew that if the giant cocoon in the sky no longer emitted the divine power of the extreme great path, he would be in danger. The evil power in the ancient ominous city was about to recover. He was already not far from one of the divine treasures in the city. Although Gu Fei was somewhat unwilling to retreat now, he had no other choice. The divine power of the extreme great path was fading, and the evil power in the ancient ominous city was recovering. Ancient corpse soldiers kept coming from the distance. Soon enough, Gu Fei was surrounded by more than 1,000 evil creatures and ancient corpse soldiers. Moreover, more and more evil creatures and ancient corpse soldiers were gathering from the surroundings of the ancient city. Roar! A terrifying roar came from the depths of the ancient city. Some terrifying existences sensed the changes in the sky. The divine power of the extreme great path began to converge, and the domineering fluctuation retreated. Swish! Gu Fei didn't hesitate. He used the purple gold divine sword to open a path and killed his way out of the encirclement of the ancient corpse soldiers. Ancient corpse soldiers kept falling under his feet. Nothing could stop the divine sword of the extreme great path. Gu Fei continued to kill his way out of the ominous city. Ancient corpse soldiers were like moths flying into a flame, rushing towards him, and all of them were killed by him. The existences in the depths of the ancient city wanted to trap Gu Fei inside, but Gu Fei had two divine treasures to protect him. Even the terrifying existences in the ancient ominous city had to be cautious. In the end, Gu Fei took advantage of the fact that the divine power in the sky had not completely disappeared to kill his way out of the ancient ominous city. However, just as Gu Fei came out of the ancient city, a vast aura appeared between heaven and earth. Then he saw a scene that shocked even him. An old man wearing an ancient armor actually soared into the sky and rushed towards the giant cocoon that wrapped the peerless ominous blade. There was actually someone who was not afraid of the divine power of the extreme great path and wanted to take the giant cocoon. Where did this guy come from? Gu Fei sensed the strangeness of the old man's armor. A powerful aura that was not weaker than the divine power of the extreme great path emitted from the armor. It's not a divine weapon of the extreme great path. Could it be? Gu Fei was extremely shocked. It was not a divine weapon of the extreme great path, but it was able to withstand the divine power of the extreme great path. Could it be that the old man was wearing a legendary divine weapon of the human emperor? Chapter 16, 89. Although Gu Fei was protected by the mountain and river cauldron and had the purple gold divine sword in his hand, the divine might of the extreme great path in the sky began to recede, and the terrifying power in the vicious city of the eternal era began to erupt again. He knew that once the divine might of the extreme great path from the extreme ominous blade in the sky completely receded, it would be impossible for him to kill his way out of the vicious city of the eternal era. Unless he could truly drive the divine weapon of the extreme great path and display the true divine might of the extreme great path. As a last resort, Gu Fei could only take advantage of the fact that the divine might of the extreme great path from the sky had not completely disappeared to kill his way out of the ancient city. He had the mountain and river cauldron to protect him and the purple gold divine sword in his hand. Although the evil in the city was powerful, they could not stop him. However, when Gu Fei killed his way out of the vicious city, the scene he saw shocked him to the extreme. It was really unbelievable. He saw an old man wearing ancient armor who could actually soar into the sky and rush towards the huge cocoon that wrapped the peerless ominous blade in the sky. This old man could actually ignore the divine might of the extreme great path. How was this possible? No one knew the terror of the divine might of the extreme great path better than Gu Fei. Just a wisp of this kind of aura was enough to shock the world. In the entire virtual sky world, only Gu Fei could move freely. No matter how powerful the other creatures were, they had to tremble and kneel on the ground in fear. At this time, the old man wearing ancient armor had already approached the huge cocoon. Ancient divine patterns began to appear on the armor on his body. An aura similar to the divine might of the extreme great path spread from the old man's armor, as if a life had awakened. It's the Run Huang divine weapon. No wonder Gu Fei sensed the aura spreading from the old man and couldn't help but be moved. This was the imperial might of an invincible Run Huang that could challenge the extreme great path. This was an invincible will that looked down on the world. Roar. Up in the sky, the old man roared. Although he was wearing Run Huang armor, he still encountered great resistance. The ultimate laws were vast and mighty. He wanted to rush through, but it was very difficult. Although the ancient Renhuangs were not extreme path supremes, great accomplishment Renhuangs were enough to compete with extreme path supremes. The Renhuang divine, weapons refined by Renhuangs, also contained God's will. Such a divine weapon was equivalent to an extension of the life of a human emperor. Rumble, two invincible laws of the Great Path were fighting against each other, causing the entire virtual sky world to shake. The extreme ominous saber of the extreme path sensed the aura of the human emperor armor and reacted instinctively. The Renhuang battle techniques on the old man's body were completely activated. Invincible Renhuang laws rushed out, and the ancient patterns emitted dazzling divine light of the Great Path. He pressed forward with great difficulty, but the extreme ominous saber was, after all, an extreme Tao divine, weapon refined by a supreme being. The extreme Tao laws could block all kinds of power. The giant cocoon gradually dissipated, and the extreme Tao essence chi was devoured by the extreme Tao ominous saber inside. Buzz. With a deafening sound, the giant cocoon was instantly torn apart, then turned into rays of extreme Tao divine light, and was devoured by the divine path divine blade. It was a flawless divine blade. At this time, the God's will that was divided into two halves of the extreme Tao ominous saber finally fused together. The extreme ominous saber of the extreme Tao ominous saber was truly reassembled. Roar! A dragon roar resounded in the sky. A huge dragon shadow rushed out from the divine blade, floating high in the sky, and stood horizontally in the sky. This dragon shadow was so huge that it blocked the entire sky, giving people a great sense of oppression. Even the old man, wearing the Renhuang armor, couldn't help but tremble. This was a fear that came from the depths of his soul. Even if he was wearing the Renhuang armor, he still couldn't block that kind of pressure. A complete extreme Tao divine weapon was too powerful. It was not something that ordinary people could withstand. Let's go. Zhou Huang knew that he had missed the best opportunity. It was impossible to take the extreme Tao divine weapon at this time. The God inside the extreme Tao divine weapon would not easily yield to anyone. The weapon's soul was unyielding. Even if he could temporarily suppress it, the extreme Tao divine weapon would fly away on its own after a long time. He was very decisive. He knew that he couldn't do it, so he immediately retreated. The God inside the Renhuang armor was also unwilling to confront the extreme Tao divine weapon head-on. After all, this might result in both sides suffering. The Renhuang armor was the ultimate heritage of the Zhou family of the ancients. It couldn't be damaged in any way. It wasn't easy for the Zhou family of the ancients to survive until now. This family had faced several crises of being exterminated, but in the end, they were saved. Because of the Renhuang armor left by Emperor Wudi, the Zhou family of the ancients was able to survive. Zhou Huang retreated carefully. At this time, the extreme Tao divine might emanating from the extreme ominous saber in the sky also gradually faded. The hundreds of millions of creatures in the entire virtual sky world breathed a sigh of relief. In the end, the extreme Tao divine might completely disappeared into the extreme ominous saber. The God inside the saber began to sleep, and the huge dragon shadow in the sky gradually dissipated into the void. When everything was silent, the divine saber turned into a beam of saber light and rushed towards Gu Fei. Gu Fei held the extreme ominous saber in his hand. Upon closer inspection, he found that there wasn't even a mark on this extreme ominous saber. The entire saber was natural, as if it had never been broken. Good saber. He could sense that even though the God in the extreme ominous saber in his hand was in a deep slumber, the murderous aura on the divine saber was enough to move him. The murderous aura on the extreme ominous saber was even more terrifying than the murderous aura of the purple gold divine sword. At this time, all the creatures in the virtual sky world could move freely. Old Man Zhou Yi was the first to rush over with the stone tower in his hand. Then, the old man in the ancient armor also appeared. Rumble, the ancient ominous city floating in the void, was shaking. A huge figure stood up in the ancient ominous city, and a terrifying aura of death spread out from the city. The powerful beings who were suppressed by the extreme Tao divine might jumped out at once. Hand over the divine weapon in your hand. Old Man Zhou Huang, who was wearing the Renhuang armor, was very direct. He pressed towards Gu Fei, and the aura of the Renhuang spread out from the armor on his body. Humph! Gu Fei snorted coldly and said nothing. He just stared coldly at the old man who was pressing towards him. The aura of the Renhuang made him feel great pressure. Buzz. At this time, the mountain and river cauldron above Gu Fei's head suddenly shook, and primordial chaotic aura loomed over the cauldron. This extreme Tao divine weapon seemed to be showing signs of awakening. Seeing this, Old Man Zhou Huang stopped immediately. He knew that the Renhuang armor on his body could cause the extreme Tao divine weapon on his opponent to react. They were both the most powerful divine weapons in the world. When a Renhuang divine weapon and an extreme Tao divine weapon met, the gods contained in both of them would sense it and awaken from their slumber. Although Old Man Zhou Huang was powerful, the other party had 3 extreme Tao divine weapons. When the 3 extreme Tao divine weapons awakened together, even with the protection of a Renhuang divine weapon, Old Man Zhou Huang was afraid that he would not be a match for him. Gu Fei, I think it's better for you to hand over the divine weapon. At this time, Old Man Zhou Yi spoke. Humph, the divine weapon is on me. Take it from me if you have the ability. Gu Fei's expression became a little ugly. These guys were not good people. The world of cultivation was cruel. Whoever had the bigger fist was the boss. Moreover, only the strong would be respected by others. It was difficult for the weak to survive even if they wanted to. You don't know what's good for you. Old Man Zhou Huang was very unhappy. This little guy did not know how to appreciate favors. Gu Fei, although you have the extreme Tao divine weapon, you can't use it. Sooner or later, it will be taken away by others. Old Man Zhou Yi advised. He did not want the extreme Tao divine weapon to fall into the hands of others. Why are you saying so much? Don't you just want the divine weapon in my hands? Gu Fei's words were extremely cold. These guys really took him for a fool. These high-sounding words were of no use to him. Old Man Zhou Yi's face turned red, but he did not know what to say for a moment. Swoosh! Gu Fei retreated right away. He felt uncomfortable being stared at by these 2 great cultivators. He knew that the old man in the Renhuang armor did not dare to attack him. If this old man dared to attack, the 3 extreme Tao divine weapons on him would awaken. When the 3 extreme Tao divine weapons were awakened, even a real Renhuang would be stunned. Old Man Zhou Yi wanted to attack, but he had scruples about the purple gold divine sword and the extreme Tao fierce blade in Gu Fei's hands. The 2 cultivators of the Zhou family of the remote antiquity could only watch as Gu Fei disappeared in front of their eyes with the 3 extreme Tao divine weapons. They could only stare at him helplessly. This is outrageous. Old Man Zhou Huang blew his beard and glared at Yi Fuqian. His face turned red from anger. A junior dared to be so presumptuous in front of him, ignoring the existence of his people. How many years had it been since something like this happened? Old Man Zhou Yi's expression was also extremely gloomy. He was the one who invited Gu Fei, and now his intestines were green with regret. The Zhou family of the remote antiquity had made a wedding dress for someone else. They had gone to great lengths to enter the virtual sky world, but the extreme Tao divine weapons had been taken away by someone else. Old Man Zhou Yi was extremely depressed. After a while, Old Man Zhou Huang finally said, "At least we have to unite with the other two forces of the remote antiquity and invite their Run Huang divine weapons to suppress that little guy." The Run Huang divine weapons could awaken the gods in the extreme Tao divine weapons. The consequences of this kind of collision of the extreme Tao divine weapons were unimaginable. However, they could not let Gu Fei leave. Old Man Zhou Yi pondered for a long time before saying, "Then let's invite the Jiang family and the Li family." "Alas, that's the only way." Old Man Zhou Huang nodded. The situation in front of them was the last thing they wanted to see. They were originally their own extreme Tao divine weapons, but now they had to share them with others. If they wanted the Jiang family and the Li family to mobilize their Run Huang divine weapons, they had to pay such a price, and the price was too high. Chapter 1690. There were very few divine weapons of the highest path refined by supreme beings, but Run Huang divine weapons were not rare. In ancient times, there were many invincible Ren Huang divine weapons. For example, the Zhou clan, the Jiang clan, the Li clan, and other superforces of the remote antiquity should have divine weapons left by Ren Huang divine weapons. Only in this way could these forces be inherited. The semi-saint of the Zhou clan of the remote antiquity knew that it would be difficult to seize the divine weapons of the highest path from Gu Fei alone. Divine weapons of the highest path and Ren Huang divine weapons could sense each other. Once the Ren Huang divine weapons were awakened, Gu Fei's divine weapons of the highest path would also inevitably react. No one could compete with the three divine weapons of the highest path. The Zhou clan of the remote antiquity had to invite the other two clans with Ren Huang divine weapons. If they gathered the three Ren Huang divine weapons, they should be able to suppress Gu Fei's three divine weapons of the highest path. At this time, because the ominous saber of the highest path had completely restrained its aura and was taken away by Gu Fei, the people outside the virtual sky world began to enter it. The legendary virtual sky world attracted the attention of countless strong cultivators. Even the demons came to participate. Rumble. In the depths of the 100,000 mountains, the world shook and mountains turned into dust. Two strong cultivators were fighting, and their terrifying aura spread in all directions. Roar. The dragon's roar shook the sky. A golden dragon shadow loomed between heaven and earth, and the aura of a real dragon swept in all directions, intimidating all creatures in the entire area. Dragons were supreme divine beasts. They were born to be above all living beings, and their aura could intimidate all beasts. A demonic shadow loomed in the void, fighting endlessly with the golden dragon. This was a kind of vision derived from the fighting intent of the two strong cultivators. As for the real battle, it was between two fast-moving silhouettes. Boom! The two cultivators collided head-on. The void shattered, and rocks flew through the air. The two figures were quickly separated, and each was sent flying thousands of feet away by the other's power. Yellow Dragon, you want to kill me? Don't even think about it. The devil chi was vast and mighty. It was a great devil that was surrounded by devil chi. Within the pitch-black devil chi, there were indistinct Tao patterns of the devil Tao. A powerful devil Tao power spread out. They were none other than the demon lord of the human realm, Yellow Dragon, and demon monarch of six paths. These two powerhouses were mortal enemies, so they would fight to the death if they encountered each other. After all, these two existences were only half a step away from the semi-sage realm. Such an existence was incomparably powerful. Even in the entire human realm, he would be an expert of a region. After all, even though there were many half-saints in the mortal dimension, it was far from being to the extent that they could be seen everywhere. In the eyes of the people of the world, only peak experts were true existences. Preposterous. Demon Lord Huang Long's eyes widened in anger. He used a secret technique of the Dragon Clan and struck out with the Azure Dragon Claw. The Dragon Claw instantly covered the space in front of him and tore apart the heavens and earth. It emitted extremely terrifying ripples as it grabbed towards Demon Monarch of Six Paths, demonic Dao Samsara. Demon Monarch of Six Paths shouted loudly. A blood-red demonic light shot out from between his eyebrows. It was as if a blood-red demonic eye had appeared there. The demonic eye seemed to be connected to a blood-red demonic domain. It emitted a power that could devour the sky. It was trying to devour the Azure Dragon Claw into the blood-red domain behind the demonic eye. Rumble! The two Dao laws collided. The Azure Dragon Claw collided with the blood-red vortex that had rushed out from between Demon Monarch of Six Paths' eyebrows. The Azure Dragon Claw directly tore the vortex apart and forced Demon Monarch of Six Paths to retreat. This Demon Monarch of Six Paths was shocked. He had never expected that his old rival had cultivated a secret technique of the Dragon Clan. It was truly powerful. Clang! A blood-red saber light suddenly appeared in Demon Monarch of Six Paths' hand. The Sky Devil Saber instantly soared into the sky. A terrifying demonic power spread out from the demonic saber. This demonic power could disturb a person's mind. It could even cause a cultivator to develop inner demons. However, for an expert like Demon Lord Huang Long, this demonic aura could not affect his mind. Swish! The saber light of the Sky Devil Saber flashed through the void and fiercely slashed at the Azure Dragon Claw. The sound of metal clashing was heard. The blood-red saber light collapsed, and the Azure Dragon Claw also dissipated into the void. Die! Demon Monarch of Six Paths was extremely powerful. He held the demonic saber in his hand and rushed through the energy storm that swept out when the Azure Dragon Claw dissipated. He directly slashed at Demon Lord Huang Long's head. Demon Lord Huang Long flipped his right hand, and a small flag appeared in his palm. The small flag instantly enlarged and was grasped by Demon Lord Huang Long. Whoosh! The Demon Lord Huang Long waved the demon flag in his hand. A terrifying force immediately surged out from the demon flag and collided with the Sky Demon Blade. This is Demon Monarch of Six Paths was shocked. The demon flag in Demon Lord Huang Long's hand wasn't a complete one. It was a damaged demon flag. The ancient demon flag was engraved with ancient demon marks. An ancient aura spread out from the ancient demon flag. It was an antique, and although half of it had decayed, it still displayed great power. When the broken flag swept over, Demon Monarch of Six Paths felt his hands tremble. The Sky Devil Saber almost flew out of his hand, which shocked him greatly. Good fella, let's fight again in the future. Demon Monarch of Six Paths knew that the current situation was very disadvantageous to him. The broken flag in Demon Lord Huang Long's hand probably had a great origin. Although it was broken, it could still deflect the saber aura of the Sky Devil Saber. Demon Monarch of Six Paths saw that the situation was not in his favor. Where do you think you're going? Demon Lord Huang Long waved the big flag in his hand and chased after Demon Monarch of Six Paths. He knew Demon Monarch of Six Paths' character very well. Soon, the two of them disappeared into the depths of the 100,000 mountains. At the same time, outside the sky-splitting valley, a group of experts entered the virtual sky world. Although the Zhou clan of the remote antiquity had used the human emperor's divine weapon, Elder Zhou Huang didn't dare to start a massacre. One had to know that these people all had extraordinary origins. They all had powerful inheritances behind them. Previously, the great ancestor of Black Tiger came from the White Tiger clan, one of the 4 ancient clans of the southern wasteland. This was the inheritance of the White Tiger, a supreme, divine beast. However, the great ancestor of Black Tiger went too far and killed more than 10 outstanding disciples of the Zhou clan of the remote antiquity. Therefore, when Elder Zhou Huang of the Zhou clan of the remote antiquity arrived and killed him on the spot, no one was willing to help the great ancestor of Black Tiger. Killing outstanding figures of the younger generation was a taboo. Zhou Huang, you killed my big brother. I'll pay you back with your life. Just as everyone entered the virtual sky world, a huge white tiger appeared in the sky. Its aura was no less fierce than that of the great ancestor of Black Tiger. Clang! At that moment, the ancient armor on Elder Zhou Huang's body vibrated. The aura of the human emperor's great path lingered, and the god inside the armor was automatically awakening. What Elder Zhou Huang was shocked. This kind of situation would only happen when the human emperor's divine weapon encountered a divine weapon of the same level. Could it be? Elder Zhou Huang thought of a possibility and couldn't help but change his expression. Boom! At that moment, a ferocious aura that was many times stronger than that of the white tiger suddenly burst out, sweeping over like an avalanche. Rumble, heaven and earth shook, and the mountains shook. If it weren't for the protection of the formation, the whole Rift Valley would have collapsed. The power of the ancient 4 spiritual formation stabilized this violent force. On the 4 ancient formation platforms, Old Monster Xianyuan was surrounded by pieces of top-grade spirit stones. These spirit stones were providing him with a steady stream of spiritual aura, replenishing the primordial chi in his body and helping him control the ancient 4 spiritual formation. Endless starlight fell from the 4 constellations and entered the 4 ancient formation platforms. Even the fluctuation of power comparable to that of the human emperor's divine weapon couldn't shake it. The White Tiger clan, Old Man Zhou Huang, stood high up in the sky, his pupils constricted. The white tiger in the distant sky was rapidly approaching. The white tiger had something in its mouth. Kill. When the huge white tiger came close, it suddenly disappeared. In its place was an incomparably wild, white-haired man dressed in animal skin. The man held a large seal in his hand, which had the illusion of a white tiger circling above it. The white-haired man directly struck out with the seal in his hand. The large seal rose into the sky, emitting countless divine patterns of the Great Path, intertwining with the power of the Great Path. Flawless Great Path. The Renhuang armor on Elder Zhou Huang's body clanked. The large seal smashed towards him, causing him to be moved. This was the foundation of the White Tiger clan. Although it wasn't a divine weapon of the Great Path, it was infinitely close to it. Bang! Elder Zhou Huang punched out, and the power of Renhuang gathered on his right fist, causing his fist to burst with dazzling divine light, illuminating the whole world. At that moment, everyone nearby scrambled to hide. These 2 guys actually dared to use such power to fight. Did they want to destroy the entire 100,000 mountains? Boom! Amidst a deafening rumble, Old Man Zhou Huang's fist collided violently with the huge seal that was pressing down on him. The 2 powers that were infinitely close to the extreme Tao spread out, destroying everything in their path. Most of the sky-splitting valley collapsed, and the earth was sinking. Mountains were instantly turned into flying ash, completely disappearing between heaven and earth in an instant. Even the 4 ancient formation platforms were affected by the shock waves and began to tremble. 2 madmen. Aren't they afraid of attracting those people? Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked to the point where it was difficult to be more shocked. The area within a radius of 1,000 miles was turned into powder under this blow. It's the legendary white tiger sky flipping seal. I didn't expect the ancestors of the White Tiger clan to leave behind such a supreme seal. The White Tiger sky flipping seal versus the Ren Huang armor was destined to be a fierce battle. It should be known that this divine implement of the White Tiger clan was not inferior to the Ren Huang armor. Chapter 16, 91. Elder Zhou Huang killed the great ancestor of the White Tiger clan, and the younger brother of the great ancestor of the White Tiger clan came to avenge the great ancestor of the White Tiger clan. The White Tiger clan had always been strong and famous in the southern wilderness. Even if the great ancestor of the Black Tiger clan went too far, his brother still stood up for him. Boom! With a loud noise, heaven and earth shook, and a terrifying pressure swept through the world, making all the cultivators in the nearby area feel their souls tremble. This was a supreme aura, comparable to that of an extreme supreme being, making all living beings tremble. The cultivators of the White Tiger clan met it head-on, directly using the White Tiger sky-flipping seal, the supreme divine weapon of the White Tiger clan, wanting to smash Elder Zhou Huang into minced meat. However, Elder Zhou Huang was wearing the Ren Huang armor, so he could use the power of the armor for his own use. With one punch, a hole would be smashed in the world. Two supreme forces collided. The White Tiger sky-flipping seal was sent flying by Elder Zhou Huang's punch, and Elder Zhou Huang was also knocked down from the sky by the power that erupted from the seal. Swish! Elder Zhou Huang rose from the ground, then directly rushed into the depths of the 100,000 mountains. Zhou Huang, you old fool, where do you think you're going? The wild man roared and recalled the White Tiger sky-flipping seal, then chased after Elder Zhou Huang. His murderous aura soared into the sky, making people's hearts palpitate. The White Tiger clan has really gone too far. Elder Zhou stood high in the sky, holding the stone tower in his hand. His expression was extremely ugly. The people of the White Tiger clan were extremely arrogant. Did they really think that their clan was already invincible? He didn't chase after them because he knew that even if he did, it would be of no help. Even if he had a holy weapon, he would still be vulnerable in front of the White Tiger sky-flipping seal. As the two great cultivators left, the cultivators in the nearby area gathered again and began to enter the virtual sky world. Many people also chased after them. A battle between cultivators of this level could only be encountered by chance. Some people wanted to watch the battle, but there weren't many of them. Most people were attracted by the virtual sky world. The virtual sky world was a legendary existence. There were countless dangers inside, but there were also countless opportunities. There were immortals' caves left by ancient cultivators, divine medicines that could increase one's cultivation level, and rare divine materials. Everyone wanted to go in and try their luck. Back then, the founders of the three great Taoist groups in the human world accidentally entered the virtual sky world and obtained a Taoist book. Afterwards, they founded the three great Taoist groups. While the experts outside were scrambling to enter the virtual sky world, Gu Fei was already heading toward the depths of the virtual sky world. No one knew what was in the depths of the virtual sky world. Even back then, Gu Fei and the others didn't set foot in that area, so there might be an inheritance of the extreme Tao there. After all, in this virtual sky world, traces of divine tools of extreme Tao and what was suspected to be immortal divine medicine had appeared one after another. All of this was enough to drive all cultivators crazy. Boom! The void trembled, and a divine bird as large as a mountain flew across the sky. It was like an ancient golden crow, and endless flames illuminated the world. This was a strong cultivator of the Vermilion Bird clan who had awakened the Vermilion Bird's bloodline. Here, this strong cultivator's cultivation wasn't suppressed. after entering the virtual sky world, there was only one possibility. This cultivator's cultivation wasn't suppressed. That was, this cultivator had a divine tool with him. Only a divine tool could isolate the power of the laws of heaven and earth in the virtual sky world. After the strong cultivator of the Vermilion Bird clan passed by, a huge dragon flew over from the horizon. This was an azure dragon, and with endless dragon might, it rushed into the depths of the mountain. Boom! Soon, a terrifying fluctuation infinitely close to the divine might of the extreme Tao broke out in this part of the world. Finally, someone used the second Emperor Divine weapon. This kind of fluctuation was monstrous. The laws of heaven and earth in the virtual sky world couldn't do anything to this kind of power. That direction, on the top of a mountain in the depths of the virtual sky world, Gu Fei looked in the direction of the eternal ominous city in surprise. The Supreme Emperor's might came from there. Is someone attacking the eternal ominous city with the human Emperor Divine weapon? Gu Fei was bewildered. There must be divine treasures in the eternal ominous city. Even the death aura in the city couldn't completely cover that kind of treasure light. At this time, Gu Fei couldn't care less about the eternal ominous city. Moreover, someone was coming with the human Emperor Divine weapon. If he went there, he wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. The human Emperor Divine weapon was extremely powerful, especially in the hands of the descendant of the human emperor. In front of the mountain, black chi surged, and a black pillar of smoke rose up into the sky, connecting the sky and the ground. A terrifying aura could be felt from it. Gu Fei didn't expect there to be such a place in the depths of the virtual sky world. In front of him seemed to be a ghost realm. It was gloomy, terrifying, and dark, and there seemed to be ghost shadows looming inside. In the ghost realm in front of him, faint ghost howls could be heard. It seemed to be a place where the souls of the dead gathered. Is it man-made or naturally formed? Gu Fei muttered to himself. He carefully observed the terrain in front of him. There were mountains on both sides, but there was a circle in the middle. This kind of layout was suitable for gathering qi. With the surrounding mountains as a barrier, it was difficult for the yin qi in the circle to leak out, and it was also difficult for the spiritual aura from the outside to enter. Over time, the yin qi condensed and formed this kind of area. If it was formed naturally, this ghost realm would not be so terrible. However, if it was formed artificially, then it was a different story. Such a yin land was definitely an excellent place to raise corpses. If someone put some evil corpses inside, the consequences would be unpredictable. To enter or not to enter, Gu Fei was a little hesitant. It should be known that the area in front of him was definitely not a good place. There must be danger inside. Such an area was likely to have given birth to experts of the ghost path. How can you get tiger cubs without entering the tiger's den? Gu Fei's eyes suddenly became very firm. Then he rushed forward into the sky. The black fog lingered in the circle, blocking his line of sight. He couldn't see very far. In this kind of place, Gu Fei was very cautious. He landed on the ground from the sky. Kacha! As soon as Gu Fei's feet touched the ground, he crushed a dry bone. The ground was covered with white bones. It was unknown how many creatures had been buried in this circle. Under the shroud of the black fog, these white bones extended all the way into the circle. He couldn't see the end of it. Seeing this situation, Gu Fei had no choice but to be careful. Countless creatures had died here. It was no wonder that this place was filled with resentment and gathered yin qi. Roar! Less than 5 kilometers after Gu Fei entered the death circle, a roar came from the front. A figure walked out of the black fog. Chapter 1692. The frightening ghost domain was a place where yin qi gathered. The yin qi here had existed for an unknown number of years. Even an expert like Gu Fei felt a chill in his heart when he walked in such a place. The ground was covered with dried bones, and Inchi lingered. Not a single blade of grass grew on the ground. It was like a different world compared to the lush vitality of the outside world. Could it be that this is also an ancient battlefield? Gu Fei was very surprised that such a place suddenly appeared in the middle of the mountain. It was out of tune with the environment of the mountain. He had just entered the ghost domain for more than 10 miles when a strong death aura appeared in front of him. That death aura was rapidly approaching him. Soon, a figure silently walked out from the fog in front of him. Gu Fei stopped in his tracks. In front of him was an evil corpse. Its fluffy yellow hair covered the face of this evil corpse. A pair of blood-red eyes flickered behind the withered yellow hair. A sinister and terrifying aura spread out from the evil corpse's body. The clothes on the evil corpse were tattered and almost completely rotten. The skin and flesh under the clothes were shriveled and tightly stuck to the bones. Gu Fei discovered that there was a visible black aura lingering around this evil corpse. The evil corpse was very quiet. Its blood-red eyes were not focused, and there was no spirit in them. It only stared at Gu Fei motionlessly, as if it was an evil corpse that had not developed intelligence. Roar. Suddenly, the evil corpse let out a low roar. Like a wild beast, it suddenly pounced towards Gu Fei. Swoosh! The evil corpse's hands suddenly straightened. Its skinny arms were like rotten wood, as if they could not be bent at all. Its 10 fingernails were several inches long and shiny black. They were like 10 small black swords that pierced towards Gu Fei. This evil corpse's pounce was extremely fierce. The distance of more than 10 meters was covered in an instant. A gust of cold wind blew over, causing Gu Fei to frown. Too slow. In Gu Fei's eyes, the evil corpse's speed was like slow motion. Every movement of the evil corpse was captured by Gu Fei in an instant. Gu Fei leisurely punched out. On his right fist, there was no resplendent chi aura rushing out, nor was there any powerful martial path, true power undulation. Bang! Kacha! Gu Fei's fist directly smashed into the evil corpse's claws, shattering its bones and shattering its palms. Black corpse blood splattered everywhere. This kind of corpse blood contained corpse poison and yin qi, and it had a very strong corrosive power. If ordinary Feis were to come into contact with this kind of corpse blood, their spirit qi would quickly be corroded, and they would turn into ordinary items. This kind of corpse blood was also the bane of flying swords. The true power on Gu Fei's body surged, a layer of qi aura faintly appearing on his martial body. The corpse blood that splashed out did not even stain his clothes. He took a step forward and punched again. Bang! Kacha! The sound of bones breaking rang out once more. This time, Gu Fei's punch went straight to the center and landed on the evil corpse's chest, shattering its sternum and causing its chest to cave in. This punch not only shattered the evil corpse's sternum, but also shattered all the bones in its body. Like a pile of mud, it softly fell to the ground. However, even after receiving such a powerful blow, the evil corpse still moved, wanting to stand up. At this time, Gu Fei no longer looked at the evil corpse and continued to walk forward. Although this kind of evil creature was terrifying, in his eyes, it was not much different from an ant. Of course, if Gu Fei's cultivation was also suppressed by the virtual sky world's law, the situation would be different. This evil corpse could definitely tear a cultivator in the awakening self realm to pieces. Roar. In the depths of the ghost domain, roars and roars came from time to time. There were many powerful ghosts walking around, and the powerful death aura was vast and mighty, causing people's hearts to palpitate. The deeper Gu Fei went, the stronger the yin aura around him became, and the stronger the evil creatures he encountered were. Bang, 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 bang. Heavy footsteps came from the left. A huge monster quickly walked over. The aura dispersed, revealing this evil creature's ferocious head. This was an evil creature transformed from the corpse of a strange beast. Its entire body was filled with murderous aura. Half of its ferocious head was white bone, while the other half was flesh and blood. With a dragon's head and a cheelant's body, this was a strange beast that Gufei had never seen before. It was incomparably powerful, far from what the evil corpse from before could compare to. This beast was 6 feet tall, and its 2 hind legs were large and thick. It stood on its hind legs and rushed towards Gufei. Then, its 2 slightly thin front legs directly slammed down towards Gufei. What is this thing? Gufei couldn't help being startled when he saw this ferocious beast. He could sense that there were 2 different types of energy inside this ferocious beast. The essence energy contained within the beast's flesh and blood, as well as the energy of death. This was a half-corpse beast. The essence energy within its flesh and blood hadn't completely dissipated, resulting in such a strange state. The 2 forces interweaved within its body, causing its combat strength to greatly increase. You think I'm afraid of you? Gufei once again punched upwards. It seemed like a casual punch, but it directly shattered the beast's 2 claws and sent it flying. He took a step forward, instantly catching up to the beast, and stomped down. Bang! The huge beast was directly torn apart by Gufei's stomp. Large amounts of blood rained down from the sky. This was the essence energy contained within the beast that hadn't dissipated yet. The beast was killed on the spot. Gufei was very curious as to why this beast would suddenly attack him. Thinking of this, Gufei's heart shook. He then walked in the direction of the beast. He followed the beast's footprints on the ground. Walking for several li, a towering mound appeared in Gufei's line of sight. It was like a short mountain standing in the black mist, faintly discernible. This was a flat land. How could there be a short mountain in a flat land? This was completely out of place with the terrain of this region. When Gufei walked forward, he suddenly felt a dangerous aura. A gust of wind suddenly pounced down from above without any warning. Bang! Gufei didn't even think about it and directly punched upward. Gua! A strange cry rang out as a black shadow was sent flying by Gufei's punch. At this time, the mist ahead was blown away by the astral wind. A black stone tablet appeared in front of Gufei. The mound in front of him wasn't a short mountain at all. It was a huge tomb. Chapter 16, 93. A huge hill stood erect on the ground, giving off a strong sense of oppression. In front of the hill stood a stone tablet that was more than 10 zhang tall. On the stone tablet, there were a few words written in bold calligraphy. It was a type of ancient godly script that had appeared since the beginning of time. No one in the current era could understand these godly inscriptions. Only a super antique from the era of legends would know what was written on the stone tablet. When Gufei arrived in front of the stone tablet, his eyes never left the ancient godly inscriptions on the stone tablet. Gufei was shocked. There was nothing special about the ancient godly inscriptions. Moreover, due to the passage of time, the ancient characters had become a little blurry. However, when Gufei saw the ancient characters, he could no longer look away. The ancient godly inscriptions on the stone tablet contained a trace of Taoist rhyme. The ancient characters were like bottomless whirlpools that sucked in Gufei's consciousness. Boom! Gufei only felt a tremor. Then, he felt the world spinning around him. In the next moment, he found himself in a pitch-black void. There was no sky or earth. It was as if he was in the void. Gufei's shock was no small matter. At this time, Gu Fei stood motionlessly in front of the stone tablet. It was as if his divine soul had left his body. No aura could be felt from his body. This was the divine soul leaving his body. In front of the stone tablet, Gu Fei was like a walking corpse. At this time, even his primordial spirit was sitting quietly in his Niwen palace. His essence, qi, and spirit had completely quietened down. Reading a novel, if someone were to attack him at this time, he would be in danger. However, the surroundings of the ancient tomb were very quiet. There were no ferocious beasts around. That was because the exotic beast from the ancient era that was killed by Gu Fei was entrenched in this region. That exotic beast was the ruler of this region. The vicinity of the ancient tomb was the beast's territory. Other ferocious beasts did not dare to come close. At this time, Gu Fei's divine soul entered a mysterious place. In the pitch-black void, there was no sky or earth. However, a trace of Taoist rhyme lingered in this place. Gu Fei sensed that this Taoist rhyme was definitely left behind by a supreme. In other words, the ancient godly inscriptions on the stone tablet were left behind by a supreme. Even after so many years, this Taoist rhyme did not disperse. Gu Fei immediately sat down cross-legged in the air and used his heart to comprehend the Taoist charm. One must know that this was a great fortune. A strand of Taoist charm left behind by a sovereign was equivalent to an ancient sovereign's inheritance. He tried to resonate with the Taoist rhyme in the air, but he found that it was very difficult. This was not something that could be done in a short period of time. He needed to comprehend it. Just as Gu Fei's divine soul entered a special state, the area 10,000 miles around the ancient ominous city was shrouded by a powerful aura. At this time, the ancient ominous city was still floating in the void. The ancient city walls were like an insurmountable mountain, blocking everyone's way. Ancient chariots appeared in the sky thousands of miles away from the ancient ominous city. The beasts that pulled the chariots were rarely seen in the human world. Such beasts could not be raised by ordinary forces. The beasts roared from time to time. On top of the chariots stood powerful cultivators. According to the flags on the chariots, one could tell that these cultivators came from different superforces. These were people from several camps. From time to time, treasures would rush out from the ancient ominous city, attracting these people. Some people even used the human sovereign divine weapon to attack the ancient city. However, the result was beyond everyone's expectations. A human sovereign divine weapon could not break through the ancient city. Moreover, this ancient city seemed to be nurturing a peerless evil force. This force was extremely terrifying, causing experts to be shocked. Could there be the corpse of a supreme in the city? Such a terrifying change reminded people of an ancient legend. According to legend, after a supreme died, his body would be indestructible and could coexist with heaven and earth. Such a corpse would turn into a zombie in a special place or for a special reason. Once the corpse of an ordinary person turned into a zombie, it would be very terrifying. Some people were buried in a place where energy gathered. Their bodies would not rot, and they would turn into zombies. Once this kind of zombie was born, everything within 1,000 miles would be slaughtered. This zombie would suck the blood out of their bodies and kill them. If the corpse of an ordinary person turned into a zombie, it would cause chaos in an area, let alone the corpse of an extreme grade supreme. Once the corpse of an extreme grade supreme changed, it would be absolutely terrifying. If the corpse of a supreme really existed in the ancient ominous city, the consequences would be unimaginable. An incomparably evil aura came from the depths of the ancient city. The place was shrouded in a black mist. Even experts who had cultivated the divine, I could not see through the mist. Within the mist, there was a vague black shadow. Fellow Zhou, what do you think? High up in the sky, a tall old man with a head full of white hair asked an old man in ancient armor. The old man in ancient armor was Zhou Huang, an ancient half-sage from the Zhou clan of the ancients. The armor that Zhou Huang was wearing was the ultimate trump card of the Zhou clan of the ancients, the human emperor armor. Taoist Jiang, you are too humble. How can you not see anything at this time? Zhou Huang smiled. An ancient city that even the human emperor divine weapon could not break through was already a problem. This was at least an ancient city of the same level as the human emperor divine weapon. Is there really a supreme divine treasure in the city? Jiang Xian's eyes flickered. A strong aura was emitted from his tall body, as if a hidden dragon had suddenly awakened. We will know after we break through this ancient city. Old Zhou Huang said. The Zhou clan of the ancients had a good relationship with the Jiang clan of the ancients. Old Zhou Huang had a good relationship with an ancient half-sage of the Jiang clan, Jiang Xian. This time, after receiving the invitation from the Zhou clan of the ancients, Jiang Xian immediately brought the ultimate trump card of his clan and rushed here. The people from the Li clan of the ancients had not arrived yet. At this time, 3 major forces had appeared around the ancient ominous city. These 3 forces each occupied a side of the sky. The Zhou clan of the ancients, the Dongfang clan, and the 100 races of the southern wilderness. These 3 superforces were in a stalemate. No one dared to act rashly. Even the younger brother of the Black Tiger ancestor, who had a grudge against old Zhou Huang, did not make a move. No one knew the outcome of the battle in the mountains. Old man Zhou Huang and the White Tiger clan powerhouse didn't say anything either. However, the other cultivators were guessing that the 2 powerhouses couldn't do anything to each other. The atmosphere was very tense. Some people gradually lost their patience, while others could not hold it in any longer. Chapter 1694. In the sky outside the city, the 3 forces were confronting each other. No one was willing to act rashly. Once a battle of this level broke out, the consequences would be unpredictable. Granduncle, it's not good for us to continue like this. In the western sky, a figure stood in a chariot. It was a dark god of war, who seemed to stand in the darkness forever. This person was ancient sage to be, ancient sage to be, ancient sage to be of the Dongfang clan. Wherever he stood, a cold aura lingered. At this time, next to ancient sage to be, ancient sage to be, ancient sage to be, was a worried middle-aged cultivator. They were the weakest of the 3 forces. They also received news that the Li clan of the remote antiquity was coming to the virtual sky world. The Li clan of the remote antiquity was a very special clan among the forces of the ancient antiquity. This clan claimed to be the descendants of the supreme Tao ancestor, who once produced an invincible human sovereign. Such a clan possessed a heritage that the other forces of the ancient antiquity could not compare to. I hope the Zhao clan can arrive in time. Ancient sage to be, also felt great pressure. Jiang Renwang of the Jiang clan of the remote antiquity had already arrived with the Jiang clan's human sovereign divine weapon. At this time, Jiang Renwang was standing together with Zhou Huang. The other party had 2 human sovereign divine weapons. He was no match for them at all unless the Zhao clan of the remote antiquity arrived in time. However, the Li clan of the remote antiquity was already on their way. The Zhou clan, the Jiang clan, and the Li clan. Once the 3 great clans of the clan of the ancients were united, they would be a force that could shake the entire human world of cultivation. Among the 4 clans of the remote antiquity, only the Zhao clan of the remote antiquity was allied with the Dongfang clan. When Madman Li arrives, we will immediately attack the city. On the other side, Elder Zhou Huang was extremely confident. With the 3 clans of the remote antiquity united, no force in the human world could compete with them. Unless those people took action, the combined power of the three clans of the remote antiquity was enough to sweep the entire cultivation world. Humph, why don't we kill that ancient sage to be first? Jiang Renwang's words were extremely cold. A chilling, murderous aura spread from his body, causing the wild beasts that pulled the chariot to roar anxiously. Just as Jiang Renwang's murderous aura appeared, Ancient Sage to be, Ancient Sage to be, Ancient Sage to be felt a dangerous aura coming from the direction of the Zhou clan of the remote antiquity. Could it be that the nine ancient half-sage's heart trembled? The other party was about to make a move. It seems necessary to chase away some kittens and puppies. Elder Zhou Huang nodded. The virtual sky world was originally opened by the Zhou clan of the Desolate Era after almost 100 years, but those guys from the Dongfang clan actually wanted to take advantage of it. It was necessary to let those guys know that it wasn't that easy to take advantage of them. Then let's do it. A strong will to fight erupted from Jiang Renwang's body. He took a step forward from the chariot and instantly traversed thousands of miles, appearing in front of the Dongfang family's camp. Boom! A powerful ancient semi-sage aura burst out from Jiang Renwang's body, causing the entire world to shake. All the disciples of the Dongfang family were sent flying by this extremely terrifying aura and were sent flying backwards. Only the nine ancient half-saint could still stand on the war chariot. He was shocked and furious. He never expected the other party to be so decisive, about to take action as soon as killing intent arose. Apart from ancient half-sage, Jiuyin, the other disciples of the Dongfang family were not prepared at all. Even the expert of the Dongfang family, beside ancient half-sage Jiuyin's chariot, was sent flying. The ancient semi-sage's powerful aura was not something that just anyone could resist. You what? I'm going to kill you. Jiang Renwang was extremely domineering. He stretched his hand forward and performed the life-killing technique. The huge hand split the sky and obliterated the nine ancient half-saint. Hand of heaven! Ancient half-sage Jiuyin roared, and also threw a palm forward. Countless Tao patterns emerged on his palm, and a huge hand rushed out from his hand. Everywhere it passed, the void was silently annihilated. Boom! Jiang Renwang's white hair danced in the wind. His tall body stood still like a huge mountain. The killing technique he performed collided with ancient half-sage Jiuyin's hand of heaven. This was a fight between ancient semi-sages. Every move they made contained great power. All kinds of life-killing techniques were at their fingertips. As soon as they attacked, they pierced through the void between heaven and earth. When the two extremely powerful forces collided, a destructive storm swept out in all directions, causing the entire world to shake violently. The cultivation of such existences was not suppressed by the laws of heaven and earth in the virtual sky world. Both of them had divine tools on them, which allowed them to display their strength to the fullest. The two figures separated. The chariot under ancient half-sage Jiuyin's feet collapsed, and the beast that pulled the chariot turned into a mist of blood. What? Aren't they going to attack this ancient city together? Why are they fighting? Many cultivators outside of the three great forces had also arrived. They were shocked to see the sudden outbreak of the battle. Some of them recognized the tall and brave old man. That's Divine King Jiang, the ancient king of the Jiang clan. As one of the four great clans of the Clan of the Ancients, the Jiang clan of the Ancients had a deep foundation. No one dared to look down on them, especially Jiang Renwang of the Jiang clan. Ever since he was born, he had never been defeated. This was very rare even among the ancient semi-sages of the four great clans of the Clan of the Ancients. It should be noted that in the distant past era, there were many strong cultivators. Sages did not disappear, and there were even traces of supreme venerables. Jiang Renwang's attack shocked everyone. Again, Jiang Renwang was incomparably powerful. He took another step forward and attacked ancient half-sage Join. Terrifying waves of divine power spread in all directions. Even the stars in the sky trembled. Jiang Renwang, others might be afraid of you, but I'm not. Ancient half-sage Join was furious. Jiang Renwang attacked without warning. There was no hatred between the Dongfang clan and the Jiang clan of the Ancients, which made him inexplicably angry. The battle between ancient semi-sages erupted. Terrifying waves swept in all directions. Everyone had to retreat. The attack of an ancient semi-sage was enough to shake the world. Its power was so great that it could move mountains and drain seas. If one was too close and was affected, it would be unlucky. While Jiang Renwang and ancient half-sage Join were fighting in the depths of the virtual sky world, in the ghost realm, in front of the great tomb, a figure stood motionless. This person was Gu Fei. His spirit had left his body and entered a special place to comprehend the great path. His body was standing in front of the ancient monument. Gu Fei's spirit sat cross-legged in the dark void. Ancient patterns of the great path appeared faintly around his body. His spirit resonated with the great path, and a spell was imprinted in his heart. Chapter 16, 95. Gu Fei's spirit left his body and resonated with the Taoist rhyme on the stone tablet. He obtained a cultivation technique. This was a technique left behind by a supreme being, so it was extraordinary. A technique valued by an ancient supreme being was definitely extraordinary. This technique shocked Gu Fei because it was actually one of the 9 secrets of Immortal Path. This secret technique was called returning to truth. Once it was used, it could return everything in the world to their original state. In the distant past, this secret technique was known to be able to break all kinds of divine abilities. No matter how monstrous your magic power was or how invincible your divine abilities were, as long as this secret technique was used, all magic power and divine abilities would be broken, and all power would be transformed into the most primitive spiritual aura of heaven and earth. Those who cultivated this secret technique of the immortal path could transform the opponent's power for their own use. This secret technique could transform the opponent's power into the most primitive spiritual aura of heaven and earth. Primitive spiritual aura of heaven and earth could be refined and absorbed by cultivators. Rumble. Just as Gu Fei comprehended the secret technique of returning to truth, the entire dark void trembled. Then Gu Fei felt as if an invisible hand had struck his spirit out. Swoosh! Gu Fei's spirit turned into a divine light and rushed out of the stone tablet, entering the space between Gu Fei's eyebrows. When his spirit returned, Gu Fei's whole body trembled. Light rushed out from the depths of his dull eyes, and his whole body became spirited. As Gu Fei's dormant qi and blood circulated within his body, a powerful aura spread out from his body, causing the surrounding black mist to ripple. Swoosh! 2 beams of divine light shot out from Gu Fei's eyes, as if they had been struck by lightning. I didn't expect this trip to the virtual sky world to have such a harvest. Gu Fei's true force surged, and the Yuan Shun in his Naiwen Palace seemed to have grown stronger. Divine halos revolved around his Yuan Shun. The little person in his Naiwen Palace was no different from Gu Fei. However, the aura of the little person was completely different from that of Gu Fei. This was the nascent divinity of the immortal Tao. The little person was like a supreme, immortal sovereign from the 9 heavens, sitting cross-legged in the air, with his eyes closed. The aura of the immortal Tao was vast and mighty, and below the nascent divinity was a mass of primordial chaos. Within the primordial chaos, various sceneries could be seen. This was the inner world that Gu Fei had cultivated. Through that layer of primordial energy, one would be able to enter Gu Fei's inner world. There were two inner worlds in Gu Fei's body. One of them was located in the Mud Pill Palace, which was formed by the chaotic nascent embryo that was nurtured in the mountain and river cauldron. The other was in his Dantian. After Gu Fei killed the God Clan primogenitor of the Hell Path, he had refined the God Clan primogenitor's internal world. At that time, the primordial ancestor of the God Clan was the strongest existence in the entire Hell Dao. He was a mighty cultivator of the immortal Dao. The inner world refined by a mighty cultivator of the immortal Dao was naturally much better than that of Gu Fei's. The inner world in Gu Fei's Dantian was a divine land that was nourished by the divine spring of life and had immortal divine herbs as roots. Such a divine land was hard to come by even for supremes who had yet to achieve the Dao when they were young. As for the inner world in Gu Fei's Dantian, it grew with the improvement of his cultivation level. There was also the divine spring of life in the Dantian. These two inner worlds could provide Gu Fei with endless spiritual aura. Gu Fei didn't expect that he would be able to obtain the secret art of restoring truth. In this way, he was only one secret away from completing the 9 secrets of the immortal Dao. This was something that countless cultivators had dreamed of for countless years. It should be noted that ever since the Supreme Dao Ancestor created the 9 secrets of the immortal Dao, this secret art had been regarded as the supreme secret art of the immortal Dao. However, these 9 secret arts were no longer complete in ancient times. Even the descendants of the Dao Ancestor had only mastered a few secrets. The loss of the 9 secrets of the immortal Dao caused the Dao Ancestor's lineage to be suppressed by other forces. Countless years had passed, and the 9 secrets of the immortal Dao were likely to reappear on Gu Fei. Right now, Gu Fei had already obtained 8 of the 9 secrets of the immortal's Dao. With just one more secret, he would be able to make the 9 secrets of the immortal's Dao flawless. A flawless 9 secrets of the immortal's Dao was something that even an existence of the supreme level would covet. Gu Fei activated the secret art of restoring truth. A wave of immortal Dao mana immediately surged out from his Mud Pill Palace, and the surrounding Yin Qi and ghost fog were drawn in. Under the effect of the secret art of restoring truth, the Yin Qi and ghost fog gradually transformed. Soon, spots of spiritual light appeared around Gu Fei's body. These spiritual lights then gathered between Gu Fei's eyebrows and entered his Mud Pill Palace. It can actually be done. Gu Fei was moved. The surrounding Yin Qi and ghost fog could actually be transformed into spiritual aura. The secret art of restoring truth was really amazing. In this way, he could even use demonic aura. The supreme Dao Ancestor was really too heaven-defying. He actually created the secret art of restoring truth that could use all the power in the world. Boom. At this moment, a loud noise suddenly came from afar. Then, a monstrous wave came from afar. This was an aura that could make all living things tremble. Is someone using the human emperor's divine weapon? Gu Fei stopped. All the spiritual lights around him were absorbed by his primordial spirit. Then he soared into the sky and appeared in the sky above the ghost domain. That direction, after sensing the direction of the wave, Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked. It was the direction of the ancient ominous city. Someone was attacking the city with the human emperor's divine weapon. He knew that those people would not give up the divine treasures in the ancient city so easily. After all, it was very likely to be a divine treasure of the extreme path. Because the ancient ominous city could withstand the attack of a fully awakened divine weapon, it was very likely to be an immortal divine city. Only the legendary supreme martial artist could refine this kind of immortal divine city. Roar! A tiger's roar was heard, a wave of pressure that was not weaker than the previous one suddenly burst out. In the distant sky, a white tiger seemed to appear. Its ferocious aura spread in all directions and spread throughout the entire virtual sky world. Another human emperor's divine weapon, but it doesn't seem to be one. It seems to be a divine weapon of the White Tiger clan. The 100 clans of the southern wilderness really have a deep foundation. Gu Fei said to himself. It wasn't a human emperor's divine weapon, but it could compete with it. Could it be a divine weapon refined by a supreme martial artist? Gu Fei's expression became solemn. According to legend, the White Tiger clan was the descendant of the White Tiger, the supreme martial beast of the distant past. The blood of the White Tiger flowed through their veins. The supreme martial beast was a supreme existence comparable to the supreme martial artist. The power of a divine weapon refined by a supreme martial artist was infinitely close to that of a divine weapon of the extreme path. The experts of the 100 clans of the southern wilderness have also arrived. The virtual sky world is going to be lively. Gu Fei's pupils flickered. He hadn't completely fallen out with the Zhou clan of the Ancients, but at this time, he no longer had a good impression of the Zhou clan of the Ancients. The Zhou family of the primordial antiquity only wanted to use him to open the gate of the void sky. Since the gate of the void sky was already open, he was no longer of any use to the Zhou family of the primordial antiquity. Although Gu Fei knew that he was being used, he was also using them. The relationship between Gu Fei and the Zhou clan of the primordial clan was one of mutual benefit. The moment the Zhou clan of the primordial clan discovered that Gu Fei had an extreme Dao divine armament, they immediately wanted to make a move against him. The so-called old-timers of the clan of the Ancients were unreliable. Gu Fei pondered for a while and flew directly in the direction of the ancient fierce city. If those people could really break through the ancient fierce city, he could also fish in troubled waters. At this time, a great battle broke out near the ancient ominous city. Jiang Renwang of the Jiang clan of the primordial antiquity had suddenly wanted to attack the ancient half-saint of 9 Yin. At this time, Jiang Renwang and the ancient seven-step saint were already wounded, but they still didn't use their human emperor divine weapons. They wanted to defeat their opponents with their own strength. The ancient seven-step saint of 9 Yin had the 9 Yin godly physique, possessing talent that others couldn't hope to reach. However, Jiang Renwang's physical body was also a rare type of divine body. At this time, Jiang Renwang's body was surrounded by 5-colored divine light, as if he was wearing a 5-colored divine robe. The power of the 5 elements between heaven and earth was drawn over by him. This was the 5 elements divine body, innately close to the power of the 5 elements between heaven and earth. With a wave of his hand, he could attract the power of the 5 elements between heaven and earth. At this time, Old Man Zhou Huang of the Zhou clan of the primordial antiquity and the expert of the White Tiger clan fought. Buzz. The armor on Old Man Zhou Huang's body was vibrating. The God's will in the human emperor armor had completely awakened, and the terrifying might of the human emperor spread in all directions. Above the head of that expert from the White Tiger clan, there was a huge seal floating in the air. An incomparably overbearing aura spread out from that huge seal. This was the foundation of the White Tiger clan, the White Tiger Sky flipping seal. According to legend, this huge seal was refined by the supreme divine beast, the White Tiger. Although it wasn't an extreme divine weapon, it was infinitely close to it. The aura of the supreme divine beast made all the birds and beasts in the virtual sky world tremble. In the camp of the 100 clans of the southern desolate wilderness, the White Tiger clan and the Zhou clan of the primordial antiquity had a great enmity, but the Vermilion Bird clan and the Azure Dragon clan had no enmity with the Zhou clan of the primordial antiquity. Everyone thought that the four great ancient clans of the southern desolate wilderness were united and would advance and retreat together, but that wasn't the case. This was the trouble caused by the White Tiger clan, and the other ancient clans didn't want to get involved. After all, starting a war with the ancient clans wasn't a trivial matter. The four great ancient clans were clans that once produced invincible human emperors. No one dared to look down on the bloodline of the human emperor. The foundation left by the human emperor could definitely protect his clansmen. Now was the time of the Great Era. Starting a war too early wasn't a good thing. When Gu Fei arrived nearby, he realized that these guys hadn't attacked the Millennium Ominous City yet, but they had already started fighting. Soon, he saw the origin of the two sides fighting. When did the Dongfang clan join hands with the White Tiger clan? Gu Fei was very surprised. The ancient half-saint of Nainin was fighting endlessly with a tall old man, while old man Zhou Huang was fighting with the expert of the White Tiger clan. Chapter 1696. In the area near the Millennium Fierce City, the people from the two camps fought fiercely, especially the old man Zhou Huang and the cultivators of the White Tiger clan, who actually used Renhuang-level divine weapons. Terrifying vibrations swept across the area. Everyone retreated far away. Nobody dared to get close, fearing that they would be affected by the Renhuang weapons. To know that those were Renhuang weapons, nobody could handle them. Even holy weapons would not be enough. If they were hit by the Renhuang weapons, their holy weapons would shatter into pieces. Gu Fei hid his qi and did not get close. Instead, he blended in with the other cultivators. The White Tiger clan and the Dongfang clan have joined forces. This way, the Zhou clan will not be able to gain any advantage, a chubby Taoist said. You are wrong. I heard that the Li clan of the Ancients is on their way. Someone had a different opinion. If the Li clan of the Ancients were here, the balance between the two groups would be broken. Even if the Dongfang clan and the White Tiger clan joined forces, they would not be able to change anything. Humph! I heard that the Zhao clan of the Ancients is here as well, a tall and skinny middle-aged cultivator with a sallow face said. Hearing this, everyone gasped. Were all four clans of the clan of the Ancients coming? Was the war going to start so early? The appearance of a great era would definitely be accompanied by chaos. Everyone would be fighting for the opportunity to become a saint. The war was unavoidable, but it would not happen too early. In the history of the world of cultivation, whenever a great era appeared, the world of cultivation would welcome a period of prosperity. However, behind the prosperity, there would be chaos and danger. Every time a great era appeared, it would decline. In the end, the entire world of cultivation would be in turmoil. All forces would fight for the opportunity to become a saint. Therefore, blood would flow like a river. Countless talented people would die on the path to becoming a saint. The Holy Road was destined to be a path built with flesh and blood. Boom! The two divine weapons clashed against each other, causing the entire space to tremble violently. Old man Zhou Huang and that White Tiger expert were both flung backwards. Ha! I did not expect this place to be so lively. Just at this moment, an elderly voice rang out as a figure appeared in the horizon. He then strode through the void and walked over step by step. This is when Gu Fei saw that person. His pupils involuntarily shrank. This was an old man, an expert who was not affected by the laws of this world. Madman Li, come and help me. When Jiang Renhuang saw the old man, he was pleasantly surprised. The Li family from the primordial antiquity had finally arrived, and the person who had come was a rare super antique of the Li family. The newcomer wore a sloppy Taoist robe, and every step he took would instantly cross a distance of several hundred kilometers. His speed was so fast that even Gu Fei couldn't help but be secretly alarmed. It's Big Guy Zhang's voice. This kid actually arrived earlier than me. After hearing Jiang Renwang's voice, the old man's cloudy eyes immediately emitted rays of light. His entire aura became much stronger. I was wondering who it was. So it's the Dongfang family's celestial yin physique. No wonder even Big Guy Jiang has fallen into a bitter battle. The newcomer quickly understood the situation in front of him. Hey, isn't that the white tiger sky-turning seal of the White Tiger clan? The old man was knowledgeable, and as soon as he arrived, he saw through the background of the Dongfang family and the White Tiger clan, especially the white tiger sky-turning seal of the White Tiger clan. Even Elder Zhou Huang, wearing the human emperor's armor, found it hard to suppress the White Tiger sky-turning seal. This is bad. Seeing the old man's arrival, the Zhou half-saint and the White Tiger clan's expressions changed. The Li family of the primordial antiquity had arrived earlier than the Zhao family. The old man's appearance had broken the balance of power between the two sides. That ancient city is suspected to be the immortal city of the primordial antiquity. At this time, the old man's gaze fell on the ancient city that was floating in the sky 1,000 kilometers away. With his eyesight, he could naturally see that the ancient city was not ordinary. Let's deal with these people first. Jiang Renwang spoke again. His right shoulder had been hit by the Zhou half-saint. His flesh was instantly mangled, and his bones were almost shattered. The ancient half-saint's blood splattered everywhere. At the same time, Jiang Renwang kicked the Zhou half-saint's abdomen, sending him flying thousands of meters away. A trace of blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. This was a battle between the divine body of extreme yin and the divine body of 5 elements. Jiang Renwang of the Jiang family of the primordial antiquity and the Zhou half-saint of the Dongfang family seemed to be equally matched. Neither could truly suppress the other. Neither of them used the human emperor's divine weapon. This kind of battle was even more dangerous. You scoundrel! You really live up to your reputation. Jiang Renwang's bones and muscles shook. The divine power of 5 elements quickly circulated in his body, and the wound on his shoulder quickly healed. In just a few breaths, his injury had completely recovered. Scoundrel! The Zhou half-saint's eyes turned red with anger when he heard Jiang Renwang's words. Jiang Renwang had kicked him in the abdomen, and his internal organs had almost flipped over. The Zhou half-saint's injuries were not light. However, under the circulation of the divine power of extreme yin, his injury also rapidly healed. The physical injuries of an existence at this level were negligible. No matter how serious the injuries were, they could be healed in an instant. The Zhou half-saint's physical body was extremely strong. As long as his primordial spirit was not destroyed, his physical body would not be destroyed. It was very difficult to kill such an existence. One had to use a special method to destroy his primordial spirit. Both of them knew that once they started fighting, they would not stop until one of them died. I'm going to kill you. The Zhou half-saint was furious. He was like a god of war standing in the darkness. The divine power of extreme yin surged from his body, and the void where he was standing became pitch black. Clang! The sound of a sword rang out from the Zhou half-saint's body. Then a water-blue sword light rushed out from his body and slashed towards Jiang Renwang. The cold sword chi filled the air. This was the attack of the divine sword of extreme yin. The sword chi of extreme yin instantly soared up to thousands of meters. It was like a heavenly sword, as if it could split the world in half. A powerful saint-level aura appeared between the sky and the earth. The Zhou half-saint had only used the divine weapon that he had refined when he was a sage. He did not use the ultimate trump card of the Dongfang family, the Emperor's seal. Buzz. Facing the furious attack of the Join half-saint, Jiang Renwang had to take it seriously. A divine bell rushed out from the top of his head, vibrating with invisible sound waves to resist the dazzling sword light that fell from the sky. Clang! The divine bell rang. Countless Tao inscriptions appeared on the body of the divine bell. The divine bell rushed up and collided with the divine sword Qi of Extreme Yin, shattering the sword light. At the same time, the invisible sound from the divine bell attacked the Join half-saint. Chapter 1697. The battle between the divine body of 5 elements of the Jiang family of the clan of the ancients and the godly body of Taiyin from the Dongfang family was earth-shattering, shocking everyone. These 2 divine bodies had appeared before in the history of the world of cultivators. When the divine body of 5 elements reached the great accomplishment stage, it would be the divine man of 5 elements. However, not everyone could reach the great accomplishment stage. However, in the distant past, the divine man of 5 elements had indeed appeared. Such an existence was unimaginably powerful and could even challenge a supreme being. Jiang Renwang of the Jiang family was once a sage. However, his cultivation had fallen from the sage realm. Even so, his combat strength was still heaven-defying. The godly body of Taiyin was also extraordinary. In the desolate era, there was once a sovereign of Taiyin who was comparable to a Run Huang. Of course, that sovereign of Taiyin had nothing to do with the Dongfang family. Clang! The divine bell of 5 elements rang and emitted the divine sound of the great path. It turned into the art of life and death and attacked the ancient half-saint of Nine. Countless Tao patterns appeared on the bell, connecting with the heaven and earth and drawing in the endless essence of the 5 elements. Roar! Ancient half-sage Nine let out a furious roar as he was sent flying by a soundless sound wave. The clothes on his upper body were torn apart, and his muscles were covered in hideous and terrifying cracks. Damn you, Jiang Renwang! The ancient half-saint of Nine suffered a great impact. His godly body of Taiyin was almost shattered. Blood seeped out of his ears, and his spiritual soul was shaken. He almost fell from the sky. He was shocked and angry. The sovereign of the Jiang family was far more powerful than he had imagined. Moreover, his opponent also had a divine body that was naturally close to the 5 elements. Even those who were watching from afar were affected by the divine sound of the great path from the divine bell of 5 elements. Many of them fell from the sky. Up in the sky, Gu Fei, who was mixed in with the rogue cultivators, was also shocked. This kind of sound was definitely a terrifying art of sound. If he was hit by it, even his soul would be destroyed. The ancient half-saint of Nine was extremely powerful. As an ancient half-saint with the godly body of Taiyin, Jiang Renwang's attack only injured him, but not killed him. Buzz! Ancient sage-to-be, Join, shook his divine sword. Dazzling sword light rushed out of his body and turned into sword Qi of the great path. The sword Qi cut through the void and instantly crossed the violent void, heading straight for Jiang Renwang. This was the sword Qi unleashed by the half-step Saint Gu, and it contained the power of the great Tao. If he was struck by it, even Jiang Renwang would be in danger of being killed. Jiang Renwang could not afford to be careless. Clang! The 5 elements divine bell hovered above Jiang Renwang's head. His entire body radiated with the 5 elements divine light. Within the divine light, the 5 elements Tao patterns were faintly discernible. He was like a supreme 5 elements divine being as he rushed forward. A terrifying saint's might filled the air, shocking everyone to the extreme. Existences like them wouldn't be suppressed by the laws of heaven and earth in the virtual sky world. so they could display their fighting prowess to their heart's content. Jiang Renwang was extremely domineering. He walked in the void, and with every step he took, a sword light was crushed. After 9 steps, he had already crushed 9 tiny sword lights. Seeing this scene, the half-step Saint Guin was extremely shocked. His opponent actually crushed his sword lights and rushed toward him. This was too fierce. He knew very well how powerful his sword lights were, but no matter how powerful they were, they couldn't stop Jiang Renwang, who seemed to have transformed into a 5 elements divine being. Kill! Jiang Renwang let out a furious roar. His towering figure was like an ancient sacred mountain pressing down on the 9 ancient sage-level saint. The mighty divine might cause the entire area to tremble. Although he didn't use the Renhuang divine weapon, the fighting prowess Jiang Renwang displayed was enough to intimidate all the cultivators present. Even the half-step Saint Gu Yin found it hard to resist such a fighting prowess. Damn it! You're forcing me to fight with my life on the line. The half-step Saint Gu Yin knew that Jiang Renwang really wanted to kill him. Thoughts flashed through his mind, and soon his expression became extremely determined. Buffed, the half-step Saint Gu Yin screamed and spat a mouthful of blood at the tiny divine sword in front of him. This mouthful of blood landed on the tiny divine sword and entered it. Buzz. After the tiny divine sword absorbed the mouthful of blood, it immediately vibrated. The great path seal in the divine sword was instantly awakened. It was as if a real sage had suddenly appeared in the world. The sword chi that erupted from the tiny divine sword was so powerful that it made everyone's spiritual soul tremble. This was the power of a sage. Everyone felt a chill down their spine, as if they were being pointed at by countless divine weapons. They broke out in a cold sweat. In the face of this power, everyone felt how weak they were. Finally, they're getting serious. Seeing this, Gu Fei was secretly shocked. These half-step saints were really extraordinary. If it was an ordinary half-step saint, it would be impossible for them to completely awaken the sacred weapon in such a short time. Of course, the tiny divine sword was a sacred weapon that the half-step Saint Gu Yin refined himself when he was still a sage. Now that he had spat out his blood, the tiny divine sword had no choice but to awaken. At this time, the old Taoist from the Li family of the ancients did not make a move. He only watched from the side. If the old Taoist also made a move, the half-step Saint Gu Yin would definitely not be a match. However, the old Taoist seemed to care about his identity and did not want to join forces with Jiang Renwang to fight against the half-step Saint Gu Yin. The old Taoist, who was called Crazy Li by Jiang Renwang, also had the arrogance of an ancient half-step saint. After Join ancient sage to be spat out his blood essence, the tiny divine sword immediately gave off an unprecedentedly powerful sword chi wave. Many divine patterns of the Great Path appeared on the divine sword, activating the power of the Great Path. Go! The ancient sage-to-be Join pointed with his finger, and the tiny divine sword immediately flew towards Jiang Renwang. The terrifying sword chi fluctuated in all directions. Even 1,000 miles away, one could feel the chilling aura. Let's go all out. I'm not afraid of you. Jiang Renwang bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood on the 5 elements divine bell. Buzz. The divine bell vibrated, and circles of visible ripples spread from the divine bell. At this moment, the divine bell had completely awakened. Using the essence blood as a guide, the divine weapon could be instantly awakened. This was the advantage of the divine weapons refined by the half-step saints. If it were other half-step saints, they would definitely not be able to completely awaken the divine weapon. 2 terrifying saint-level powers appeared in the sky. Jiang Renwang and the half-step Saint Gu Yin both used their trump cards, and the saint-level wave was vast and mighty. The spectators in the distance kept retreating. No one could withstand this kind of pressure. Kill! Kill! Jiang Renwang and the half-step Saint Gu Yin roared at the same time, and then directly made their moves. The five elements divine bell emitted a boundless divine light, and the terrifying sound of the great path shook the world. The Taiyin divine sword also emitted the strongest sword radiance. The two fully awakened divine weapons instantly collided. Chapter 1698. The battle between Jiang Renwang and the ancient half-saint of Jiuyin could be considered a saint-level battle to some extent. It should be known that both of them were once saints. Even though their cultivation levels had dropped, they had once stood at the same height. Ordinary half-saints could not compare with them. Those who were not saints would never know how powerful and terrifying saints were. Boom! The earth and sky shook. The entire land and the void instantly turned into nothingness. Everything was destroyed. The two fully awakened, holy weapons collided fiercely. Buzz! The divine sword of Yin vibrated and emitted an unprecedentedly powerful sword light. The sword qi spread in all directions, causing all living creatures within a radius of 100,000 miles to tremble. Clang! The five elements' divine bell rang. The power of the five elements was vast and mighty. The divine sound of the great path spread out. Some rogue cultivators who were close to the battle immediately fell from the sky. Some people's physical bodies were not damaged at all, but their spiritual souls were shattered by the murderous sound of the great path from the five elements' divine bell. Even if some people did not die, they suffered a great impact. More than half of their cultivation went down the drain. Their foundations were destroyed by the divine sound of the great path. Roar! Someone roared in despair. They did not expect to end up like this. The divine sound of the great path from the five elements' divine bell was indeed terrifying. Even Gu Fei felt his spiritual soul shaking. 5 or 6 of the rogue cultivators beside Gu Fei fell from the sky on the spot. Seeing that it was impossible for them to survive, the rest of them were terrified and ran for their lives as far away as they could. Of course, Gu Fei also retreated with these people. At this time, he still chose to hide. A battle of this level was not something he could withstand. The ancient half-saint was extremely powerful. After the holy weapons were completely awakened, it was equivalent to the arrival of a saint. In front of the true power of a saint, Gu Fei knew very well that he could not compete with such power. Although he had the divine weapons of the great path, they could not be used casually. At this time, Jiang Renwang and the ancient half-saint of Jiuyin were both sent flying. When the two fully awakened saint weapons collided with each other, the power that erupted was far too great. Even though they were wielders of saint weapons, they were still sent flying. The stars in the sky shook as if they were about to fall from the heavens. These two bastards, the old Taoist from the Li clan, cursed. As if someone had stepped on his tail, he leaped high into the air and ran away. This guy's speed was simply too fast. In an instant, he disappeared without a trace, evading the terrifying destructive power that swept out. Nothing was left of the region within 1,000 miles. A huge hole had been punched through the sky, and even the primal chaos energy had been blasted out. If it weren't for the fact that the virtual sky world was a world created by a supreme being, such a strike would have shattered it long ago. It wouldn't have ended up like this. Rumble, right at this moment, an incomparably shocking rumble rang out in the starry skies. The battle between Old Man Zhou Huang and the powerhouses of the White Tiger clan had also reached its climax. The aura of the human emperor's divine weapon enveloped the entire virtual sky world. It was an existence infinitely close to that of a divine weapon of the extreme path. It was as if the human emperor had arrived, intimidating the entire world. Ancient human emperors were invincible existences who could challenge supreme beings of the extreme path. This kind of aura was much more powerful than that of a divine weapon. Everyone felt a great pressure, and even the several restricted areas in the virtual sky world quieted down. Who could resist the power of a human emperor? Gu Fei was also shocked. The several divine weapons of the extreme path in his body were all restless. They sensed the fluctuations of the human emperor's divine weapon and showed signs of awakening. This wasn't a good thing. With Gu Fei's current cultivation level and strength, he simply couldn't control a fully awakened divine weapon of the extreme path. In particular, Gu Fei had more than one divine weapon of the extreme path. Gu Fei had to mobilize the power of heaven and earth inside to isolate the aura of the outside world. In this way, the divine weapon of the extreme path, which showed signs of awakening because of the human emperor's divine weapon, gradually quieted down. Elder Zhou Huang and the cultivator of the White Tiger clan were fighting with all their might. In the starry sky, stars were constantly being destroyed, and the whole starry sky was shaking. It was extremely terrifying. The cultivator of the White Tiger clan had the supreme divine weapon of the White Tiger clan, White Tiger's sky-flipping seal. According to legend, this was a divine weapon refined by a supreme divine beast. Only this kind of supreme divine weapon could compete with the human emperor's divine weapon. "Are these guys done yet?" An old voice sounded next to Gu Fei. Gu Fei turned around and couldn't help but be shocked. That person was the old Taoist from the Li family of the remote antiquity. This old Taoist ran back at some point and appeared next to Gu Fei. Gu Fei was extremely shocked. With his cultivation level and strength, he was actually forced to his side without realizing it. This could only mean one thing: the other party was much stronger than him. Martial body of the human race. When the old Taoist saw Gu Fei clearly saw a flash of light in the old Taoist's eyes. It was as if he had no secrets in the eyes of this old Taoist. The old Taoist's gaze was terrifying, as if he could see through everyone. "Greetings, Senior." When the surrounding cultivators saw this old Taoist, they were surprised and overjoyed. They quickly greeted the old Taoist with a respectful attitude, not daring to show the slightest bit of disrespect. The people of the Li family of the remote antiquity, no matter who they were not to be underestimated. To know that the Li family of the remote antiquity was different from the other clans. Legend has it that there were supremes and human emperors from this branch. In other words, the Li family of the remote antiquity had the inheritance of both supremes and human emperors. This kind of foundation was far too deep and profound. However, when everyone was bowing to the old Taoist, Gu Fei didn't say anything. He didn't bow to the old Taoist like everyone else. "This little guy is not bad." The old Taoist looked at Gu Fei and couldn't help but nod. Human cultivators were unyielding warriors who would not bow down to others easily. Cultivators had to maintain the determination to move forward bravely and never admit defeat. In fact, it was the same for other cultivators. The state of mind was important. Once one's state of mind was lost, one would be crippled and would no longer be able to move forward bravely. They would lose the right to become supremes. It was very difficult to become a supremes, but it wasn't impossible. The battle continued. Jiang Renwang and the Jiuyin ancient half-saint both held their holy weapons as they fought. The power of the holy weapons continued to be released, causing the sky to fall and the earth to crack. Just as the battle was in a stalemate, a group of people appeared in the sky and quickly approached. An extremely powerful aura engulfed the entire area. Has the Zhao family finally arrived? At this time, the old Taoist from the Li family of the remote antiquity also became serious. The Zhao family of the remote antiquity had finally arrived. 9 auras filled the air. These were the elites of the Zhao family of the remote antiquity. Every one of them emitted an extremely dangerous aura, and every one of them was extremely powerful, especially the young cultivator in the lead. This young cultivator's body was filled with the aura of the divine path. He was a half-saint and extremely powerful. The people of the Zhao family of the remote antiquity were shocked by the current situation. Jiang Renwang of the Jiang family and the Zhouyin ancient half-saint of the Dongfang family were fighting. What's going on? The people of the Zhao family were bewildered. The mighty pressure from the sky almost pushed them down. They actually used Renhuang divine weapons. Aren't they afraid of destroying the virtual sky world? The young cultivator in the lead of the Zhao family muttered to himself. The battle in the sky was extremely terrifying. Powerful auras kept erupting, and even the stars were collapsing. Although Elder Zhou Huang was wearing Renhuang armor, it was still difficult for him to suppress the White Tiger sky-flipping seal of the White Tiger clan. Although the people of the Zhao family of the remote antiquity had arrived, they didn't make a move. Although the Zhao family of the remote antiquity and the Dongfang family were allies, it didn't mean that the Zhao family was willing to become enemies with the Zhou family, the Li family, and the Jiang family for the Dongfang family. The people of the Zhao family and the Li family were watching. Jiang Renwang and the Zhouyin ancient half-saints' cultivation and strength were about the same. It was difficult for either of them to suppress the other. In the end, both of them would definitely suffer. Just when everyone thought that Jiang Renwang and the Zhouyin ancient half-saint would both suffer, a white figure appeared silently. When they saw this person, everyone was extremely shocked. It's him. When Gu Fei saw this person, he was also stunned. He didn't expect this person to also come to the virtual sky world. Such a person had long been invincible in the world. The age of darkness has not arrived yet. All of you, stop. The newcomer was very powerful. He directly rushed between Jiang Renwang and the Zhouyin ancient half-saint. That person immediately threw a punch at the 5 elements divine bell, sending it flying away. A fist mark was left on the 5 elements divine bell. All the cultivators who witnessed this scene were dumbfounded. That was a fully awakened divine tool, but it was smashed away by a barehanded punch. This scene was too shocking. In the next moment, that person struck out with his palm and slapped away the Great Yin Divine sword that was piercing towards Jiang Renwang. The newcomer's strength was unimaginably strong. He was able to resist a fully awakened divine weapon with his physical body and was unharmed. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. Swish! The person took a step and directly entered the starry sky. Soon, the starry sky calmed down. This person was too strong. He could even ignore the Renhuang divine weapon. The battle was stopped by one person. This was really beyond everyone's expectations. If you want to take back the Renhuang divine weapon, come to the Ghost Palace of Fengdu to find me. The person took away the Renhuang armor and the White Tiger sky-flipping seal. Then, he directly left without stopping. His voice came from afar. That person is... There was no one who wasn't shocked because this person was truly too powerful, and his background was not small at all. Chapter 16, 99. The laws of heaven and earth in the virtual sky world were suppressed by the power of the human emperor's divine weapon, and all the cultivators in the virtual sky world could recover some of their cultivation and strength. Everyone soared into the sky and fled into the distance. Above the starry sky, the terrifying aura of the human emperor quickly faded. The newcomer was extremely powerful. He could actually fight against the human emperor's divine weapon and took it away. Ghost Emperor, Old Man Zhou Huang, and the expert of the White Tiger clan were shocked to the extreme. This person was too powerful, so powerful that he could ignore the existence of the human emperor's divine weapon. After the two divine weapons were taken away, the intimidating pressure disappeared. The suppressed laws of heaven and earth began to recover, and the powerful power of the law began to operate. All the cultivators who entered the virtual sky world, if they didn't have any holy tools, felt a suppressive force on their bodies, and their cultivation was quickly suppressed. Some cultivators standing in the void had to fall to the ground. Those with powerful cultivation could still use the power of magic weapons to fly in the void, but their speed was very slow. They couldn't fly thousands of miles in one go. Powerful cultivators could still use their own strength to fly in the air. It should be known that powerful cultivators had already touched the Tao. Powerful cultivators who had already reached the Tao-severing realm, even if they entered the virtual sky world, couldn't have their cultivation suppressed to the awakening realm. Some powerful cultivators could even exert the battle prowess of an immortal. I didn't expect him to be alarmed. Gu Fei looked in the direction where Ghost Emperor Fengdu disappeared and was silent for a long time. Every time Ghost Emperor Fengdu appeared, he gave him an extremely shocking feeling. Whether it was the appearance of the devil ancestor in the Northern Territory, or the turmoil of the heavenly ruins, or the current virtual sky world, Ghost Emperor Fengdu was invincible. In the entire virtual sky world, no one was qualified to be his opponent. Has he already become a saint? Many people had this question in their hearts. Even the ancient semi-saints thought that Ghost Emperor Fengdu still maintained his peak cultivation and battle prowess. Ghost Emperor Fengdu was undoubtedly one of the most powerful beings in the human realm. In the history of cultivation, the great eras that were incomparably prosperous had happened more than once. However, every great era would experience dark chaos in the later stages of the great era. In order to become a saint, or even a paragon, all of the powerful experts would go crazy. There was only one paragon, and some of the geniuses with aspirations of becoming a paragon would fight over it. In a great battle of life and death, they would defeat their opponents one by one, and then stand at the peak of all living things, becoming the paragon of the 3 realms and 6 Daos. From Ghost Emperor Plentiful Do's words, Gu Fei knew that an existence like Ghost Emperor Plentiful Do had foreseen the coming of the Dark Ages. However, these people did not want the dark times to arrive so soon. If Ghost Emperor Fengdu didn't come to stop them, Old Man Zhou Huang and the White Tiger Clan's warrior would certainly use their Renhuang level divine weapons to fight to the death. Jiang Renhuang of the Jiang clan of the remote antiquity and the Nainin ancient half-saint of the Dongfang clan were also fighting to the death. There was no guarantee that there wouldn't be any casualties in a battle like this. As long as there were casualties, the situation would spiral out of control, and a storm of blood would erupt between the ancient desolate factions. It should be known that the ancient desolate factions were all superforces. They were the inheritances of the Ran Huang, and they had an incomparably deep heritage. If a war broke out between such factions, the consequences would be unimaginable. At that time, many people would die, and it might even trigger the Dark Ages to come earlier. As Gu Fei thought of this, he unknowingly broke out in a cold sweat. In his mind, the scene of people being plunged into an abyss of misery and suffering had already appeared. At that time, there would really be mountains of corpses. The Renhuang divine weapons were taken away by Ghost Emperor Plentiful Do, but Old Man Zhou Huang and the White Tiger Clan's warrior didn't stop there. They were still fighting in the starry sky. On the ground, Jiang Renhuang and the Nainin ancient half-saint were still facing each other. Jiang Renhuang, you've gone too far. The Nainin ancient half-saint's cold voice rang out. He was really angry. He knew that he had no enmity with the Jiang clan of the remote antiquity, but this Jiang Renhuang wanted to fight him. It was too much. Humph, since we're not friends, then we're enemies. What's the point of saying so much? Jiang Renwang sneered. These old antiques had lived for countless years and had experienced many things. In their eyes, strength was the most important thing. In the world of cultivation, no one would be reasonable. The truth that cultivators believed in was that whoever had the hardest fist would be the one in the right. This was a world where strength determined everything. Good, very good. The 9 ancient half-saints' cold aura became even stronger. The void he stood in was pitch black, as if he would always be standing in the darkness. Come. The 5 elements' divine bell floated above Jiang Renwang's head. The sound of the grand Tao resonated, and circles of visible ripples spread out from the divine bell. The aura of the 5 elements' great Tao was vast and mighty. Half-saints, after all, were stained with the word saint. Their understanding of the grand Tao was beyond the reach of others, especially those ancient half-saints like Jiang Renwang and the 9 ancient half-saint. In the distant past, they had become saints. Such existences weren't something ordinary half-saints could compare to. Very good. The 9 ancient half-saints' battle intent was like a rainbow. The celestial divine sword in his hand emitted a dazzling sword light. A cold aura spread out from the divine sword, causing the surrounding temperature to drop rapidly. All right, let's stop here. At this moment, an old voice was heard. The old Taoist from the Li family of the ancients walked over. This old Taoist was very different from before. At this moment, the old Taoist seemed to have become a different person. His body was surrounded by Tao rhymes. Halos danced around his body. With every step he took, Tao patterns would appear under his feet. Although the old Taoist was still wearing the same old Taoist robe, no one dared to look down on him at this moment. He was like a supreme deity from the 9 heavens. Even Jiang Renwang and the 9 ancient half-saint were shocked as he walked over. This old man seems to be even more monstrous than Jiang Renwang and the 9 old ghost. Gu Fei hid in the distance and saw this scene. He was also shocked. This old Taoist that Jiang Renwang called Madman Li was incredible. Seeing the old Taoist walking over, even someone as strong as Jiang Renwang couldn't help but change his expression. To think that you've taken that step again. The 9 ancient half-saint was shocked as well. He knew how difficult that step was. He had cultivated for countless years and only managed to recover his cultivation base to the half-saint realm. However, this old man from the Li family of the ancients had obviously taken a step further than them. Although it was just a step, the difference was like heaven and earth. A demi-saint. He's a demi-saint that's even closer to becoming a sage than a half-saint. Someone exclaimed. Chapter 1700. The old Taoist from the Li clan of the desolate antiquity was incomparably domineering. His cultivation and strength as an ancient quasi-saint intimidated everyone. This old Taoist was one step ahead of the likes of Join and Jiang Renwang. An ancient quasi-saint wasn't someone ordinary quasi-saints could compare to. The old Taoist was like a saint descending from the heavens, causing everyone to feel a great pressure. Even Jiang Renwang, the Join half-saint, and the others didn't dare to act presumptuously in front of the old Taoist. They were all well-behaved and didn't dare to do anything. The old Taoist had successfully gathered all the experts here. Even the 4 ancient clans of the southern wasteland couldn't help but lower their heads. In the world of cultivation, strength was everything. Whoever was strong would have the final say. The weak would only end up being ordered around by the strong. Resistance was fine, but once the strong were angered, blood would flow like rivers. This was especially true for an ancient quasi-saint like the old Taoist. If they provoked such an existence, the consequences would be unimaginable. The four great clans of the desolate antiquity, the four ancient clans of the southern wasteland, and many vagrant cultivators. Such a force was powerful enough to cause one's heart to palpitate. It was enough to sweep through everything. No one expected things to turn out this way. This time, the Lee clan of the desolate antiquity would be the one to benefit from it. Many people were angry but didn't dare to say anything. No one dared to challenge the Lee clan's ancient quasi-saint at this time. One had to know that doing so was simply courting death. The antiques from the superpowers had lived for countless years. Such existences would cherish their lives even more. They wouldn't put themselves in danger so easily. Seems like there's a chance of success if we unite all the major powers. Gu Fei didn't participate. He observed from afar. The Zhou clan's mortal king armor and the White Tiger clan's heaven flipping seal had been taken away by Ghost Emperor Fengdu. The Zhou clan of the desolate antiquity had lost the mortal king divine weapon and the Li clan's heaven flipping seal. As for the White Tiger clan, because Ghost Emperor Fengdu took away the heaven flipping seal, they had no choice but to lower their heads. They didn't want to offend the old Taoist from the Li clan of the desolate antiquity. These ancient quasi-saints were well aware of the old Taoist's background. In the distant past, this guy was a ruthless character. He had once slaughtered his way into the demon realm and killed thousands of Li, shocking the world. That was when the old Taoist's nickname of Madman Li began to be called. The ancient ominous city floated in front of them, emitting an aura of death that made people's hearts palpitate. In the city, there was a tall demonic shadow looming, like a supreme demon that could kill its way out of the ancient city at any time. What's going on? How could an undying god city be occupied by demons? Everyone was incomparably shocked. Something inauspicious must have happened in this immortal city. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a scene. A terrifying aura constantly emanated from the depths of the ancient city. A layer of grayish-brown mist floated above the entire ancient city. One could vaguely see blurry figures within the hazy mist. Boom! A terrifying aura that could shake the heavens suddenly erupted. A huge seal rushed out from the ancient half-holy of Nine Yin's body and floated above his head. A powerful Renhuang aura spread in all directions. Countless ancient patterns of the way emerged on the seal, interweaving with the truths of the great path of heaven and earth. In the virtual sky world, the laws of the world were once again suppressed. Everyone felt that their power of the great path was rapidly recovering. Many people immediately recovered their magical power and magic power. Are they going to make a move? It was the Renhuang seal of the Dongfang family. Just now, when the ancient half-holy of Nine Yin fought against Jiang Renhuang, he didn't use this Renhuang divine weapon. At this time, the ancient half-holy of Nine Yin had no choice but to use this Renhuang divine weapon. That madman Li was not that easy to fool. At the same time, an ancient mirror emitting a faint divine light flew out from the camp of the Zhao family of the ancients. That's the mirror of heavenly path. Someone exclaimed. They recognized the ancient mirror. The Zhao family of the ancients was also a Renhuang family. The Renhuang divine weapon of the Zhao family was the mirror of heavenly path. It was a Renhuang divine weapon left by the ancestor of the Zhao family, the Renhuang of heavenly path. Buzz. The mirror of heavenly path rumbled. The spiritual chi of the world in the whole world was madly gathering toward the ancient mirror. The god in the ancient mirror was awakening and absorbing the spiritual chi of the world. On the other side, under the control of the ancient half-holy of Nine Yin, the Renhuang divine weapon was also absorbing the spiritual chi of the world in the surrounding area. As soon as the two divine weapons of the Shen King appeared, the divine power of the Renhuang divine weapon immediately spread throughout the virtual sky world. Hundreds of millions of creatures trembled, and several forbidden areas in the virtual sky world became quiet. Roar! A terrifying roar came from the ominous city of eternity. The evil existence in the city sensed the threat from the Renhuang divine weapon and reacted. After all, the Renhuang divine weapon was not a divine weapon of the Great Path. Otherwise, one Renhuang divine weapon would be enough to suppress the evil power in the ominous city of eternity. The old Taoist side dispatched 2 Renhuang divine weapons, ready to attack the city. In the ominous city of eternity, heavy footsteps were heard. The aura of death was constantly increasing, and groups of ancient corpse soldiers came out of nowhere. These were corpse soldiers known as indestructible. Even if these ancient corpse soldiers were blasted into pieces, they would reappear unless they were destroyed by a divine weapon of the Great Path. At this time, Gu Fei retreated silently. A great battle was about to break out. This would be a disaster. The attack from the Renhuang divine weapon would probably impact the entire virtual sky world. This time, the Renhuang divine weapon's divine power was mighty, but Ghost Emperor Fengdu didn't appear. Those great figures seemed to be just guarding against a great turmoil in the cultivation world. As for whether these people would attack the ominous city of eternity or not, they didn't say anything. Go! Ancient Half-Holy of 9 Yin was the first to attack. The Renhuang seal directly flew out, emitting the terrifying divine power of the Renhuang divine weapon, and smashed toward the ancient city in front of them. Rumble! As soon as the Renhuang seal moved, the whole world trembled, and pitch-black spatial cracks appeared in the void. The world and the void couldn't bear such a force. Buzz! When the Renhuang seal smashed down, the whole ancient city trembled fiercely, and a dull sound came from the void. At that moment, ancient Tao patterns emerged on the walls of the entire ancient city. Countless Tao patterns covered every corner of the ancient city. Boom! With a loud noise, the Renhuang seal, under the control of ancient Half-Holy of 9 Yin, smashed on the walls of the ancient city. The countless Tao patterns on the walls emitted a bright divine light. The whole ancient city shook violently. Countless ancient corpse soldiers on the walls were directly shaken away. Most of these ancient corpse soldiers turned into dust in the air. Although the ancient walls of the ominous city of eternity were protected by the Tao patterns, countless cracks appeared on the walls as if they were about to collapse. However, the ancient walls didn't collapse in the end. The power of the Tao patterns imprinted on the walls blocked the attack of the Renhuang seal. Everyone who witnessed this scene was dumbfounded. This ancient city could even block the attack of the Renhuang divine weapon. Could this ancient city really be a divine city refined by a supreme being? The immortal divine city seemed to be immortal. The countless cracks on the walls that were smashed by the Renhuang seal disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. This was an ancient city that could repair itself. This wasn't a good thing. The immortal divine city could repair itself, which increased the difficulty of breaking into the city. It didn't seem to be an easy task to break into this ancient city. Swoosh! Just as the Renhuang seal smashed countless cracks on the walls of the ancient city, the heavenly mirror in the sky finally woke up completely. It emitted a bright mirror light and pierced through the ominous city of eternity. Bang! The mirror light hit the ancient city wall, and as if it had turned into a tangible light beam, it directly punched a huge hole in the ancient city wall that was full of cracks. There's hope. The old Taoist's heart skipped a beat when he saw this scene. The attacks from the 2 Renhuang divine weapons could break through the ancient city, but no one was willing to be the first to enter the ancient city. One should know that the ancient city was definitely filled with unimaginable dangers. Otherwise, the sovereign divine treasures in the city would have been taken away long ago. Everyone was hesitating, including the old Taoist. Rumble, the ancient city shook. A terrifying evil aura surged out from the depths of the ancient city. The ancient city wall that was pierced by the heavenly mirror was rapidly repairing itself. Countless Tao patterns intertwined on the city wall. Very soon, the damaged ancient city wall was completely repaired, as if it had never been pierced. Roar! At this moment, a roar came from within the ancient city. A demonic figure stood up from the depths of the ancient city. It was a figure that was thousands of zhang tall. Countless black auras lingered around the figure. It was the death chi. The death chi in the ancient city was different from normal death chi. If an ordinary cultivator breathed in a wisp of this death chi, their body and soul would be destroyed. Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this scene from afar. Bang! At this moment, the human emperor's seal smashed down from the sky. This attack was much stronger than the previous one. Under this attack, the void was directly destroyed, leaving nothing behind. The ancient city was shaking. Countless Tao patterns were collapsing. The human emperor's seal smashed down from the sky. A section of the ancient city wall collapsed. The human emperor's seal smashed a hole in the wall. Kill! The old Taoist took the lead and was the first to rush forward. He entered the ancient city through the hole in the wall. With the strength of an ancient quasi-saint, protecting himself in the ancient city was not a problem. As the old Taoist figure disappeared from the ancient city, an extremely powerful fluctuation appeared in the ancient city. The old Taoist was making his move. The Zhou clan of the desolate antiquity also followed the old Taoist and rushed into the ancient city. A powerful saint-level aura exploded in the city. A great battle erupted in the city. Ancient corpse soldiers could be seen flying away from time to time. Chapter 17:01. The awakening of the two supreme sovereign weapons caused the heavens to tremble. In the end, a gap was opened in the ancient city. The old Taoist from the Li clan of the desolate antiquity directly rushed into the ancient city and began to fight against the powerful evil beings. At this time, the ancient city was filled with a gloomy fog. Sounds of footsteps came from the depths of the city as groups of ancient corpse soldiers walked out with bronze spears in their hands. The aura of death was vast. These ancient corpse soldiers had fallen for countless years, but their bodies had not decayed. They were like ghost soldiers that had slaughtered their way out of hell. However, the evil energy of the ancient city was suppressed by the two supreme sovereign weapons. Although their power had decreased a lot, it was still not to be underestimated. These evil beings, the old Taoist speed was very fast. He had already entered the central area of the ancient city. Countless ancient corpse soldiers were rushing towards him from the street ahead. As these ancient corpse soldiers walked, they set off a black mist that was condensed from the death energy on their bodies. This black mist rushed towards this end of the street. Could it be that something bad really happened to the legendary Supreme's corpse? The old Taoist had lived for countless years. He was a character from the late period of the desolate antiquity era. He could be considered a super antique and knew many secrets of the world. Legend had it that in the distant past, after a Supreme died in the Age of Legends, his corpse became immortal and even regained its consciousness, turning into a terrifying existence. Something happened to the Supreme's corpse, and it later became the legendary Lord of Hell. Of course, this was only an ancient legend. It was hard to say whether there was a place called Hell in this world, let alone the Lord of Hell who created it. However, this ancient legend was enough to prove that once something happened to the Supreme's corpse, something unimaginable and ominous would happen. The consequences were unpredictable. Who cares? Let's get the supreme divine treasure first. The old Taoist came for the supreme, divine treasure. He had lived for a long time and had experienced several dark upheavals. There was nothing he hadn't seen before. In this world, there were not many things that could pique his interest. However, it was obvious that the supreme divine treasure was enough to make an existence like him envious. The supreme divine treasure was the most precious ancient scripture left behind by the supreme. If one could obtain the ancient scripture left behind by a supreme being, that would be a great opportunity. The supreme cultivation method of a supreme being had a fatal attraction to every cultivator. Whoever could grasp the sovereign's ancient scripture would be able to obtain the sovereign's inheritance. With this inheritance, they would be able to establish a super sect. The primordial Li clan was known as the successor of the supreme Taoist ancestor, which was already powerful enough. However, no one would complain about having too many supreme ancient scriptures. Roar! The old Taoist let out a furious roar. His eyes shone with a dazzling light. It was as if the sun, moon, and stars were descending in his eyes. An extremely powerful aura erupted from his body. Rumble! The space around the old Taoist was trembling. Countless divine patterns of the Great Path condensed in the space around him, triggering the power of the Great Path. At this moment, the old Taoist was like a supreme god, giving off a feeling of invincibility that looked down on the world. Buzz. The void trembled, and the old Taoist attacked right away. The countless patterns that appeared around him bloomed with dazzling divine light of the Great Path in an instant, turning into divine swords of the Great Path that pierced forward. This move alone was enough to prove that the old Taoist's celestial swordsmanship had reached perfection. With a thought, the divine patterns of the Great Path turned into divine swords. This was the legendary saying that having no sword was better than having a sword. Swoosh! At this moment, the ancient corpse soldiers at the front raised the bronze spears in their hands and stabbed forward. A terrifying power of death erupted in an instant. Every spear pierced through the space and collided with the countless divine swords of the Great Path that were flying towards them. On the dark street, specks of light blossomed like twinkling stars. The bronze spears of the ancient corpse soldiers collided with the countless divine swords of the Great Path, exploding with dazzling light. After all, the ancient corpse soldiers were not truly peerless cultivators. These ancient corpse soldiers could only block a portion of the divine swords of the Great Path. The divine swords that could not block the rest all pierced through the ancient corpse soldiers' bodies. However, when the divine patterns of the Great Path turned into sword light and pierced through the ancient corpse soldiers' bodies, the old Taoist expression finally changed. He could sense that after each sword light pierced through the ancient corpse soldiers' bodies, the power of the Great Path contained within them instantly weakened by more than half. The sword light of the Great Path became dim and lightless. These ancient corpse soldiers all had a strange, evil power that could corrode the power of the Great Path. The old Taoist's great sword technique of the Great Path could not destroy the evil power in the ancient corpse soldiers' bodies. Although the ancient corpse soldiers were pierced by the swords of the Great Path, they did not lose the ability to fight. The wounds on the ancient corpse soldiers' bodies were also healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Undying evil corpses. The old Taoist was extremely shocked. When the countless corpses in front of him were attacked by him, they only paused for a moment. Then, with the bronze spears in their hands, they once again pressed towards him. Damn it! The old Taoist was inexplicably shocked and angry. Without a doubt, something terrible and ominous had happened in this ancient city. The evil power in the city could make the ancient corpse soldiers immortal. This power could even weaken the power of the Great Path. It was no small matter. seeing the ancient corpse soldiers approaching step by step with their bronze spears, the old Taoist suddenly took a deep breath. His belly slightly swelled up. Whoosh! The old Taoist suddenly blew forward. Boom! With a loud sound, a great fire spurted out from his mouth, immediately drowning the street in a sea of fire. The old Taoist was furious. He didn't hesitate to spurt out a mouthful of essence qi, which turned into a divine fire. He wanted to burn these ancient corpse soldiers to ashes. This was not an ordinary divine fire. It was the result of the old Taoist's essence qi and contained the power of his great path. One could faintly see Tao runes inside the divine fire. The fire soared to the sky and illuminated half of the ancient city. The Yin mist in this area was burned by this divine fire and turned into a green smoke that dissipated into the void. The divine fire was the nemesis of the evil energy in the city. Although the countless ancient corpse soldiers in the sea of fire were still silently approaching the old Taoist, their battle robes were all burning. Soon, the ancient corpse soldiers in the sea of fire turned into piles of charcoal. Next to each pile of charcoal was a bronze spear. This, on the roof of a house 1,000 meters behind the old Taoist, Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this scene. The old Taoist divine flame was actually able to exterminate these corpse soldiers, which made him feel very surprised. Could it be that fire was really the bane of these evil beings? Chapter 17:02. The old Taoist from the Li family of the desolate antiquities spat out a mouthful of essence energy that turned into a divine flame of the great path, burning all the ancient corpse soldiers on the street into charcoal. Text first. The power of the divine flame of the great path was too great. Even Gu Fei was shocked by this scene from afar. The old Taoist was sacrificing his own essence energy to destroy these corpse soldiers. At this time, heavy footsteps came from the other end of the street. From the black mist, many figures walked out. In the depths of the ancient city, countless ancient corpse soldiers stood up. At this time, even the old Taoist couldn't help but change his expression. The dangers of the ancient city had exceeded his imagination. Countless ancient corpse soldiers appeared in front of him once again, pressing towards him with heavy footsteps. In the hands of each ancient corpse soldier was a bronze spear. The ancient spear was rusted and almost decayed, but the power of death surged on it. The ancient corpse soldiers had died countless years ago, so they carried a thick corpse aura. After being nourished by the evil power of the ancient city for countless years, these corpse soldiers were even more powerful to a frightening extent. Roar! At this time, a roar came from among the ancient corpse soldiers. A figure strode out from among them. It was a tall and strong general. A terrifying death power surged from the body of this general. His pitch-black armor was covered with slashes from swords, spears, and halberds. However, there was no spirit in the eyes of this general. Although this general was mighty, he had fallen for countless years. However, this general was different from ordinary ancient corpse soldiers. Although there was no spirit in his eyes, there was a divine thought coming from his head. This ancient corpse general had already developed a certain level of intelligence. It could be said that it had become an undead creature. Although such an existence was still under the control of the evil power of the ancient city, its movements were not as slow as ordinary ancient corpse soldiers. This is on a roof in the distance. Gu Fei couldn't help but be surprised when he saw this ancient corpse general. This ancient corpse general's aura was somewhat similar to the corpse general that the old turtle had refined into an outer body incarnation, another indestructible martial body. Gu Fei was extremely shocked. There was a subtle feeling in his heart that the ancient corpse general on the street ahead seemed to have the same bloodline as him. Roar! The ancient corpse general walked out and roared towards the sky. The entire street trembled as energy surged. Just like when he was alive, he led a magnificent army to charge forward. Swoosh! The ancient corpse general took a step forward and instantly arrived in front of the old Taoist. It directly punched the old Taoist's chest. This was the simplest and most direct attack. The ancient corpse general's fist created a strong wind. Wherever the fist passed, the void turned into nothingness. This was the most direct and powerful force that could shatter the void. The old Taoist was startled. His long beard that was hanging in front of his chest rippled due to the impact of the airflow. The ancient corpse general's fist had not yet reached him, but he already felt a strong pressure, and his breathing became rapid. Swoosh! The old Taoist's figure became blurry as he left behind an afterimage. His real body had already soared into the sky and arrived above the ancient corpse general. Annihilate the evil! The old Taoist roared. Like a big bird, he directly swooped down from the sky. His right hand reached out and pressed down on the ancient corpse general's head. Boom! The ancient corpse general's body shook. Its feet directly stomped on the green bricks on the ground, and its feet sank into the ground. The old Taoist power caused its body to sink a bit. The old Taoist was incomparably shocked. This evil being was ridiculously strong. He was a quasi-sage, and a single palm strike from him could even crush an ancient sacred mountain. However, this evil being only sank a little, as though it didn't receive much impact at all. Humph! This old guy is out of luck. Gu Fei couldn't help but shake his head after seeing this scene from a distance. Trying to use force to suppress the indestructible martial physique would only cause an even more powerful counterattack from the indestructible martial physique. Bam! An extremely powerful force burst out from the ancient corpse general's body and directly knocked away the giant hand that was pressing down from the sky. Then, the ancient corpse general soared into the sky and fiercely pounced towards the old Taoist. Its speed and ferocity shocked the old Taoist. Even though the old Taoist dodged, one of his sleeves was still torn off by the ancient corpse general. His arm was dripping with blood, and there were 5 finger marks. How dare you? The old Taoist was furious. His eyes shone brightly as countless Tao runes condensed between his hands, turning into countless divine weapons of the great Tao that slashed towards the ancient corpse general. The power of the great Tao was mighty. The Tao runes transformed into divine swords, heavenly sabers, ancient bells, and so on. Each of these weapons displayed great power. However, a shocking scene appeared. Countless divine weapons of the great Tao slashed the ancient corpse general's body, and then they were all knocked away by the ancient corpse general. What? How is this possible? The old Taoist was dumbfounded, completely dumbfounded. How could this evil being's body withstand the attacks of the divine weapons of the great Tao formed from Tao runes? However, the truth was right in front of his eyes. The other party really ignored his attacks. Such a powerful body was unbelievable. This body could actually withstand the attacks of an ancient quasi-saint. Even Gu Fei was secretly shocked. The indestructible martial physique was indeed extremely powerful. Perhaps only divine weapons of the great Tao could injure it. Other divine weapons simply could not break the powerful defense of the indestructible martial physique. The indestructible martial physique was extremely powerful. It was obviously fighting based on its instincts. It directly rushed through the thousands of Tao soldiers and arrived in front of the old Taoist. Bam! Another simple punch was thrown out. The entire heaven and earth collapsed along with the ancient corpse general's fist. The old Taoist was directly knocked into the chaotic void. Many experts who were attacking the ancient city were shocked to the extreme when they saw this scene. That evil being was so powerful that even an ancient quasi-saint was not its opponent. This was not a good thing. The stronger the evil in the ancient city, the lower the chances of obtaining the supreme divine treasures. There was even the danger of dying in the ancient city. At this time, many experts had been stabbed to death by the ancient corpse soldiers with their bronze spears. Their blood essence was quickly absorbed by the ancient city and became a part of it. The divine light of magic treasures could be seen everywhere in the ancient city. The experts who were attacking the ancient city were gradually advancing towards the center of the ancient city. Although the ancient corpse soldiers were powerful, they couldn't stop the pace of a group of red-eyed experts, especially the ancient desolate forces. Among these forces, there was no lack of semi-saints, and many of them even brought divine tools. The power of the ancient ominous city was suppressed by the two human sovereign divine weapons above the ancient city. At this time, everyone's cultivation was not suppressed by the virtual sky world's law of heaven and earth. All the experts could attack with all their strength and display their strongest fighting strength. Fortunately, at this time, only one ancient corpse general had appeared. If another ancient corpse general appeared, then all the experts inside the ancient city would be in danger. After all, these ancient corpse generals all had the indestructible martial physique. Boom! The void collapsed. The old Taoist who was punched into the chaotic void by the indestructible martial physique corpse general broke the void and rushed out. Supreme Great Path. Heavenly Sword exterminates the devil. The old Taoist shouted. His hands formed a sword art, and he was performing a killing technique of the Li family of the remote antiquity. Countless Tao patterns rushed out from his body, and a divine sword completely formed by interweaving Tao patterns appeared in his hand. Buzz! The divine sword vibrated as if it had a substantial body. A powerful sword aura of the Great Path spread out from this divine sword, making everyone's heart palpitate. Kill! The old Taoist's eyes widened in anger, and he slashed at the indestructible martial body corpse general with his sword. The divine sword of the Great Path, condensed from the divine pattern of the Great Path, shot out a beam of dazzling sword light and slashed forward. The indestructible martial body corpse general didn't seem to sense any danger as he continued to charge forward. However, a pair of huge hands pushed forward, causing a gust of wind to rise. The vast and mighty energy radiating from the huge hands was extremely powerful, as though it could destroy the heavens and earth. The sword light of the Great Path that the old Taoist struck out was incomparably sharp and could destroy everything in the world. Unfortunately, the old Taoist encountered the indestructible martial physique. Although the indestructible martial physique had died countless years ago, the indestructible martial physique still contained a shocking power within it. If someone could use the power within the indestructible martial physique, then this indestructible martial physique would become the most terrifying killer in the world. The indestructible martial physique punched again. This punch unexpectedly collided with the sword light of the Great Path that the old Taoist had struck out, emitting a metallic sound. There was no suspense. Even the powerful ancient quasi-saint was not strong enough in front of the indestructible martial physique corpse general. It was forced to retreat. Could this be the old Taoist seemed to have thought of something? His face revealed an incomparably shocked expression. Even his voice was trembling. At this time, while the old Taoist was entangled by the indestructible martial physique corpse general, Gu Fei directly walked towards the depths of the ancient city. From time to time, there would be immortal light and treasure light overflowing from the depths of the ancient city. The supreme divine treasure must be located there. And there were many people who had the same idea as Gu Fei. Little kid, even you want to dip your fingers in the supreme divine treasure? An old man suddenly appeared, blocking Gu Fei's path. At this time, The location of the supreme divine treasure was unknown, but some people in the city had already started a life-and-death battle. Gu Fei stopped, but he didn't put this old man in his eyes. This old man was merely an immortal emperor. He could kill him with a flick of his finger. The one who wants your life. There was no longer any need to conceal the murderous intent on the old man's body. A heaven-shaking murderous intent spread out from his body, causing the people in the vicinity to feel as though they had fallen into an ice cave. See no ads, full text first novel, / text first novel, your best choice. Chapter 1703. In the mortal world, immortal emperors were considered as the overlords of a domain. One should know that immortal emperors weren't common in the mortal world even when the great era of the mortal world had arrived. This old man was an old immortal emperor. This old immortal emperor blocked Gu Fei's path and charged towards Gu Fei with murderous intent, intending to kill Gu Fei. At this time, the supreme divine treasure in the ancient city hadn't appeared yet, but these old men already wanted to clear the area. This was the selfish desire in everyone's heart. Naturally, the fewer people fighting for the supreme divine treasure, the better it would be. The eyes of the experts that rushed into the ancient city were red with greed. As long as they could obtain the supreme divine treasure, they would do anything. Eliminating the dissidents was one of the methods. Trying to kill me? Gu Fei smiled. He was incomparably calm. This old immortal emperor was really blind to come after him. How pitiful. Little boy, if you want to blame something, blame your bad luck for meeting me. The old man's eyes flickered with ominous light as he advanced towards Gu Fei step by step. His aura also rose rapidly with each step he took. This old man was very careful. This was like a lion hunting a rabbit. Although the cultivation of this kid wasn't that great, he still wanted to kill him in one strike. I think I should be the one saying this to you. At this time, the smile on Gu Fei's face became even more brilliant. At this moment, he no longer concealed his aura. An extremely powerful fluctuation rushed out from his body. Like a dragon that was imprisoned suddenly broke free from its shackles, instantly soaring above the 9 heavens, looking down on the world with disdain. From a weak ant, he had instantly turned into a giant dragon that stood above the 9 heavens. Such a transformation was simply too unbelievable. The old man's expression changed drastically. The aura emitted from Gu Fei's body shook his soul, giving him the urge to kneel down. This turn of events left the old man horrified. He had thought that he was in control of the other party's life and death, but at this moment, his life was in the other party's hands instead. The awe-inspiring air that the old immortal sovereign exuded earlier had long since disappeared. In its place was a look of horror. This seemingly young cultivator was actually a supreme expert. Blind as a bat, the old immortal emperor's intestines turned green with regret. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. He wanted to kill Gu Fei, but he didn't know that he was the prey. Bang! Gu Fei didn't say anything. He directly pressed his palm forward. Although the old immortal emperor was powerful, he was no different from an ant in Gu Fei's eyes. The old immortal sovereign's entire body exploded. His body and soul were completely destroyed by Gu Fei's palm strike. Some of the cultivators who were attacking the ancient city happened to see this scene. All of them sucked in a cold breath. A powerful immortal emperor was killed so easily. Those people involuntarily retreated far away, not daring to approach Gu Fei. Gu Fei didn't care about those people. He discovered that the blood essence of the old immortal emperor that he killed had seeped into the ground, and his essence was being rapidly absorbed. Seeing this scene, Gu Fei felt that something was amiss. At this time, the number of cultivators attacking the ancient city increased continuously. In the sky above the ancient city, there were two human sovereign divine weapons, emitting the might of the human sovereign, suppressing the entire ancient city. From time to time, terrifying roars and howls could be heard from the depths of the ancient city. There were unimaginably ferocious existences in that area, but they were deterred by the two human sovereign divine weapons and couldn't come out. If it wasn't for the suppression of the two human sovereign divine weapons, no one would be able to resist them once they emerged from the depths of the ancient city. Even Gu Fei would have to retreat. The appearance of the two human sovereign divine weapons gave everyone a chance to seize the supreme divine treasures. However, although the supreme divine treasures were important, no one dared to enter the ancient city even if they knew that it was suicide. One must know that staying alive was more important than anything else. Since such an opportunity had appeared, they must seize it. After killing the old immortal emperor, Gu Fei continued to advance towards the depths of the ancient city. In a house a few miles ahead of him, there was immortal light and treasure qi rising. That was only the edge of the central city. Supreme, divine treasure. Two beams of divine light shot out from Gu Fei's eyes. Like a bolt of lightning, he locked onto the house in front of him. At this time, several silhouettes appeared on the roofs nearby. Some of them also stared at the house that was emitting divine light and treasure qi. All the experts who risked their lives to enter the ancient city came for the supreme divine treasures. No one was willing to retreat. There might be a supreme divine treasure in the house ahead. That house had long been targeted by some experts. Gu Fei wasn't the first. Everyone, listen up. That house ahead belongs to my Zhao clan. The rest of you, leave quickly. Someone shouted, declaring the ownership of the divine treasures in front. However, no one bought it. These people were all coveting the divine treasures and wouldn't give them up so easily. Bullshit. If your Zhao clan wants to obtain the divine treasures, you have to rely on your own abilities. An old voice sounded from afar. Then, a tall figure walked out from the mist. This was an old man with the appearance of a ferocious tiger. You old man, get the hell out of here. Offending my Zhao clan won't end well for you. The one who spoke was a middle-aged man. This middle-aged man was very domineering. The people of the Zhao clan relied on the human sovereign divine weapon, the heavenly mirror. Their attitude was tyrannical, and their tone was unquestionable. One should know that one of the two human sovereign divine weapons in the sky was the heavenly mirror of the Zhao clan. If the people of the Zhao clan could completely control the heavenly mirror, the consequences would be very serious. As long as a beam of mirror light fell from the sky, even an ancient quasi-saint would be destroyed. That was the power of a human sovereign. Even a true saint would have to suffer a grievance if they came. Humph! The old man who looked like a ferocious tiger lowered his body slightly. Then he stomped on the ground and directly shot up from the roof. Like a peerless tiger king, he pounced towards the middle-aged cultivator of the Zhao clan. The cultivator of the Zhao clan was shocked. He had already seen through his opponent's background. This was an old white tiger, a cultivator of the White Tiger clan. The White Tiger clan was one of the 4 ancient clans of the barbarian wasteland. The blood of the White Tiger clan flowed in their bodies. This was a kind of inheritance that was no weaker than that of a Renhuang. The middle-aged cultivator dodged. Boom! The old man who looked like a ferocious tiger landed on the roof where the middle-aged cultivator was. The entire house shook violently. The tiger's power was terrifying. Fight! Seeing this scene, Gu Fei was secretly happy. If these people were to fight, no one would stop him. He jumped off the roof and disappeared into the street. There were no ancient corpse soldiers on this street. those ancient corpse soldiers were attracted by the old cultivator of the Li clan and some other powerful fluctuations. In other areas of the ancient city, many true holy weapons were completely awakened. This kind of power was enough to attract the ancient corpse soldiers in the ancient city to suppress them. On the contrary, there were not many ancient corpse soldiers patrolling the areas without any fluctuations. This kind of situation was very advantageous to Gu Fei. While the cultivator of the White Tiger clan was fighting with the middle-aged cultivator of the Zhao clan, Gu Fei had already approached the house that occasionally emitted divine light and treasure aura. This is when Gu Fei arrived at the door of the house. He was shocked. It was a pair of bronze doors with ancient runes engraved on them. Not only the bronze door, but even the walls of the entire house had Tao patterns faintly appearing. The Tao patterns on the house were intertwining, forming a powerful force of the Great Path, suppressing the divine light and treasure aura inside. However, even with the suppression of the ancient runes, there were still divine lights rushing out from the house from time to time. Even the runes couldn't completely suppress the divine lights inside the house. Gu Fei realized that this house wasn't big, but it seemed to be suppressing something inside. Divine light and treasure aura are faintly discernible. Could it be that there really is a sovereign god trove inside? However, Gu Fei knew that there were other places in the ancient city with similar divine lights and treasure aura. In other words, there might be more than one divine trove inside the ancient city. This type of runes, Gu Fei wanted to open the two bronze doors, but he realized that the runes were actually ancient runes evolved from the perfect great Tao. In other words, the one suppressing this house was a sovereign. What exactly is inside? Gu Fei was very curious. Something that was worthy of the sovereign of the ancient realm personally suppressing was definitely extraordinary. One should know that the sovereign of the ancient realm was invincible in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. In the 3 realms and 6 paths, there weren't many things that were worthy of the sovereign of the ancient realm's respect. Bang! Gu Fei used all his strength and directly punched the 2 bronze doors. However, the 2 bronze doors didn't budge an inch under his attack. This was a punch that Gu Fei used all his strength. Even a sage-to-be wouldn't dare to take such a punch head-on. It could even destroy a mountain. Do I have to use the cauldron of mountain and river? Gu Fei was a little hesitant. He looked up at the 2 human emperor divine weapons in the sky that were emitting the aura of the human emperor. He knew very well that if he took out the cauldron of mountain and river, the supreme divine weapon would be stimulated by the aura of the human emperor divine weapon and would definitely be completely awakened. Once the cauldron of mountain and river was completely awakened, even Gu Fei wasn't confident that he could control it. Since he couldn't use the supreme divine weapon, how could he open these 2 doors? Gu Fei fell into deep thought. He tried to communicate with the cauldron of mountain and river with his mind, and then tried to draw out a wisp of primordial chaos chi. After a few attempts, the primordial chaos chi on the cauldron of mountain and river was successfully activated by him. Primordial chaos chi was the ancestral chi between heaven and earth. It could dissolve any kind of Tao power between heaven and earth. Back then, Gu Fei used primordial chaos chi to break through the Buddhist Tao pattern that sealed the hell path and entered the hell path. Since the Buddhist Tao pattern of the ancient Buddha master could be broken, then the Tao patterns of other supreme martial artists should also be able to be removed. At this time, the wisp of primordial chaos chi that was drawn out from the cauldron of mountain and river had already moved to Gu Fei's right hand. His entire right hand turned the color of primordial chaos. An extremely ancient aura spread from his right hand. Without hesitation, he reached out his right hand and pressed it on the 2 bronze doors. Chapter 1704. The chaotic primordial energy circled around Gu Fei's right hand. He pressed his right hand on the two bronze doors. The moment his hand touched the doors, the entire room lit up. Countless Tao patterns were directly activated, emitting a supreme aura that shook the heavens. At this moment, all the ancient corpse soldiers in the entire ancient city fell down like pieces of wood. The power of a supreme being erupted. The evil power in the city was suppressed, and the ancient soldiers in the city lost control. Bang! At this moment, the indestructible martial body corpse general that was fighting against the old Taoist was sent flying by the old Taoist. It fell into a pavilion and never came out again. The power of a supreme being. The old man wasn't affected by the power of a supreme being, but his expression became extremely serious. The appearance of the power of a supreme being wasn't a good thing. He came from the Li clan of the ancients and had secret treasures with him. So he wasn't afraid of the power of a supreme being. However, the others weren't so lucky. The moment the power of a supreme being erupted, everyone felt their spiritual souls trembling. This kind of fear came from the depths of their souls. Everyone couldn't help but kneel down. Their bodies trembled in extreme fear. Even if someone had a holy weapon, it was useless. In front of the power of a supreme being, even saints would have to bow their heads. There was no suspense because a supreme being was invincible. Buzz. The mirror of heavenly law and the seal of the emperor that were fixed in the sky above the city vibrated at the same time. The appearance of the power of a supreme being caused these two imperial weapons to have a strong reaction. Whoosh! On the surface of the mirror of heavenly law, countless runes of the great path intertwined. A destructive beam of light shot out from the mirror and swept towards the house below. The power of the Ren Huang erupted, causing the entire world to tremble. Seeing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but change his expression. The Ren Huang divine weapons were displaying their power, and the divine will inside them was actively attacking. This was the same as an ancient Ren Huang taking action. Even though he had the protection of a supreme divine weapon, it didn't mean that he could resist this kind of power. Boom! The mirror light emitted by the heavenly law mirror swept down from the sky, and the entire house suddenly shook. The supreme Tao patterns that were branded on the house flickered with bright Tao light, and a powerful supreme power spread out. The supreme patterns of the great path intertwined and blocked the mirror light of the heavenly law, a divine artifact of Ren Huang. The two supreme powers collided and canceled each other out. The entire ancient city shook violently. After all, this ancient city was a sovereign divine city. Although the tremors were intense, there were no signs of damage. Not even a brick or tile fell from the buildings and pavilions in the city. The entire ancient city was extremely stable. However, Gu Fei was the one who suffered the most. When the supreme level energy burst forth, he received a huge impact, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. He was horrified. He found that he couldn't pull his right hand back from the bronze door. His right hand was stuck to the bronze door by a powerful force. The primordial chaos chi was refining the supreme power on the bronze door. The supreme power was gradually being refined in front of the primordial chaos chi, but the process was very slow. The two energies were intertwined, causing Gu Fei to fall into a predicament. How could this be? Gu Fei's martial arts' true power was surging all over his body. He wanted to break free from the suction force on his hand, but he found that it was useless. His own strength was negligible in front of the supreme power. Do I really have to go that far? The thoughts in Gu Fei's mind spun rapidly, causing the entire house to tremble. Transparent ripples spread out. The power of a supreme being nearly caused his martial body to collapse. If he hesitated any longer, his body and soul would be destroyed. Roar! Gu Fei roared. Immediately, A powerful aura erupted from his body. At this moment, the sky trembled, and the two Ren Huang divine weapons above the ancient city shook. Buzz. A rumbling sound came from Gu Fei's body. A huge cauldron rushed out from his dantian and floated above his head. Streams of primordial chaos chi descended from the cauldron like huge dragons, protecting Gu Fei within it and repelling the Supreme Being's power. The mountain and river cauldron. In the distance, the old Taoist was incomparably shocked. The mountain and river cauldron had appeared. The supreme power was awakening, and the entire heaven and earth was suppressed. The ancient city that was shaking gradually calmed down. The two human emperor divine weapons above the ancient city were shaking. The deities in the weapons seemed to be very uneasy. The human emperor's power continued to descend from the sky, contending against the power of the mountain and river cauldron. Rumble, the entire house was shaking. The supreme Tao patterns were flashing, and the divine light and treasures in the house were surging. The treasures in the house seemed like they were about to rush out. However, with the suppression of the supreme Tao patterns, it was impossible for the treasures in the house to rush out, unless someone broke through the supreme power. Open for me. At this time, Gu Fei could use his full strength. Streams of primordial chaos chi surged from his right hand, intertwining with the supreme power on the bronze door. As he exerted his full strength, the supreme Tao patterns on the bronze door quickly dimmed. The supreme power triggered by the supreme Tao patterns was constantly being disintegrated by the primordial chaos chi. What is he doing? The old Taoist had already arrived near the house. However, at this time, the supreme powers were fighting against each other. Even if the old Taoist had secret treasures on him, it was still difficult for him to get close to the house. In the ancient city, except for a few people who could walk around, everyone else was unable to move. The deity in the mountain and river cauldron was awakening. The aura of the human emperor divine weapon awakened the sleeping deity of the mountain and river cauldron. The supreme power was gradually increasing. This was a supreme divine cauldron that had appeared since the mythological era. It had the power to suppress the heaven and earth. It was one of the publicly recognized supreme divine weapons in the 6 Taos of the 3 realms. The primordial chaos chi in the mountain and river cauldron was drawn by Gu Fei. The supreme Tao patterns on the bronze door were constantly being erased. Soon, Gu Fei's right hand passed through the layer of supreme power on the surface of the door and pressed on the bronze door. A cold feeling came from his right hand. Gu Fei couldn't help but frown. At this time, he had a bad feeling. There really was a supreme divine treasure sealed in this house. Where did this little guy come from? He actually has the mountain and river cauldron. The old Taoist was shocked to the extreme. He could feel the extremely vigorous blood energy fluctuations on Gu Fei's body. This was a young expert. The primordial chaos chi could dissolve all the powers in the world. Seeing someone about to break the supreme seal on the house, the old Taoist couldn't help being shocked and angry. Chapter 17:05. 1. The mountain and river cauldron shook. Primordial chaos chi and the ancestor chi of heaven and earth engulfed Gu Fei completely. No one could see what was going on inside, not even the experts with the divine eye or the heavenly eye. Rumble, the ancient city shook. At this moment, the powers of the Supremes were fighting against each other. The ancient city was shaken. Terrifying cracks spread in all directions with the house as the center. In the end, this ancient city was still damaged. The supreme-level divine city seemed to be unable to withstand the collision of the 2 human emperor divine weapons and the mountain and river cauldron. Even the old Taoist from the Li family of the desolate antiquity had to retreat. The legendary mountain and river cauldron was awakening. It was as if a supreme being had appeared in the world. The divine might that the mountain and river cauldron exuded could crush everything. Who would be able to contend against such a mighty aura? What's going on? Everyone was stunned. The appearance of a supreme being's divine might in the ancient city was not a good thing. Who could raise their heads under the might of a supreme being? This was the might of a supreme existence that stood at the peak of all living beings. The divine might of the mountain and river cauldron suppressed the heavens. Although it did not threaten everyone, all the experts that attacked the ancient city, except for a limited number of people, did not even have the strength to move a finger. This ancient cauldron was said to have supreme divine might that could suppress the 9 heavens and 10 earths. This was not a lie. Near the house that was covered by the supreme being Tao runes, a figure stood on top of a pavilion and looked towards the mountain and river cauldron. This was a person standing completely in the darkness. His entire body was surrounded by yin qi, giving off an eerie feeling. That kid, Juin ancient sage to be, stared at the ancient cauldron floating in the void. His expression kept changing. He and Gu Fei were both earths, but the opponent actually had a supreme being divine weapon. This was not good for the entire Dongfang clan. The Dongfang clan was destined to face a calamity after provoking such a person. In another direction, old man Zhou Huang stood in the void. There was an aura around his body that made him fearless of the supreme might and allowed him to walk freely in the ancient city of China. The supreme god treasury is about to be taken away. Old man Zhou Huang's eyes flashed with a brilliant light from time to time. The primordial chaos chi in front of him was vast and mighty. The power condensed by the supreme Tao patterns on the house was constantly being obliterated. It was only a matter of time before that person broke through the supreme seal of this house. At this moment, an old man stood below the heavenly Tao mirror. This old man was a half-step saint from the primordial Zhao clan. He was also enveloped by a mysterious aura that could isolate the aura of a supreme being from the outside world. In the entire ancient ominous city, only the 4 experts could walk freely in the city. The others were all suppressed by the power of the mountain and river cauldron. They couldn't even move a finger. The 4 experts were all nervously staring ahead. Buzz. In the sky above the ancient city, the 2 human emperor divine weapons were vibrating. The deities in the heavenly Tao mirror and the human emperor's seal felt threatened by the mountain and river cauldron, so they automatically attacked the mountain and river cauldron. Shwa! Tens of thousands of divine lights of the great path flashed. The heavenly Tao mirror condensed the power of the great path of the supreme Runhuang. It emitted a destructive mirror light that was enough to destroy the world and swept towards the mountain and river cauldron. The mirror light contained the power of the great path of the Runhuang. Wherever it passed, the sky and the void were directly annihilated. It was so terrifying that even a peak saint would be destroyed in body and soul if he was illuminated by it. However, this power of the great path could not obliterate the primordial chaos chi. The primordial chaos chi rose and blocked the light of the heavenly Tao mirror that swept down from the sky. Roar! An earth-shattering roar came from the primordial chaos chi. A huge dragon rushed out of the primordial chaos chi and directly shattered the light of the heavenly Tao mirror. It rushed towards the heavenly Tao mirror in the sky. The 4 experts were extremely shocked when they saw this scene. This huge dragon was the legendary supreme divine beast, the Azure Dragon. Although it was not a real supreme divine beast and was only a dragon soul, it was enough to shock the world. It should be known that the combat power of an ancient supreme divine beast was enough to challenge an extreme supreme being. Boom! The Azure Dragon soared into the sky. The world shook, and the heavenly Tao mirror fixed in the sky shook violently. It was almost knocked away by the azure dragon. The human emperor's divine weapon roared, and the divine power of the human emperor burst out, suppressing the soaring azure dragon. The heavenly Tao mirror and the human emperor's seal shook at the same time. The mighty divine power of the human emperor shook the entire ancient city and the entire virtual sky world, causing the billions of creatures in the virtual sky world to tremble. The two human emperors' divine weapons exerted their power together and finally resisted the counterattack of the mountain and river cauldron. While the two human emperors' divine weapons were confronting the mountain and river cauldron, Gu Fei had already stimulated the primordial chaos qi and dissolved the supreme Taoist pattern on the bronze doors. The cold aura coming from behind the bronze doors made Gu Fei frown. Without the suppression of the supreme Taoist pattern, the two bronze doors could finally be opened. Even Gu Fei himself felt a little nervous. Rays of divine light and the aura of treasures came out from the bronze doors. Gu Fei could feel a kind of spiritual fluctuation in the divine light and the aura of treasures. Open. Gu Fei pressed his right hand on the bronze doors, trying to push them open. However, the two bronze doors only shook a little under his push. They couldn't be pushed open at all. The two bronze doors were too heavy. They were like two ancient divine mountains. Even Gu Fei couldn't help but be surprised. The force of his push could even push down a real mountain. Roar. A deep roar came from Gu Fei's throat. He pressed both hands on the bronze doors and pushed them forward with all the martial art true power in his body. Rumble. A muffled sound rang out. The two bronze doors were finally pushed open by Gu Fei, revealing a gap. A gust of cold wind blew out from the gap. Gu Fei only felt goosebumps all over his body. This cold wind even made him feel bone-chilling. If it was anyone else who was blown by this cold wind, they would have instantly turned into an ice sculpture. Why is it so cold? The uneasiness in Gu Fei's heart grew stronger. Through the gap of the bronze doors, he could see divine light flickering inside. The aura of treasures rose. There seemed to be many divine treasures inside. However, a cold aura was vast and mighty in the room. It was inharmonious with the divine light and aura of treasures inside. This made Gu Fei's heart feel alarmed. The bronze doors gradually opened. The bright divine light made Gu Fei almost unable to open his eyes. The aura of treasures was like mercury spilling out from the slowly opening doors. Even the primordial chaos qi could not completely block the divine light and aura of treasures. From time to time, the divine light would pierce through the primordial chaos qi and shoot out from the mountain and river cauldron. Supreme divine treasure. That guy opened the supreme divine treasure. On the roof far away, the four experts were incomparably shocked. That kid actually opened the supreme divine treasure. It should be known that the supreme divine treasure was personally sealed by an extreme grade sovereign. Even if these people had human emperor divine weapons in their hands, they knew that it would be impossible for them to break the supreme seal that was personally laid down by an extreme Tao sovereign and open the sovereign divine treasure. This is outrageous. The ancient nine-shade half-saint could only watch helplessly. At this moment, there was nothing he could do. The mountain and river cauldron was sealed there. Even human sovereign divine weapons could not blast it open. Let's use the two human sovereign divine weapons to blast the mountain and river cauldron open, the Li family elder of the primordial antiquity shouted. The four experts all had some kind of secret treasure that could isolate the supreme divine aura outside of their bodies. This way, they would not be affected by the supreme divine aura and maintain their best state. All right. The ancient nine-shade half-saint was the first to nod. He did not want Gu Fei to obtain the supreme divine treasure. If Gu Fei monopolized the supreme divine treasure, the Dongfang family would have to face an even more terrifying Gu Fei. The elder of the Zhao family of the primordial antiquity also agreed. Zhou Huang of the Zhou family of the primordial antiquity also felt that this was the best way to obtain the supreme divine treasure. The four experts reached a consensus, and all rushed into the sky towards the human sovereign divine weapons in the sky. The Li family elder of the primordial antiquity and the Zhao family elder of the primordial antiquity worked together and used all their strength to activate the heavenly mirror. The god in the heavenly mirror had long been fully awakened. Swoosh! Under the joint efforts of the Zhao family and the old Taoist, the heavenly mirror launched an ultimate attack. The peerless and powerful human sovereign divine aura exploded. Under this ultimate attack, the primordial chaos chi below was broken by the mirror light, and the mirror light shone directly on the mountain and river cauldron. Buzz! The mountain and river cauldron shook, and a circle of ripples spread from the cauldron. The ultimate heavenly mirror's mirror light was shattered by this circle of ripples. The old Taoist and the elder of the Zhao family of the primordial antiquity vomited blood and flew back. On the other side, the ancient nine-shade half-saint and Zhou Huang temporarily put aside their grudges. The two of them worked together to control the human sovereign seal and suppress the mountain and river cauldron below. There was no suspense. The human sovereign divine weapons were only weapons refined by the invincible human sovereign of the mortal world. Although they were infinitely close to a supreme divine weapon, they were still not a supreme divine weapon. The mountain and river cauldron, on the other hand, was a supreme divine weapon that had appeared since the mythological era. The two human sovereign divine weapons could not do anything to the mountain and river cauldron, let alone blast it away. However, the attack from the human sovereign divine weapons had affected Gu Fei more or less. These bastards, Gu Fei cursed and continued to push the bronze door. At this time, the bronze door was already wide enough for one person to enter and exit. Then, he did not hesitate and directly walked in. When Gu Fei entered the room, he was immediately shocked by what he saw. In the middle of the room, there was a coffin, a crystal coffin. The real reason why Gu Fei was stunned was that there was a woman lying in the crystal coffin. Chapter 1706. Gu Fei used all his skills and even used the mountain and river cauldron to open the house that was sealed by the supreme Tao rune that the supreme being had personally laid down. The house didn't look big from the outside, but the space inside was very spacious. It wasn't filled with divine treasures like Gu Fei had imagined. The divine light and the aura of treasures all came from one place. It was a coffin, a crystal coffin, and inside the crystal coffin lay a beautiful woman. In fact, Gu Fei couldn't really see the woman's appearance clearly. He had an intuition that the woman in the crystal coffin should be the most beautiful goddess in the world. The so-called supreme divine treasure is only a crystal coffin. Gu Fei couldn't help but be stunned for a while when he saw this result. He never thought that there would be a coffin in the house that was personally sealed by the Supreme Being. This house was simply a tomb. The hazy corpse in the crystal coffin made Gu Fei's scalp tingle. The cold aura was spreading from the crystal coffin. How could this be? Gu Fei was inexplicably shocked. The Supreme Being had personally sealed this crystal coffin in this house. What was she guarding against? Could it be that there was something strange about the woman in the crystal coffin? Thinking of this, Gu Fei had to be careful. He didn't dare to easily approach the crystal coffin in the middle of the house. He looked around and saw that the floor of the house was covered with mysterious and ancient Tao runes. Even the walls and ceiling were the same. In other words, every place in this house was branded with the Tao runes of the Supreme Being. The divine light and the aura of treasures lingered above the crystal coffin. From time to time, divine light would rush out from the crystal coffin. Even the supreme Tao runes in the house couldn't stop it. At the same time, the aura of treasures rose from the crystal coffin. It seemed that the supreme great Tao was evolving in the crystal coffin, and the sound of the great Tao seemed to be lingering in the house. What? Gu Fei was truly stunned this time. The divine voice of the supreme great Tao. Could it be that the one buried in the crystal coffin was actually a supreme being, and a female supreme being at that? Since ancient times, there had been many supremes in the world of cultivation. The mountain and river cauldron that Gu Fei had obtained had existed since the distant mythological era. In other words, in the extremely distant age of legends, there was already someone who became an invincible sovereign in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and he even created a sovereign artifact. However, as far as Gu Fei knew, among the supremes since ancient times, only the moon deities were female supremes. Although the moon deities had disappeared for countless years, its immortal moon palace appeared in the east of the heaven realm. When Gu Fei was in the heavenly realm, he had once entered the palace of the moon deities. In the palace of the moon deities in the heaven realm, a terrifying existence appeared. After the fall of the supremes, the immortal resentment turned into a fierce evil. This fierce evil turned the palace of the moon deities into a land of death. Even the thousands of miles around the palace of the moon deities had become a land of death. Could it be that the corpse of the supremes in the crystal coffin has undergone a transformation? Thinking of this, Gu Fei could not help but be shocked. If this was the case, it would be terrible. Gu Fei knew how terrifying the immortal resentment of the supremes was. The appearance of the palace of the moon deities in the past had caused countless cultivators to fall inside. Weren't the moon deities buried in the palace of the moon deities? They shouldn't have appeared here. Could it be that the woman in the crystal coffin was another female supreme being besides the moon deities? The crystal coffin that could be personally sealed by the supremes definitely had a great origin. The supremes stood at the peak of the 3 realms and 6 paths. They were invincible in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Such an existence. Even if they had fallen, their flesh would still be immortal. The corpse of the supremes was not something that anyone could get close to. Even the existence of the great saint realm could not withstand the aura of the supremes emanating from the corpse. The appearance of the corpse of the supremes could definitely cause a turmoil in the dark. For an unparalleled existence of a supreme being to lay down a supreme being's Tao mark to suppress this place, the woman within the crystal coffin could very well be a female supreme being. Boom. At this moment, there was a loud noise outside. The divine power of Ren Huang came in from outside the door, and the supreme Tao pattern in the entire house lit up. The supreme Tao pattern intertwined, and the power of the supremes condensed. These powers were like divine chains of the great path of the supremes, entangling the crystal coffin in the house. Those guys, Gu Fei's expression changed. The power of the Ren Huang divine weapon was incredible. One should know that it was a divine weapon refined by an invincible existence infinitely close to the supremes. Even if the mountain and river cauldron sealed the surrounding area, it was difficult to completely isolate the divine power of Ren Huang. Again, outside the house, in the sky, the 4 experts controlled the heavenly mirror and the seal of the Ren Huang, and launched an attack on the mountain and river cauldron outside the door. Under the attack of the 2 human Ren Huang divine weapons, the mountain and river cauldron was shaking. Buzz. The mountain and river cauldron shook, and the chaotic primordial qi was mighty. Figures of giant ancient beasts were faintly discernible in the chaotic primordial qi, and terrifying fluctuations spread in all directions. That was the roar of countless ancient beast souls. Above this ancient cauldron, there were countless beast souls of giant ancient beasts. Although these giant beasts did not have a powerful physical body and only had beast souls left, they were still extremely powerful, especially the beast souls of the four great ancient beasts. They were even more powerful and terrifying. Rumble, the old Taoist, and the other three experts attacked with all their strength. They were desperately driving the human Renhuang divine weapons like crazy. These people did not even care about the vitality. They wanted to make the Renhuang divine weapons display the strongest divine power. Above the heavenly mirror and the seal of the Renhuang, there was a figure appearing. It was a phantom formed by the gods while contained in the human Renhuang divine weapons, and a terrifying Renhuang aura spread out from the two phantom figures. That was a wisp of Renhuang's will. Boom. The two phantom figures reached out their hands and pressed down on the mountain and river cauldron. The void collapsed, and everything was destroyed, leaving nothing behind. Although they were phantom figures, they were like real, invincible, ancient human Renhuang attacking. The two invincible forces broke through the layers of primordial chaos energy and slammed into the mountain and river cauldron, causing it to shake violently as though it was about to be blown away. Roar! A terrifying roar sounded, and four beast shadows rushed out from the mountain and river cauldron. For ferocious auras were extremely powerful, they ignored the divine power of Renhuang and directly rushed into the sky, towards the two human Renhuang divine weapons in the sky. Supreme divine beasts, seeing the four beast shadows, the old Taoist, and the others couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Those were four terrifying beast shadows that emitted supreme auras. They were the four ancient supreme divine beasts: the azure dragon, the white tiger, the vermilion bird, and the black tortoise. Although the four ancient supreme divine beasts didn't have supreme physical bodies, they could still use some of their divine powers and techniques. Endless chaotic primordial chi crazily gathered towards the four beast shadows. The bodies of the four supreme divine beasts were condensed from chaotic primordial chi, as if they had turned into four ancient beasts of chaos. They directly shattered the mighty power of the human Renhuang divine weapons, and the two human Renhuang divine weapons were blown away. Wow! The old Taoist and the other three cultivators all vomited blood. The four cultivators suffered a great impact, and their expressions immediately became weary. This time, their vitality was injured. Even the powerful human Renhuang divine weapons couldn't withstand the power of the four supreme divine beasts. To a certain extent, the mountain and river cauldron could be said to be the emperor among the supreme divine weapons. It was definitely one of the most powerful supreme divine weapons in the world. Even the two human Renhuang divine weapons weren't strong enough in front of the mountain and river cauldron. Just as the mountain and river cauldron repelled the two human Renhuang divine weapons, Gu Fei saw the most unbelievable thing in his life in that room. The crystal coffin seemed to be stimulated by the supreme divine power and actually shook. Gu Fei seemed to see the woman in the crystal coffin open her eyes. Chapter 1707. The divine might of a supreme being was mighty. In the room sealed by the Supreme Being, the crystal coffin seemed to sense the threat and actually began to shake. The divine chains of the great path condensed by the Supreme Being's power were vibrating, and countless Tao patterns were circling. The Supreme Being's power erupted, and the chains of the great path sealed the crystal coffin. The supreme Tao patterns in the entire room emitted a dazzling divine light of the great path. A supreme being's great path was evolving in the room, and the divine sound of the great path lingered. It was as if a supreme being was preaching the great path, chanting the supreme great path. When this great path entered his ears, Gu Fei felt enlightened. This Gu Fei sensed the hazy Tao, and his spirit almost fell into a deep level of comprehension. However, It was not good to enter that state at this time. However, at this time, the primordial spirit of the immortal path sitting in Gu Fei's mud pill palace flew out. Ancient talismans of the immortal path condensed around the primordial spirit, and then were imprinted on it. What? Gu Fei was extremely shocked. He felt that his primordial spirit seemed to have some kind of resonance with the divine sound of the great path in the room. The ancient talismans imprinted on his primordial spirit made him clearly feel that his primordial spirit was growing stronger. Could it be that the Supreme Being's seal here was set by the legendary Supreme Tao ancestor? Gu Fei knew that his primordial spirit cultivated the cultivation method of the immortal path, which was different from his own martial cultivation method. Therefore, he did not deliberately cultivate the great technique of the immortal path. However, although he did not deliberately cultivate his primordial spirit continued to grow as his cultivation continued to improve. At this time, his primordial spirit of the immortal path actually resonated with the supreme great path here, which surprised Gu Fei greatly. It seemed that no one could have such a great harvest in this trip to the virtual sky world. Not only did he obtain the complete, peerless ominous saber, but he also obtained one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path. Not everyone could have this kind of fortune. And now his primordial spirit was also being nourished. This was an ancient immortal talisman formed by the Paragon Immortal Tao. It was branded on his primordial spirit, making his tiny primordial spirit look like an immortal descending from the 9 heavens. Immortal light illuminated the entire room. The supreme power of the immortal Tao erupted. In the end, the trembling crystal coffin was still restrained by the exalted great Tao divine chains that coiled around it, and it was completely suppressed. Throughout the ages, only the supreme Tao ancestor, who founded the immortal Tao, had become a supreme. Even though countless others had embarked on the path of cultivation, none of them had become a supreme. The path of the Paragon could be walked again, but the Paragon could not be replicated. There was only one Paragon in the immortal Tao, and that was the legendary paramount Tao ancestor. Therefore, if the supreme Tao pattern on this house was truly an immortal Tao pattern, then the person who laid down this supreme seal was undoubtedly the supreme Tao ancestor. Who was the woman in the crystal coffin? She actually needed the Wushang Tao ancestor to seal her. The great Tao divine chains that coiled around the crystal coffin could only be broken by the arrival of a supreme or the complete awakening of a supreme immortal artifact. Of course, Gu Fei did not dare to break the seal laid down by the paramount Tao ancestor. Who knew what was sealed in the crystal coffin? If the corpse of a supreme was sealed in the crystal coffin, then he would be in big trouble. Since there was no supreme divine treasure, Gu Fei wanted to leave. However, when he saw the immortal Tao primordial spirit floating in front of him immersed in a strange state, he hesitated. He could feel the mysterious feeling of listening to the Paragon Immortal Tao, because the primordial spirit's response would be transmitted to his spirit. The immortal Tao primordial spirit resonated with the Paragon Immortal Tao. To a certain extent, this was also a supreme divine treasure, and Gu Fei's primordial spirit would receive unimaginable benefits. Thinking of this, Gu Fei simply sat cross-legged on the ground and activated the primordial chaos chi to protect himself, waiting for his immortal Tao primordial spirit martial path to end. At this time, there was also primordial chaos chi outside the house. A huge cauldron floated in the primordial chaos chi, emitting a supreme divine might that shocked the heavens. In the sky above the ancient city, there were 2 great human sovereign divine weapons, the heavenly Tao mirror and the human sovereign seal. After the 2 human sovereign divine weapons were repelled by the mountain and river cauldron, they did not attack again. The gods in the human sovereign divine weapons could sense the power of the mountain and river cauldron. The human sovereign divine weapons were the same as the supreme divine weapons in that they nurtured gods inside. The fully awakened human sovereign divine weapons could attack and kill their opponents on their own. At this time, the old Taoist Elder Zhou Huang and the other experts had already retreated. They had already been injured by the mountain and river cauldron's counterattack. Injury to one's vitality was no small matter. Even an existence like the old Taoist did not dare to underestimate it. He had to temporarily retreat and stabilize his injuries before he could attack again. The human sovereign divine weapons and the mountain and river cauldron faced each other. The entire ancient city was silent, and the air seemed to have frozen. Only the house that Gu Fei had entered occasionally emitted divine light. Within the house, the supreme great Tao was evolving. There seemed to be divine sounds of the great Tao lingering in the air. Such sounds were extremely precious to the old Taoist. He came from the Li family of the ancients and was the successor of the legendary supreme great Tao ancestor. Members of the Li family of the ancients all had the blood of the supreme great Tao ancestor flowing in their veins. The old Taoist sat in the air 100 miles away from the ancient city. He could hear the sounds coming from the city. Divine light of the immortal Tao surrounded his body, and the little person sitting in the middle of his brow resonated with the great Tao. That was the immortal Tao Yuan soul that the old Taoist had cultivated. At this moment, the little person sitting in the middle of the old Taoist brow also had ancient talismans of the immortal Tao. They then imprinted themselves on the primordial spirit. However, the talismans of the immortal Tao around the old Taoist's primordial spirit were dim. The amount of immortal Tao energy gathered on the talismans was not much. This was also a type of inheritance. Every ancient talisman contained the mysteries of the immortal Tao. As long as one could understand it, one could become a supreme immortal Tao. However, this was the Tao created by the supreme great Tao ancestor. It seemed impossible to completely understand the Tao created by others. The Tao created by each person belonged to the individual and could only be completely suitable for the individual. Everyone's encounters were different. This meant that the path that each person walked would not be the same. Only the Tao that one created would be the most suitable for oneself. The old Taoist was already a demi-sage. If he took another step forward, he would become a sage. However, taking this step forward was very difficult. At this time, the old Taoist cultivation bottleneck showed signs of loosening. This was the influence of the supreme great Tao left behind by the supreme great Tao ancestor. One should know that the supreme immortal Tao created by the supreme great Tao ancestor might not allow one to become a supreme immortal Tao, but becoming a sage was still possible. Chapter 17:08. With the advent of the great era in the human world, the great path of heaven and earth became touchable and was no longer as elusive as before. Such a change in the world gave all cultivators the opportunity to comprehend the great path. Although the period of 100 years in the human world was very short, the cultivation world in the human world was full of flowers and countless strong cultivators emerged. Some heaven-defying figures even grew triumphantly in this short period of 100 years and became powerful existences that could compete with half-step saints. This kind of situation was absolutely unimaginable before the arrival of the Great Era. It should be noted that for cultivators, 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. Some old antiques even spent hundreds or even thousands of years in closed-door meditation. One day in the mountain was equivalent to 1,000 years in the world. Of course, some heaven-defying figures in the cultivation world had different opportunities and obtained divine treasures or cultivation techniques that could make them heaven-defying. However, this kind of great opportunity was not something everyone could encounter. And now, Gu Fei encountered great opportunities one after another in the virtual sky world. In the house that was sealed by the Supreme Tao Ancestor, there was a mark of the great path left by the Supreme Tao Ancestor. So Gu Fei's primordial spirit of the immortal path obtained great benefits. The ancient talisman was imprinted on his primordial spirit. It was a kind of inheritance of the Supreme Tao Ancestor, and each ancient talisman contained Tao intent. As long as he could comprehend this kind of ancient immortal talisman, he could become the second Supreme Tao Ancestor. However, Gu Fei knew very well that he wouldn't become the second Supreme Tao Ancestor because there was only one Supreme Tao Ancestor in the immortal path. Since ancient times, those who could become Supreme Tao Ancestor had created their own flawless great path. The ancient city was shaking. The mountain and river cauldron suppressed the ancient city and confronted the two supreme Emperor divine weapons in the sky. This kind of confrontation made the billions of creatures in the virtual sky world tremble. The evil power in the ancient city had been completely restrained, and the terrifying existence in the depths of the ancient city didn't dare to come out. The power of a supreme being could suppress everything. Except for a few experts with secret treasures, no one could resist the power of a supreme being. Even the most powerful existence in the virtual sky world had to bow its head at this moment. There was no suspense at all. Supremes were invincible and couldn't be contended against. Supreme beings were too powerful. The unmatched divine artifacts they refined were also the world's most powerful divine artifacts, containing supreme being imprints, able to release supreme being level power. If a supreme artifact was in the hands of a supreme being, it could display a terrifying divine might that could destroy heaven and earth. Streams of primordial chaos energy lingered in the air, enveloping the entire house. But even so, there were still divine lights that rushed out from the house from time to time. Even the power of the mountain and river cauldron couldn't completely isolate the divine light rushing out of the house. Inside the room, countless supreme being Tao patterns interweaved. It was as if an ocean of the great Tao was formed inside. Gu Feipan was there, not moving at all. A small figure floated above his head, releasing endless immortal Tao divine light. Countless ancient Tao talismans swirled around the small figure. In the void, there seemed to be the voice of the Supreme Tao Ancestor preaching the Tao, chanting the supreme mysteries of the immortal Tao. Gu Fei's primordial spirit was still growing. Countless ancient Tao runes faintly appeared on his primordial spirit. It was the complete evolution of the immortal Tao. How much he could comprehend would depend on how much Gu Fei understood about the immortal Tao. This was enlightenment. No one could help Gu Fei. Only when he comprehended himself would he obtain it. If he didn't, he wouldn't obtain anything. In the sky outside the ancient city, there was another person comprehending the Tao. It was the old Taoist from the Li clan of the Desolate era. The divine voice of the great Tao lingered in the void and was captured by the old Taoist. The old Taoist encountered such a great opportunity. The old Taoist was extremely powerful. He was an ancient quasi-saint, only half a step away from becoming an immortal saint. However, he had been stuck at this half step for countless years. At this time, the shackles of his cultivation seemed to have loosened. If he could successfully break through, an immortal saint would appear in the mortal realm. Once he became a saint, he would jump out of the three realms. He would no longer be within the five elements and could ignore the laws of heaven and earth. However, although the old Taoist captured the divine voice of the great Tao, it didn't allow him to break through the shackles of cultivation and become a saint. 24 hours later, Gu Fei's primordial spirit awakened from a deep level of enlightenment. His primordial spirit was extremely stable, and ancient Tao runes faintly appeared on it. Gu Fei could feel that his primordial spirit contained a huge amount of primordial spirit power. With this kind of primordial spirit power, if he used the primordial spirit sword, it would probably be able to block even a holy weapon. Whoosh! The primordial spirit sitting cross-legged above Gu Fei's head turned into a beam of divine light and instantly entered his forehead, returning to his Niwen palace. The moment the primordial spirit returned, Gu Fei's Niwen palace also seemed to resound with the divine voice of the great Tao of the great Tao. The primordial spirit sat cross-legged in his Niwen palace, looking dignified. The divine light of the immortal Tao emitted from the primordial spirit illuminated the entire Niwen palace. On the other side of the Niwen palace, a world was evolving. It was not the inner world that Gu Fei had opened up. Unexpectedly, this time, Gu Fei's primordial spirit was baptized by the great Tao of 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 Gu Fei. His primordial spirit became extremely powerful, and he could completely sense the subtle places in the Niwen palace. Before this, Gu Fei's primordial spirit could not completely sense the existence of the inner world in his Niwen palace. Only Gu Fei's divine consciousness could enter that inner world. But now, Gu Fei's primordial spirit could actually sense the existence of the inner world in the Niwen palace. Phew! Gu Fei let out a long breath and stood up from the ground. At this time, the supreme Tao pattern that the supreme Tao of the great Tao laid down by the supreme Tao of the great Tao had completely suppressed the crystal coffin. The crystal coffin was no longer strange. It's time to leave. Gu Fei had obtained what he wanted. Naturally, he would not stay here. The voice of the great Tao in the house disappeared, as if it had never appeared in the first place. What's going on? Just as the voice of the great Tao disappeared, high up in the sky outside the ancient city, the old Taoist also woke up from the state of enlightenment. He was inexplicably shocked. The disappearance of the voice of the great Tao almost made him vomit blood. He was at a critical juncture. If he could continue for a little longer, he might be able to see through the great Tao of the sage. But sometimes there were just such coincidences. Although the old Taoist was shocked and angry, there was nothing he could do. Could it be that my cultivation will forever stop at the level of quasi-sage? The old Taoist was unwilling to accept this. He was so close, but it was this short moment that made him lose the opportunity to enter the great Tao of the sage. I must obtain the thing in that house. The old Taoist knew that the voice of the supreme Tao of the great 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 Tao came from the house that Gu Fei had broken into. As long as he could enter that place, he would be able to obtain what he wanted. However, at this time, there was a cauldron of mountains and rivers there. Unless a supreme being came in person, or the old Taoist had a supreme divine weapon, there was no way he could break through the cauldron of mountains and rivers. Virum! At this time, the cauldron of mountains and rivers that was above the house suddenly shook and let out a roar. Then, the chaotic primordial chi that enveloped the area began to retreat like the tide. Seeing this scene, the old Taoist's eyes suddenly lit up. A figure appeared in the chaotic primordial chi. He controlled the cauldron of mountains and rivers and rushed out of the ancient city. He wanted to break through the seal of the ancient city and directly break out. Whoosh! Just as Gu Fei rushed out with the cauldron of mountains and rivers, a dazzling divine light swept down from the sky and penetrated the cauldron of mountains and rivers. The Ren Huang divine weapon attacked on its own. The heavenly mirror evolved the supreme power of the great path, and turned into divine light. Wherever it passed, the sky and the void were directly annihilated, leaving nothing behind. This kind of power of Renhuang was infinitely close to the power of a supreme being. Its power was so great that ordinary people could not imagine it. Roar! Just as the divine light that rushed out from the heavenly mirror swept down, a roar suddenly came from the cauldron of mountains and rivers. The shadow of a beast rushed into the sky and met the light of the heavenly mirror. Boom! This was a huge collision, and the entire ancient city almost collapsed. This was the power of a supreme being against the power of a Renhuang. To a certain extent, this was a different kind of confrontation between a Renhuang and a supreme being. The heavenly mirror represented the Renhuang of the ancient Zhao family, and the cauldron of mountains and rivers had a mysterious origin. In that incomparably long mythological era, this supreme divine weapon had already appeared. No one knew which supreme being had refined it. The mythological era was really too far away from the present. When the heavenly mirror launched its attack, the seal of the Renhuang also moved. A large seal emitted endless divine light, and the mighty power of Renhuang directly smashed down from the sky. Under the attack of the two Renhuang divine weapons, the cauldron of mountains and rivers kept shaking. However, there were constantly shadows of beasts rushing out from the cauldron of mountains and rivers. Supreme divine power burst out, blocking the power of the two Renhuang divine weapons. Even so, the mighty aftershock almost caused the entire ancient city to crumble. This is outrageous. Gu Fei was angry. Even Buddha had fire. He did not provoke the two Renhuang divine weapons in the sky, but these two Renhuang divine weapons refused to let go of Gu Fei. Buzz! Gu Fei gritted his teeth and released another supreme divine weapon. A sword sound rang through the sky, and a purple-golden divine light rushed out from Gu Fei's dantian. In the purple-golden divine light, a divine sword was faintly discernible. That was the purple-golden divine sword. The moment it sensed the fluctuation of the Renhuang divine weapon, the god's will within the purple-golden divine sword was awakened, and a peerless and powerful sword qi appeared between heaven and earth. Swoosh! The purple-golden sword light rushed out from the ancient city, breaking the power of the Renhuang divine weapon and sending the heavenly mirror flying. It was too powerful. The purple-golden divine sword was a supreme divine weapon that dominated the attack, and the combat power it displayed was extremely fierce. Another supreme divine weapon. Seeing this scene, the cultivators outside the ancient city were shocked to the extreme. Chapter 1709. Buzz! The sound of the sword shook the heavens. The purple-gold divine sword revived on its own, displaying a terrifying divine might. With one slash, it sent the heavenly mirror flying. The heavenly mirror was the supreme divine weapon of the Zhao family of the clan of the ancients. It contained a god's will, and was almost equivalent to a supreme divine weapon of the Great Path. The sword aura rushed into the sky. After the purple-gold divine sword sent the heavenly mirror flying. It made a turn in the sky and rushed directly towards the seal of the human emperor. Bang! The seal of the human emperor vibrated and emitted the supreme divine might of the human emperor. Hundreds of millions of human emperors' Taoist patterns rushed out from the ancient seal and interweaved into a figure that looked down on the world. Just like the ancient Eastern emperor, who looked down on the East domain and fought invincible in the world, the god in the seal of the human emperor was also going all out at this moment. To a certain extent, a supreme divine weapon that gave birth to a god could be said to be a kind of life, a special kind of existence. The figure condensed from hundreds of millions of human emperors' Taoist patterns was so powerful that it was hard for people to believe it was a supreme being. The whole world shook under the pressure of this figure. Too powerful. Even the old Taoist from the Li family of the clan of the ancients was extremely shocked. The ancient Eastern emperor was extremely powerful and dared to compete with supreme beings of the Great Path. The divine weapon refined by such a powerful human emperor was also extremely powerful. The figure condensed from countless human emperors' Taoist patterns smashed towards the purple gold divine sword with the seal of the human emperor in its hand. Hundreds of millions of human emperors' Taoist patterns bloomed with dazzling divine light of the Great Path at the same time. This kind of power was enough to trample the great path of heaven and earth under its feet. The laws of heaven and earth in the entire virtual sky world were completely suppressed by the power of the human emperor. At this time, the cultivation of all the cultivators who entered the virtual sky world was no longer suppressed by the laws of heaven and earth in the virtual sky world. They could all display their real cultivation and strength. However, when the human emperor's divine weapon and the supreme divine sword fought, all the cultivators were terrified to the extreme. The supreme aura made them unable to even think of resisting. The power of human emperors and supremes was so great that it caused people to feel despair. Many people's Tao hearts were affected, and even their unyielding wills were shaken. Another great destruction occurred. The purple gold divine sword collided with the human emperor's seal. The power of the human emperor and the power of a supreme being collided head-on, and the resulting shockwaves shook the entire virtual sky world. The ancient vicious city below was cracking apart, suppressed into the depths of the earth by the power that descended from the heavens. In the ominous city, Gu Fei used the cauldron of mountain and river to protect himself. He rushed out of the ancient city and into the sky. He had used 2 divine weapons of the highest path. The threat of the Renhuang divine weapons to him was negligible. Let's go. Gu Fei didn't stop. He used the 8 directional void steps and seemed to merge with the void of heaven and earth. His speed was so fast that even the divine eyes of cultivators could only catch a trace of his shadow. At that moment, he felt a powerful fluctuation coming from the inner world in his dantian. It seemed that someone had made a breakthrough, causing a huge disturbance that affected the entire inner world. Was it Gu Zhong or He Tian? In Gu Fei's inner world, Gu Zhong was thrown into a killing formation to temper himself. Gu Zhong's cultivation hadn't broken through to the almighty cultivator realm, so he absolutely couldn't come out. Ever since He Tian fought against Mo Tian and was seriously injured, he had been recuperating in Gu Fei's inner world. This guy benefited from his misfortune. Gu Fei specifically asked for a drop of the immortal divine liquid from the ancestral dragon's immortal medicine for him. The medicinal power contained in this drop of immortal divine liquid could not only cure He Tian's great path injury, but it could also improve his cultivation to the next level. In an instant, Gu Fei rushed thousands of miles away. He flew toward the entrance of the virtual sky world without looking back. The things he obtained in this trip to the virtual sky world were beyond his expectations. The reason why he agreed to open the virtual sky world to the Zhou clan of the remote antiquity was because he wanted to get the other half of the peerless ominous saber lost in the virtual sky world, so that this supreme divine weapon could become a perfect supreme divine weapon again. Since his goal had been achieved, Gu Fei had no reason to stay in the virtual sky world any longer. The virtual sky world was evil enough, and the peerless ominous city was an extremely evil place. In this immortal divine city, there was actually a supreme buried there. Intuition told Gu Fei that the crystal coffin sealed by the supreme Taoist ancestor would be a disaster sooner or later. The peerless ominous city wasn't the only ominous place in the entire virtual sky world. If every ominous place was so terrifying, The virtual sky world would definitely be the most mysterious and terrifying place in the 3 realms and 6 paths. The old Taoist and a few other strong cultivators saw Gu Fei leaving, but they couldn't stop him. The fluctuations of the human emperor divine weapon and the supreme sword aura were too powerful. Even if they had secret treasures, these people had to retreat far away. They could only watch as Gu Fei disappeared into the horizon. Buzz. The purple gold divine sword collided with the human emperor's seal in the hands of the figure condensed from billions of human emperor's Taoist patterns in the sky. The supreme sword aura swept the human emperor's seal away. Then, the purple gold divine sword directly turned into an immortal sword light and chased after Gu Fei. The figure condensed from billions of human emperor's Taoist patterns held the human emperor's seal in his hands and stood high in the sky. The divine power of the human emperor shocked the heavens. This figure didn't chase after the purple gold divine sword. Everyone who saw this scene was shocked to the extreme. Dong Huang was worthy of being one of the most powerful human emperors since ancient times. His human emperor's seal could actually collide with a real supreme divine sword. Although the human emperor's seal was at a disadvantage in the collision with the purple gold divine sword, it was still enough to shock the world. The heavenly path mirror of the Zhao family of the ancients was obviously much weaker than the human emperor's seal. Among the human emperors, there were also strong and weak ones. This result made the strong cultivators of the Zhao family of the ancients very unhappy. Could it be that the ancestor of the Zhao family of the ancients, Heavenly Path Ren Huang, couldn't compare to Dong Huang of the Dongfang family? Although some people thought this, they didn't dare to say it out loud. After all, it was not a good thing to offend the Zhao family of the ancients. At this time, as the purple gold divine sword left, the supreme aura rapidly weakened. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The worst thing had not happened. After all, if the purple gold divine sword and the human emperor's seal fought desperately, the entire virtual sky world would probably be destroyed. Everyone in the virtual sky world would probably die there. Roar! Just when everyone breathed a sigh of relief, ancient half-Saint Join let out a furious roar and soared into the sky, colliding with the figure condensed from billions of human emperor's Taoist patterns. He fused together with the figure. An incredible scene appeared. Billions of human emperor's Taoist patterns were branded into ancient half-Saint Join's flesh and bones. Even his soul had human emperor's Taoist patterns. Roar! Ancient half-Saint Join kept roaring. Countless human emperor's Taoist patterns intertwined on his body. His appearance was also constantly changing. Sometimes he turned into a tall and mighty middle-aged man, and other times he turned into himself. This is the old Taoist from the Li family of the clan of the ancients seemed to be stunned when he saw this. He looked at ancient half-Saint Join in the sky in disbelief, and his voice trembled. Chapter 17:10. Rumble, hundreds of millions of Ren Huang's Taoist patterns intertwined in the sky. Ancient semi-holy Join's body shone, with boundless divine light of the great path. He seemed to have turned into the great path of the world. A powerful and invincible aura gradually appeared on ancient semi-holy Join's body. This aura forced all living beings to bow their heads and submit. Could it be that the legend is true? The old Taoist from the Li family of the clan of the ancients muttered to himself. He seemed to have seen something, but he wasn't sure because it was too unbelievable. Could it be? At this time, Zhou Huang from the Zhou family of the clan of the ancients was also shocked. He had a bad feeling. Ancient semi-holy Join seemed to be using some kind of secret technique. He's going to. The cultivators from the 4 great clans of the clan of the ancients were all shocked. Ancient semi-holy Join was going to bring their ancestor back to the human world. Roar! Ancient semi-holy Join roared madly. His voice grew louder and louder until the entire virtual sky world shook along with his roar. The bloodline of ancient Donghuian in his body was burning. The power in the deepest part of his bloodline was awakened. The invincible Renhuang might appeared between heaven and earth. Finally, ancient semi-holy Join stopped roaring. He also turned into a tall middle-aged man who emitted invincible might. Is it really our ancestor? The cultivators from the Dongfang family were extremely excited. The middle-aged man, ancient semi-holy Join, had turned into was their ancestor, the invincible ancient Donghuian. There was a portrait of ancient Donghuian in the Dongfang family, so these people couldn't be wrong. Hundreds of millions of Renhuang's Taoist patterns entered the body of this black-haired, middle-aged man. The invincible might of Renhuang that shook the entire world also quickly faded. The Renhuang seal vibrated as if it had met a relative. This is against the heavens. The other forces of the clan of the ancients were stunned. Even the ancient clan of the southern wilderness retreated far away. Although this tall, middle-aged man was just standing there, he made people want to kneel before him. Heavenly mirror? When the middle-aged man saw the heavenly mirror floating in the distance, his eyes immediately shot out two incomparably sharp rays of light. He wanted to make a move, but in the end, he didn't. That heavenly Tao mirror was extremely uneasy. Then it actually turned into a streak of divine light on its own and rushed into the sky, disappearing into the horizon. It actually escaped. The middle-aged man did not stop them. I can't believe that I can reappear in this world. The might of the human sovereign had completely disappeared. The middle-aged man looked like an ordinary person. He held the human sovereign seal in his hand and sighed. The human sovereign seal in his hand gradually calmed down. Greetings, old ancestor. The few remaining cultivators of the Dongfang family rushed over and knelt at the feet of the middle-aged man. They were incomparably excited to be able to see the legendary figure of their family. Get up, the middle-aged man said indifferently. He did not look at those people. Instead, his eyes scanned the depths of the earth. Both the supreme divine might and the power of the human emperor disappeared, and the laws of heaven and earth in the virtual sky world began to operate again. Some people began to feel that their cultivation levels were being suppressed by the laws of heaven and earth in this part of the world. What's going on? At this time, Gu Fei had already arrived near the exit of the virtual sky world. He felt something strange behind him and couldn't help but be astonished. The divine might of the human sovereign behind him had actually disappeared. Swish! At this time, a streak of divine light rushed over from behind him and directly entered the spatial passage in front of him, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Heavenly Tao mirror. Although Gu Fei only took a quick glance, he still saw an ancient mirror wrapped in that streak of divine light. The divine might of the human sovereign emanated from that ancient mirror, and even the great path was suppressed. What's going on? Even the heavenly Tao mirror was scared away. Gu Fei felt his scalp tingle. Even the revival of the purple gold divine sword didn't scare away the divine weapon of the human sovereign. Could it be that the corpse of the supreme martial artist in the ancient city had appeared? Who cares? Let's get out of here first. Although Gu Fei was very curious, he knew that if the corpse of the supreme martial artist in the ancient city really appeared, even he would be in danger. He had just obtained a great fated chance, so he had no time to pay attention to other things for the time being. The most important thing, now, was to find a place to do closed-door meditation. At this time, he sensed that the fluctuation coming from the inner world in his dantian was getting stronger and stronger, as if a savage beast from the desolate era was awakening in his inner world. Hey, Tian, this guy, There was no need to ask. It was definitely Haitian's doing. The spiritual aura in his inner world was attracted by him. This guy was using the endless spiritual aura in his inner world to make a breakthrough. Gu Fei put away the purple gold divine sword and the mountain and river cauldron, then rushed to the exit of the virtual sky world and directly entered the spatial passage. That spatial passage was fixed by the Zhou clan of the Desolate Era. As long as they had the permission of the Zhou clan of the Desolate Era, anyone could enter and exit the virtual sky world through this spatial passage. Of course, some powerful people didn't need the permission of the Zhou clan of the Desolate Era at all. They could directly enter the virtual sky world without any scruples. Faced with this kind of situation, the Zhou clan of the Desolate Era usually compromised. Just like the 100 clans of the Southern Wilderness, it would be a disaster if they didn't let them enter the virtual sky world. The power of the 100 clans of the Southern Wilderness could definitely drive away the people of the Zhou clan of the Desolate Era. Although this was the 100,000 Mountains, it was also the territory of the 100 clans of the Southern Wilderness. In particular, among the 100 clans of the Southern Wilderness, the 4 great ancient clans were even more powerful. Each of the 4 great ancient clans had a divine weapon of the same level as the human emperor's divine weapon. The 4 great ancient clans were the descendants of the supreme divine beasts. Their resources were so deep that even some of the forces of the Desolate Era couldn't compare. Now, the Rift Valley had become a place jointly controlled by the major forces. They joined forces and used their supreme power to fix the gate of the void sky. It had to be said that these super forces were indeed amazing. Even if the heavenly demon rushing 7 evils phenomenon disappeared, it would still be difficult to close the gate of the void sky. When Gu Fei walked out of the gate of the void sky, everyone was stunned. "It's you!" The white-clothed woman, wearing a veil hat, stood on the square formation platform. When she saw Gu Fei, her body seemed to shake slightly. "Gu Fei, you didn't die in there." At this time, countless experts gathered in the Rift Valley. Among them were experts from the Zhao clan of the Desolate Era and the Dongfang clan. When these people saw Gu Fei walking out of the virtual sky world, they were all shocked and angry. There are really a lot of people who want me dead. When Gu Fei landed on the square formation platform in front of the gate of the void sky, at least a dozen murderous auras erupted around him. See no ads, full text first novel, / text first novel, your best choice. Chapter 1711. As soon as Gu Fei came out of the virtual sky world, more than a dozen murderous intents rushed towards him. More than a dozen experts locked onto him at the same time, and some of them were about to attack. Gu Fei sneered. He didn't take these people seriously at all. He even dared to fight against ancient half-saint, let alone these small fries. "Gu Fei, you devil! You've killed countless fellow Taoists. Everyone has the right to kill you." Someone yelled. Gu Fei looked in the direction of the voice. "I was wondering who it was. So it's the dogs of the Dongfang clan. Do you think you're qualified to represent the world?" Gu Fei said disdainfully. The grudge between him and the Dongfang clan had long been known. In the sky-splitting valley, there weren't many experts from the Dongfang clan. There were only 5 or 6 of them, but it had to be said that every one of them was a great expert. If these people joined forces, they would definitely be a powerful force that could run amok in the human world. However, in front of Gu Fei, these people were actually not much stronger than ants. Great experts of martial arts were invincible in the same realm. With Gu Fei's current cultivation, no great expert could compete with him, not even peak great experts. Fellow Taoists, don't let this devil escape. Let's attack together and kill this devil. Someone yelled. The direction of the voice was from the Zhao clan's camp. The people of the Zhao clan also had a great grudge against Gu Fei, so they naturally wanted to tear him to pieces. "You're courting death." Gu Fei's voice was extremely cold. The next moment, his body suddenly became blurry. "Watch out!" In the Zhao clan's camp, an old man's heart pounded as he sensed a new warning sign. However, when his voice rang out, a scream came from the Zhao clan's camp. At this time, the afterimage on the square formation platform hadn't completely dissipated, but Gu Fei had already returned to the square formation platform as if he hadn't moved at all. This, in front of the gate of the void sky. Everyone was shocked. The primordial Zhao family's camp was in chaos. An expert of the primordial Zhao family fell to the ground. The expert of the Zhao clan, who had fallen to the ground, no longer had any signs of life. He was actually killed by Gu Fei in an instant. Such speed, such means shocked everyone. "You're a demon." The old man from the primordial Zhao clan was both shocked and enraged. Beams of light shot out from his eyes as he stared at Gu Fei on top of the four ancient formations. His eyes even turned red. This was a resounding slap to the face of the primordial Zhao family in front of everyone. Killing an expert of the Zhao clan in front of everyone was simply a humiliation. This was something that the experts of the Zhao clan could not accept. "If you want to kill me, then do it. There's no need to talk. So much." A cold, murderous aura emanated from Gu Fei's body. He would kill whoever wanted to kill him. It was as simple as that, even if it was the primordial clan. Too many worries and too many distracting thoughts were definitely not a good thing for cultivation. Gu Fei pursued the strongest power, so he naturally wouldn't let his heart of the way be affected. Simple, wholeheartedly pursuing the way. This was the state of mind that Gu Fei had always maintained. "Haha, good, very good." The old man from the Zhao clan was so angry that he laughed. He walked out and walked towards the square formation platform step by step. With every step he took, his aura grew stronger. After taking 7 or 8 steps, the old man's entire body emitted endless divine light. Divine runes of the great path appeared in the void around him. He was like a god descending from the 9 heavens. 9 divine rings rushed out from his body. Each ring had a faint trace of Tao runes, giving off an extremely powerful pressure. I didn't think that the Zhao clan from the primordial clan would send more than one half-saint. Gu Fei couldn't help but become serious when he sensed the seemingly endless waves of divine power coming from the old man. This was a powerful half-saint. Die. The old man had already attacked Gu Fei before he even stepped onto the square formation platform. The 9 divine rings around his body shot into the sky, turning into 9 beams of light that shot towards Gu Fei. Whoosh! The 9 beams of light tore through the void and pierced through the sky, arriving before Gu Fei in an instant. The power of a half-saint caused everyone's expressions to change. Bang! In the face of such a powerful attack, Gu Fei only punched out. It was a simple punch, but it was enough to disperse the 9 beams of light. Everyone was stunned by what they saw. The attack of a half-saint was broken so easily. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would have found it hard to believe. The old man from the primordial Zhao clan was shocked to the extreme. He felt that Gu Fei's fist was like a primordial divine mountain crashing towards him. That powerful force made him feel a sense of powerlessness. Without any suspense, the old man from the Zhao clan was forced back by a single punch from Gu Fei. No one would believe that a supreme existence could force a half-saint to retreat. However, something that shouldn't have happened was happening right in front of everyone's eyes. Are the legendary cultivators really that powerful? Some of the old antiques had already noticed that Gu Fei was different from them. This young expert cultivated the ancient martial path, the most difficult path to prove his Tao. The path of martial path was publicly acknowledged to be the hardest path to prove one's Tao. Even in the primordial era, which was filled with experts, the supreme martial progenitor's bloodline was still weak. It was precisely because it was too difficult that the bloodline of the supreme martial progenitor gradually declined. However, if someone was truly successful in the path of martial path, they would be invincible among those in the same cultivation realm. They could sweep through all opponents in the same cultivation realm, and could even challenge those in a higher cultivation realm than them. And now, Gu Fei was challenging a half-saint. Whoosh! After forcing the old man from the Zhao clan back with a punch, Gu Fei took a step forward on the square ancient formation platform. He left an afterimage on the spot and instantly appeared in front of the old man from the Zhao clan. Bang! Gu Fei threw out another direct punch. There were no fancy attacks. It was a simple and direct punch that the half-saint from the Zhao clan couldn't dodge. Since there was no way to dodge, he could only bite the bullet. The old man from the Zhao clan displayed the laws of the divine path. His hands seemed to have turned into the sun and the moon. The power of yin and yang intertwined and clashed against each other, blocking Gu Fei's punch. Boom! With a muffled sound, the entire sky trembled violently. Gu Fei's fist landed on the old man's palms, turning them into a bloody mist. The old man from the Zhao clan spat out a mouthful of blood and flew thousands of meters away. Chapter 17:12. Gu Fei punched the half-sage, causing the half-sage from the Zhao clan to spit out a mouthful of blood and fly backwards. The palms of the half-sage turned into a mist of blood. Roar! The half-sage from the Zhao clan roared in rage. He had never imagined that he would be injured by a supreme existence. How could something like this happen? Gu Fei's strength had exceeded everyone's understanding. He was just a supreme existence, but he could fight against a half-sage. Moreover, that half-sage was injured in just 2 moves. Heaven-defying, everyone who saw this scene was dumbfounded. Ancient martial artists were invincible in the same realm and could sweep away all opponents of the same level. This was not a prelude. Many people knew that those who were successful in the path of martial arts were far stronger than ordinary people. However, this path was too difficult. Not many people were willing to walk on this path. Gu Fei's attack did not stop. He used the 8 Desolation Void Steps and displayed the world's fastest speed, instantly closing in on the half-sage from the Zhao clan. Only now did the half-sage from the Zhao clan know that he had underestimated Gu Fei. Although the other party was a supreme existence, he had the combat strength to fight against a half-sage. Some people said that Gu Fei had killed the Dongfang clan's East Imperial City Lord. It seemed like this wasn't a baseless rumor. Bang! Kacha! Gu Fei punched again and again, causing the half-sage from the Zhao clan to vomit blood and retreat. His powerful combat strength shocked everyone. The Zhao clan of the Desolate Era is nothing more than this. Gu Fei's cold voice rang out in the ears of everyone present. This caused the members of the desolate ancient Zhao family to be filled with both shock and anger. This Gu Fei was simply too arrogant. A woman walked out from the camp of the Zhao clan. It was a woman wearing a mask. Behind the mask, a pair of eyes stared at Gu Fei, who was in the sky. Under Gu Fei's attack, almost all the bones in the Zhao clan's semi-sage expert's body were broken. The power of martial arts was powerful and overbearing. An ordinary person wouldn't even be able to withstand a single punch from Gu Fei. Gu Fei, don't be so ruthless, said the masked woman. Humph! Gu Fei just laughed coldly, and then he responded with his own fist. He punched out, and the chest of the half-saint from the primordial Zhao clan collapsed. The fleshly body of a half-step saint was extremely powerful, but even so, the Zhao family's half-step saint was still crippled by Gu Fei. Just as Gu Fei was about to kill this semi-sage of the Zhao family with a punch, the masked woman who walked out of the Zhao family's camp had already soared into the sky. Buzz! The sky rumbled as over a dozen beams of golden light shot out from the masked woman's hand and pierced towards Gu Fei at an extremely fast speed. Gu Fei frowned. He saw that every single beam of golden light that was rushing towards him was wrapped in a divine needle. These divine needles had the power of a saint coiling around them. Saint-tier divine needles were enough to hurt him. Gu Fei had no choice but to deal with them carefully. Swoosh! Gu Fei left an afterimage on the spot. His real body had already retreated. The dozen beams of golden light completely missed, not affecting him at all. Who are you? After dodging the other party's attack, Gu Fei immediately retaliated. Two fists smashed through the void towards the woman. The powerful martial arts power caused the entire world to shake. At this moment, Gu Fei couldn't care less about the semi-sage of the Zhao family. Buzz! The 18 golden divine needles were vibrating. Under the control of the masked woman, the 18 divine needles shone with a dazzling golden light, triggering the power of the metal element in the world. It's a divine weapon of the metal element. Gu Fei was shocked. The power of the metal element was extremely sharp. The divine light emitted from the divine needles made him feel pain. Although Gu Fei wasn't really pierced by the metal element divine needle, he still felt uncomfortable all over. Could that woman be the goddess of the Zhao family? Someone guessed. After all, the expert from the Zhao family was a woman and had such powerful combat power. It seemed that only the goddess of the Zhao family could have such power. Emperor Dong of the Dongfang family and the goddess of the Zhao family were two great cultivation geniuses that appeared in the eastern region of the human world. They had already mastered great divine powers at such a young age. In the cultivation world of the human world, Emperor Dong of the Dongfang family and the goddess of the Zhao family were both rising geniuses among the younger generation. Without any unnecessary words, Gu Fei and the masked woman began fighting. Rumble! Gu Fei's fists shattered the world and shook the void. From time to time, the golden needles would be smashed away. His fists were already comparable to divine weapons. This guy is really sick. Everyone who witnessed this scene couldn't believe it. The physical body of a supreme being was actually strong enough to fight against divine weapons. It was really unbelievable. Martial artists who are successful in their cultivation are too scary. This was what everyone was thinking. The combat power that Gu Fei had displayed was way too strong. This combat power had already surpassed the realm of supreme beings. I didn't think that there would be someone like this in the Zhao family. The more Gu Fei fought, the more shocked he became. This masked woman had a peerless cultivation base. She was actually much stronger than that half-saint from before. 18 golden needles danced in the void. The power of a divine weapon spread out. Everyone hid far away. If they were to be affected by a battle of this level, their bodies and souls could be destroyed at any time. Bang! Gu Fei punched out with all his might. The extremely ferocious power formed a terrifying shockwave that spread out in all directions. The 18 golden needles were sent flying by this single punch of Gu Fei. With that, Gu Fei took a single step forth and appeared beside the masked woman. He then punched out at the dantian of this woman. As long as she was struck by this single punch of Gu Fei, the essence chi that the masked woman had gathered within her dantian would be dispersed. With that, her entire cultivation base would be gone like the flowing water. Just as Gu Fei's fist was about to strike the masked woman, the body of the masked woman blurred out. With that, a single punch sent the masked woman flying out of the void. Trying to escape, Gu Fei's face let out a look of disdain. were all the members of the Zhao family, such cowards who would run away when they couldn't win. Sure. Just as Gu Fei was about to strike out once more to capture this woman, a ball of godly light burst forth from the body of this woman. It then wrapped her up and dove into the void. From the start to the end, this masked woman had not said a single word at all. When she realized that Gu Fei was unbeatable, she left without hesitation. To think that he had offended someone as such, Gu Fei could not help but feel displeased. After all, it wasn't a good thing to be remembered by someone. Chapter 17:13. The Zhao family of the clan of the ancients had produced a goddess. She was a peerless figure nurtured by the Zhao family and was extremely powerful. She was able to fight endlessly against Gu Fei. Such an existence made Gu Fei feel a great deal of pressure. He could feel that there was an astonishing power hidden within the body of the masked woman. If that power were to burst out, Gu Fei would not dare to say that he would be able to defeat this woman. Those who came from the clan of the ancients were all extraordinary. It should be known that the clan of the ancients possessed unattainable cultivation resources. They had the best cultivation methods and the best spiritual medicines. Moreover, the clan of the ancients had all produced Renhuang before. They had the bloodline of the ancient Renhuang and the flawless inheritance of the ancient Renhuang. This was the reason why the clan of the ancients could continue to exist. However, this woman, who was suspected to be the goddess of the clan of the ancients, was eventually forced to leave by Gu Fei. If she did not leave, she would be in danger of being killed by Gu Fei. The masked woman used a secret technique to escape into the void and disappeared in an instant. Her speed was so fast that even Gu Fei could not stop her. The woman had escaped, but the expressions of the other members of the Zhao family of the clan of the ancients were extremely ugly. At this moment, no one from the Zhao family of the clan of the ancients was a match for Gu Fei. The half-sage who had been crippled by Gu Fei had also recovered his physical body. However, the old man did not dare to make another move. He was well aware of how powerful Gu Fei was. Even a half-sage would be smashed to death by his fists. It was not a legend for successful cultivators to be invincible among those of the same level. It was not a miracle for them to be able to challenge those of a higher level. What? Didn't you guys want to kill this demon? Why aren't you doing anything? Gu Fei stood in the sky and coldly glanced at the dozens of experts from the Zhao family of the clan of the ancients. His tone was extremely cold, and a faint murderous aura was faintly discernible from his body. If even a half-sage was not a match for Gu Fei, how could they possibly fight him? At this time, the sky-splitting valley was so quiet that one could probably hear a needle drop on the ground. The combat strength that Gu Fei had displayed had shocked everyone. It could be said that more than half of the experts of the southern wilderness had gathered in the Rift Valley, including many semi-sage experts. However, these people had no enmity with Gu Fei, so they would never attack Gu Fei. The cultivation world was an incomparably cruel world where the strong ruled and the weak were prey to the strong. The experts in the sky-splitting valley would not jump out and fight with Gu Fei just because the Zhao family and Dongfang family of the desolate antiquity called him a devil. No one would be that stupid. Gu Fei, don't be arrogant. The real experts of my clan are about to come out of the virtual sky world. At that time, you'll just have to wait for your death, shouted a middle-aged man from the Zhao clan of the remote antiquity. When the other members of the Zhao family of the desolate antiquity heard the scolding of the middle-aged man, they jumped in fright. If they were to anger this malefic star before them, the consequences would be unimaginable. Shut up. The old man's expression became extremely solemn. It should be noted that the experts of the Zhao clan of the remote antiquity who could come to the sky-splitting valley were all well-known figures in their clans. If Gu Fei became violent and killed all of them, it would be a great loss for the Zhao clan of the remote antiquity. It should be noted that no matter which force it was, cultivating the next generation of outstanding figures was a top priority because it was related to the inheritance of the clan. You've got guts. Gu Fei didn't hesitate. He pointed with his finger, and a beam of divine light shot out from his finger, instantly piercing the middle-aged man's glabella. The middle-aged man fell down unwillingly. His mud-pill palace was broken, and his primordial spirit was scattered. Even if a real sage came, he wouldn't be able to save his life. The old man's eyes were red, but he endured it and didn't attack. I'll kill whoever wants to kill me. He shouldn't have tried to kill me. Gu Fei's words were extremely calm. He killed a great expert with just a raise of his hand. It wasn't that the middle-aged man wasn't strong, but that Gu Fei was stronger than him. Just as Gu Fei was about to attack the people of the Dongfang clan, his dantian suddenly vibrated. Even he couldn't help but change his expression when he sensed such a movement. Hey Tian, this bastard! When Gu Fei's spiritual will sensed everything in his inner world, he instantly knew what was happening in his inner world. In the depths of Gu Fei's inner world, above a divine spring of life, a figure was sitting with his legs crossed. At this moment, with this figure as the center, the area within a radius of 1,000 miles was enveloped by a force. Swoosh! Dazzling bolts of lightning suddenly appeared in this area without warning. This was a destructive force, and the lightning directly tore apart the void between heaven and earth. Rumble! The dusky sky seemed to be pressing down from the sky, emitting a peerlessly powerful wave of destruction. It was as terrifying as the end of the world. At this moment, countless living beings in Gu Fei's inner world were terrified to the extreme. This was the power of the heaven and earth, and no one could resist it. This guy wants to go through the heavenly tribulation in my inner world. Gu Fei was shocked and angry. This heavenly tribulation even made him feel a dangerous aura. It was peerlessly terrifying. If he allowed such a heavenly tribulation to fully erupt in his inner world would probably become a land of death. Swoosh! Gu Fei no longer paid attention to the others. He directly walked in the void and rushed into the 100,000 mountain range. He wanted to find a place to throw He Tian out of his inner world. His speed was unrivaled in the world. Only a few people could catch up with him. In just a short while, he had already rushed thousands of miles away and entered a desolate area. He Tian's heavenly tribulation this time was different from the past. If he guessed correctly, He Tian was going through the heavenly tribulation of a half-step saint. This guy used the medicinal power of the immortal liquid to break through a few small realms in one fell swoop. The heavenly tribulation of a half-step saint was incomparably powerful. If he went through the heavenly tribulation in the outside world, it was unknown how many living beings would be plunged into misery and suffering. However, the 100,000 mountain range was uninhabited, and it was a good place to go through the heavenly tribulation. However, just as Gu Fei flew thousands of miles away, there was a demonic aura in front of him that shocked him. The sky in front of him was dark, and there was a demonic power shrouding the area in front of him. Demons in the 100,000 mountain range. When Gu Fei saw this scene, a smile immediately appeared on his face. He only paused for a moment, and then rushed forward again. The demons in the 100,000 mountain range were the other origin of demons besides the northern demon region. Moreover, the demons in the 100,000 mountain range seemed to be even more ancient than the demons in the northern demon region. It should be known that the 100,000 mountain range had existed since the Great Desolate Era. Any mountain peak here had experienced the baptism of countless years. The heavenly tribulation of a half-step saint couldn't be wasted. Gu Fei was ready to give the demons in the 100,000 mountain range a big surprise. Chapter 17:14. The demons in the 100,000 mountain range were incomparably ancient. It was said that they were the orthodoxy passed down by a demon ancestor. They had a great origin and were a source of demons in the human world. I didn't expect to find my way here. Gu Fei stood on a mountain peak outside the demon domain. 100 miles in front of him, the sky was dark and the demonic aura lingered. It was a completely different scene compared to the outside world. A demonic aura shrouded the land in front of him. Although Gu Fei was 100 miles away, he felt a sense of irritation when he sensed this aura. Such a situation rarely happened to him. One must know that he had always pursued the strongest power. Along the way, his will had been tempered to be as firm as a rock. It was no wonder that other than the demons, there were only demonic creatures in the demon domain. The demonic aura in the demon domain could affect the mind of a cultivator and trigger the inner demons of a cultivator, causing the cultivators who entered the demon domain to turn into demons. At this moment, none of the demons had noticed Gu Fei's arrival. The mountain range in front of him was eerily silent, and not a single sound could be heard. Where are these demons? Gu Fei activated his heavenly god eyes. Dao rhymes lingered in his eyes. The heavenly god eyes could see through all illusions in the world, right down to the source. However, even with the heavenly god eyes, it was difficult for him to see into the depths of the demon domain. This was not a good thing. Rumble, at this moment, a series of muffled sounds came from Gu Fei's dantian. It was as if there was a rumble of wind and thunder. A powerful aura was emitted from his dantian. The heavenly tribulation of the half-saint has started. Gu Fei could feel the powerful destructive force of heaven and earth rapidly condensing in his inner world. The heavenly tribulation that He Tian triggered was about to erupt. Swoosh! Gu Fei no longer hesitated. He directly soared into the sky from the mountain peak. Then, like a giant bird, he instantly traversed 100 miles and dove into the demonic domain. As soon as Gu Fei entered the demon's domain, a powerful demonic aura immediately came from the depths of the demon's domain. At this time, the demons in the demon's domain were finally alarmed. Roar! A roar came from a mountain range that was shrouded in demonic chi. The entire region was shaking. A terrifying silhouette came out from behind a short mountain. It was a demonic wolf, pitch black in color. Demonic light flowed on its fur, and its blood-red eyes stared at Gu Fei as if it would pounce on Gu Fei at any moment. As the wolf's howl rang out, all sorts of roars and howls immediately rang out from the mountain shrouded in demonic aura. All the demonic beasts within a radius of 500 kilometers trembled. Shwa! Gu Fei used the universal void steps and appeared in front of the demonic wolf in an instant. He threw a punch at the demonic wolf, and the violent force shook the void. There was no suspense in this battle. Gu Fei was powerful. With just one punch, the demonic wolf spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying thousands of feet away. An incomparably powerful demonic wolf couldn't even withstand a punch from Gu Fei. If anyone saw this, they wouldn't believe it. However, this was real. Just as Gu Fei sent the demonic wolf flying with a punch, the roars from afar were rapidly approaching. Many incomparably powerful demonic beasts were rushing towards Gu Fei. Boom! A nearby mountain suddenly collapsed. Amidst the dust that filled the sky, a huge beast shadow rushed out. A pair of sharp claws directly grabbed at Gu Fei. Courting death, Gu Fei sneered. He had no interest in these demonic beasts. Brandishing his iron fists, he rushed forward. In the next instant, demonic blood splattered everywhere. With a bang sound, the demonic beast's body directly exploded in the sky. That powerful demonic beast was destroyed in both body and soul by Gu Fei. He didn't want to get entangled with these demonic beasts. After killing that incomparably powerful demonic beast, he directly rushed through the mist and flew towards the depths of the demonic domain. Roar! The roars of demonic beasts shook the heavens. All the demonic beasts chased after Gu Fei. To these demonic beasts, Gu Fei's exuberant life force was simply like a bright lamp in the dark, incomparably conspicuous. Who's so daring to barge into this place? Must be tired of living. In the depths of the demonic domain, many figures appeared. The demonic aura that enveloped the entire region grew even stronger. Some people saw Gu Fei rushing towards them. Bang! At this moment, someone from the demons' camp directly attacked Gu Fei. The demons would kill all the cultivators who barged into the demonic domain without mercy. A gigantic hand appeared above Gu Fei's head, grabbing at him. The pitch-black gigantic hand was condensed from boundless demonic energy. If he was caught by this gigantic hand, it would be hard for him not to die. Kill! Gu Fei punched out again, smashing the huge hand that was grabbing down from the sky. The expert from the demons who attacked was affected. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His expression instantly turned weary. So strong. Seeing how Gu Fei could fight against the demons and even injure the demons, the other demons couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Where did this human cultivator come from? The demons from the 100,000 mountain range did not often wander around the human world. Thus, these demons did not know who Gu Fei was. They did not know that Gu Fei was a fiend. Let's go together and kill him. A demon shouted. The other demons immediately surrounded Gu Fei. Powerful demonic energy was awakened within the bodies of each of the demons. The entire void was trembling. A total of 6 experts of the devil race were making their moves. When such a force was gathered together, even a quasi-sage would be moved. The way the 6 demons stood was not ordinary. This was a joint offensive formation. The 6 of them used this offensive formation to converge 6 different forces together. Interesting. Gu Fei's eyes lit up at the sight of this offensive formation. This was an ancient battle formation. With 6 people in a group, the battle prowess they could display was so powerful that even he felt threatened by it. Gu Fei allowed the 6 demons to form their battle formation. He did not stop them. He wanted to see how powerful this battle formation was. Kill! The leader of the demons roared. A devil's saber rushed out from his body. This was an ancient weapon. There were countless Tao runes imprinted on it. A chilling, killing intent spread out. Swish! That demons attacked. That devil's saber gathered the power of the 6 demons. It had truly awakened. That devil's saber turned into a black light, slashing towards Gu Fei. The devil's saber emitted waves of demonic energy. It was peerlessly powerful. Bam! Gu Fei swung his fist and punched the black light that was slashing towards him. Tao runes could be vaguely seen on his fist. That black light was sent flying by Gu Fei's punch. So what if it was a sacred weapon of demonic path? Gu Fei's martial body had already reached a level where he could fight against a sacred weapon. The martial body of a martial artist who had cultivated it was extremely strong. It was not any weaker than a true sacred weapon. Legend has it that in the past, the supreme martial ancestor who created the Tao of martial arts did not refine his own supreme weapon. That was because the supreme martial ancestor didn't need a supreme weapon. To him, he was the best weapon. How could this be? The 6 demons were stunned when they saw this. The body of this human was so strong that he could fight against the sacred weapon of the demons. This was unbelievable. Roar! The 6 demons roared at the same time. Although they were shocked by the strength of Gu Fei's body, they recovered very quickly. They then operated the battle formation and charged towards Gu Fei. Every demons emitted a peerless demonic energy. The 6 energies intertwined and formed an ancient and simple demonic diagram, slashing towards Gu Fei. They wanted to obliterate Gu Fei alive. Gu Fei's face turned extremely solemn. The demons in the 100,000 mountain range were not to be underestimated. The inheritance of this lineage was probably passed down by some ancient demon ancestor. The 6 demons were all supreme experts of the demonic path. If these 6 demons were to fight separately, none of them would be a match for Gu Fei. But when they joined forces, they could actually fight endlessly against Gu Fei. The demonic diagram was faintly discernible. The ancient demonic Tao patterns were gathering the power of the demonic path. A powerful demonic aura spread out in all directions, scaring away all the demonic beasts in the vicinity. Within the demonic formation, Gu Fei could feel an immense pressure. It was as though an ancient divine mountain was pressing down on his body. If it was an ordinary supreme expert, he would have long been obliterated by this demonic diagram. Unfortunately, these 6 demons had encountered Gu Fei. Open for me. Gu Fei exhaled. A powerful force erupted from his body. The void around him trembled under the impact of this force. Boom! He struck out with the strongest primal chaos fist. With a single punch, the void turned into primal chaos. It was so strong that the demonic diagram above his head was instantly dispersed. The 6 demons all vomited blood and were sent flying. Die! Gu Fei spread his hands apart, and the martial path true force in his body circulated rapidly. 5 voids appeared around him, and each void nurtured a divine sword. Buzz! The 5 divine swords vibrated at the same time. The 5 elemental powers in the 5 voids were instantly absorbed by the 5 divine swords. After that, the 5 divine swords turned into 5 shocking sword lights and rushed out. 5 of the 6 devil race powerhouses were instantly caught up by the shocking sword light and killed directly. They didn't even have the chance to scream before their bodies and souls were destroyed. The remaining demons were scared out of their wits. They turned around and fled. However, the ending of this demons was already determined the moment he encountered Gu Fei. Gu Fei did not show mercy. The 5 sword lights instantly rushed together and turned into a 5-colored divine sword. With a turn in the air, it caught up with the escaping demons. Then, it twisted upwards, directly killing the demons into a mist of blood. Chapter 17:15. Gu Fei had beheaded the 6 great demons on the outskirts of the demon's domain in the 100,000 mountain range. The air was filled with a pungent smell of blood. The 6 great demons had cultivated a joint battle formation. Their combat strength was strong enough to compete with a half-step saint, and they might not be killed by a half-step saint. However, even if they did not encounter a half-step saint, they would still encounter an almighty. However, it was this human expert who had broken through their joint attack formation and killed them one by one in an extremely easy manner. Even in death, the 6 demon race powerhouses couldn't understand why this human powerhouse's combat prowess was so strong. After killing the 6 great demons, the fluctuation of the heavenly tribulation in Gu Fei's dantian became even more violent. It was as if a terrifying ancient giant beast had rushed into his inner world, causing the whole inner world to shake. There were many living creatures in Gu Fei's inner world. The immortal ancestral dragon herb had taken root in it, and the undead army that Gu Fei wanted to create was also inside. His inner world couldn't be lost, especially the immortal ancestral dragon herb. Although it was said to be immortal, It didn't mean that it could resist the heavenly tribulation. The heavenly tribulation of a half-step saint was too powerful. Although the immortal ancestral dragon herb was intelligent and knew whether it was good or bad, where could it hide in Gu Fei's inner world? Roar. After Gu Fei killed the 6 great demons, a roar came from the depths of the demon's domain. The whole world shook along with this roar. A peerless and powerful demonic aura spread out from the depths of the demon's domain. Demons, a half-step saint. Gu Fei's face turned solemn when he sensed this demonic aura. There were indeed many experts in the demon's domain in the 100,000 mountain range. He had just entered, and he had already encountered a half-step saint. In the cultivation world of the human realm, many super forces knew about the existence of the demons in the 100,000 mountain range. However, the demons in the 100,000 mountain range had always existed. No one had ever been able to exterminate the demonic area in the 100,000 mountain range. Since ancient times, the demonic area in the 100,000 mountain range was the source of the southern wasteland's demonic energy. In the innumerable mountain range, many peerless great demons had come out. During the several dark upheavals that occurred in the human realm, the demons of the innumerable mountain range could be seen. The demons were peerlessly powerful, but Gu Fei wasn't afraid of them. He could even fight ancient half-saints endlessly, so he was afraid of these demons. He used the 8 desolate void steps, and with one step, he disappeared from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was already 1,000 miles away. This speed was even faster than teleportation. Good, you have guts. A demonic roar came from the front. The demons did not rush out. He was waiting for Gu Fei. This human was really courting death. To think that he would come to his own death. Even a fool would know what the outcome would be if a supreme expert were to go against a half-saint. To a half-saint, supreme experts were just like ants. Although the demons had yet to become a true sage, he had already taken half a step forward. Any existence that was tainted with the word sage would be peerlessly powerful. Very soon, Gu Fei arrived in front of a mountain range. A huge mountain stood tall on the ground. Surrounding the huge mountain were 7 smaller mountains, like the Big Dipper, surrounding and protecting the huge mountain in the middle. Gu Fei came to a stop. The moment he saw this terrain, he couldn't help but be shocked. This terrain was extraordinary. There was a strong demonic energy shrouding this place. The terrain formed by the heaven and earth seemed to be resonating with the Big Dipper in the skies, giving off a tremendous pressure. For killing my disciple, I'm going to suppress you within the 9 underworld's demon flames for millions of years and have you suffer the pain of having your soul refined. A loud voice boomed out from the huge mountain that was surrounded and protected by the 7 smaller mountains. At the peak of the huge mountain, there was a demon palace. A demonic figure walked out from the demon palace. The demonic aura of the demons spread out from that demonic figure, shaking the entire place. A pair of bloodshot eyes swept out at Gu Fei. At this moment, many powerful beings of the demons walked out from the 7 smaller mountains surrounding the huge mountain. There are many who want to kill me. However, I'm still alive and kicking. Standing in the void, Gu Fei was extremely calm. Even if it were the demons, they wouldn't be able to faze him. Even though the half-saint was strong, the demons on the huge mountain before him were evidently not the ancient half-saint. The true ancient half-saint had lived for countless years and experienced countless things. There were traces of time on his body, along with endless vicissitudes and loneliness. At times, it wasn't a good thing to live for a long time. After all, most of the people from the same generation as the ancient half-saint had died. Their companions had all turned into a pile of dust. Audacious! To think that you would dare to speak to a 7-star demon lord as such. Damn it! A great demon dashed out from the 7 smaller mountains with a torrential demonic chi. Within the demonic chi, a demon tiger with wings on its back pounced out at Gu Fei in the sky. Humph! Gu Fei snorted coldly. The next moment, he disappeared from where he was. **T. Looking at this scene, the 7-star demon lord on the peak of the huge mountain felt his heart skip a beat. At this moment, a tragic roar boomed out as the body of the demon tiger exploded. A human figure dashed out from the demonic chi, leaving behind a blood mist. What? At the sight of this, all the powerful beings of the demons on the 7 smaller mountains gasped. How could this human be so strong when he was only at the almighty state? The fact that this tiger demon could cultivate on the 7 smaller mountains was enough to prove how strong it was. Within the radius of 10,000 miles, the tiger demon's cultivation state could definitely be ranked in the top 10. One had to know that this was a powerful being of the demons that was about to take that final step. Could it be that the lineage of the martial ancestor has reappeared? At the peak of the huge mountain, the voice of the half-saint demons who was standing in front of the demon palace rang out. Only the legendary martial body of the human race could possess such a strong physique. Lineage of the martial ancestor. All the powerful beings of the demons on the 7 smaller mountains were shocked. The martial ancestor was a taboo amongst the demons of the 100,000 mountain range. Legends had it that the demon ancestor of the 100,000 mountain range had died in the hands of the martial ancestor. I'll deal with you. On another smaller mountain, a great demon that was 3 zhang tall and looked like a giant held a wolf fang magic staff in his hand. He stomped on the ground with his right foot and soared into the sky, shooting murderous intent at Gu Fei. The entire mountain shook under the stomp of this great demon. Roar! The great demon's body was filled with mighty demonic energy. He raised the wolf fang magic staff with both hands and smashed it down at Gu Fei's head. The wolf fang magic staff was like an ancient demonic mountain, smashing down and destroying the void. This 10-meter-tall giant demon wasn't actually a human. Instead, it was an ancient race from ancient times, and it was born with strength. Even a real mountain would be smashed into smithereens by this great demon's staff. However, an unbelievable scene appeared. The almighty human had only stretched out a finger and blocked the great demon's all-out attack. All the demons were dumbfounded. Gu Fei had only stretched out his right hand and used his index finger to block the wolf fang magic staff. How is this possible? Even the demons at the top of the mountain couldn't help but be shocked. This human's physique was really strong to an abnormal degree. There was no doubt about the great demon's strength. One must know that the great demon race was born with great strength. Their physique was definitely one of the best among the demons. Seeing that Gu Fei had blocked his wolf fang magic staff with just a finger, the great demon was shocked. This human in front of him was very dangerous. He used all his strength, but his wolf fang magic staff couldn't sink even an inch. Retreat. At this moment, the devil race's half-saint on the peak of the mountain moved. In just an instant, he'd arrived near Gu Fei, and his speed was so swift that even Gu Fei was shocked. Bang! Just then, Gu Fei's right hand moved. A powerful martial path, true force, erupted from his finger, and the entire wolf fang magic staff exploded. Countless fragments shot out in all directions. The great demon bore the brunt of the impact. The wolf fang magic staff in his hand was pierced into a sieve by the countless fragments of the wolf fang magic staff. Countless streams of demonic blood gushed out of the great demon's body. But at this moment, he wasn't dead yet. He retreated quickly, and a pure demonic energy spread out from his Niwen palace. Under the nourishment of this demonic energy, his physical body was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. It wasn't easy to kill an almighty existence. As long as the primordial spirit of these existences was still present, they could fully recover. To kill the great demon, one had to destroy their primordial spirit. Go to hell. The demons made their move. He stretched out his hand, and the countless fragments of the wolf Fong magic staff were sent flying away. He then slapped at Gu Fei. "I'm afraid you won't come." A cold smile appeared on Gu Fei's face. Then he opened up his inner world, and a figure fell out of it. A peerless destructive force suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. The sudden change caused the half-saint demon to turn pale with fright. In just an instant, he had no choice but to withdraw the attack that he had launched at Gu Fei. Swoosh! Countless lightning bolts suddenly appeared without any warning and engulfed the demons in an instant. These lightning bolts left no traces behind. Roar! Very soon, the demons let out a terrified roar. This was the heavenly tribulation of the half-demon. He had experienced it before, and he survived it. However, at this moment, the heavenly tribulation of the half-demon appeared again. This reminded the demons of the most terrifying scene he had ever experienced. At this moment, the power of the heavenly tribulation had erupted. Countless lightning bolts enveloped the huge mountain and the 7 smaller mountains. Countless demons turned into ashes the moment they were struck by the lightning bolts. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. When Gu Fei threw out the Hei Tian, he had already dodged far away. Chapter 17:16. Rumble. The sky darkened, as if the entire sky was pressing down. The terrifying power of heaven and earth suddenly descended upon this area, shocking tens of thousands of demons. The heavenly tribulation of a half-saint was incomparably powerful, as if doomsday had arrived. Bolts of lightning as huge as mountains appeared in the sky, bringing along the terrifying power of the heavenly tribulation that could destroy everything. This was the will of the Tao of heaven and earth. When Hei Tian became a half-saint, the Tao of heaven and earth sensed it and sent down the heavenly tribulation. Countless demons fell under the heavenly tribulation. Their bodies and souls were destroyed by the terrifying lightning. Under this heavenly tribulation, even Hei Tian himself was facing a great challenge. Hei Tian's figure floated in the endless lightning tribulation. An almost transparent divine sword danced around him, emitting chilling sword chi to help Hei Tian resist the power of the heavenly tribulation. Roar! An angry roar came from the lightning tribulation. The half-saint demons was enveloped by hundreds of millions of lightning tribulation. Even though he was a half-saint, he was still in danger of dying. The lightning was like a silver snake that swam in a radius of a few hundred miles, wiping out everything in its path. This area was the territory of the 7-star demon Venerable. The 7-star demon Venerable was a rising powerhouse among the demons in the 100,000 mountain range. The 100,000 mountain range was incomparably vast. No one knew what was in the depths of the 100,000 mountain range. Even the Zhou clan of the desolate antiquity and the demons in the 100,000 mountain range couldn't find out the secrets in the depths of the 100,000 mountain range. The area occupied by the demon area in the 100,000 mountain range was just a corner of the 100,000 mountain range. Even a corner was almost comparable to any of the 4 regions in the human realm. The area controlled by the 7-star demon Venerable was just the periphery of the 100,000 mountain range. The real superpower in the demon area was located in the depths of the demon area. According to legend, there were ancient demons sleeping in the depths of the demon area. Some of the powerful demons in the ancient times had survived to this day. Such an existence was incomparably powerful. This was the foundation of the demon area in the 100,000 mountain range. At this time, the seven-star demon Venerable was trapped in the heavenly tribulation of the half-saint and was in great danger. The terrifying lightning tribulation that seemed capable of destroying the world was enough to threaten his life. Shwa, a bolt of tribulation, lightning, rushed past him, but it only brushed against his sleeve. The sleeve immediately turned into dust and dissipated in the void. This, the seven-star devil ancestor, was both startled and furious. He used his fist power to create a barrier, enveloping himself within it. But even so, tribulation lightning still broke through the barrier from time to time and struck inside. The demons were peerlessly powerful. Even the heavenly tribulation of the half-step sage couldn't injure them, for a while. However, the other members of the devil race were not so lucky. There were many experts of the devil race cultivating on the mountain and in the 7 small mountains. Amidst the boundless tribulation lightning, screams could be heard from time to time. One by one, the demons fell to the tribulation lightning, causing the 7-star demon Venerable to almost vomit blood. These demons were his most capable subordinates. Yet, they died just like that. The 7-star demon Venerable was enraged. He roared again and again. He wanted to rush out of the tribulation lightning. However, the area covered by the tribulation lightning was not small. The 7-star demon, Venerable, continuously used the demon's great technique, but he still couldn't get rid of the heavenly tribulation of the half-step sage. At this time, Hation's heavenly tribulation of the half-step sage finally erupted. The terrifying power of the heavenly tribulation turned the area within a radius of 1,000 miles into a peerlessly dangerous place. My Tion was like a speck of dust amidst the tribulation lightning. Countless bolts of lightning struck down, and the formless sword trembled repeatedly, blocking the endless tribulation lightning for my Tion, giving him a chance to catch his breath. If it wasn't for the invisible divine sword, Tion would really be in danger. Countless Tao runes condensed in the void around Tion and imprinted themselves on his body. The yin-yang immortal force circulated rapidly in his body. A strand of holy might began to emerge from his body. After going through the baptism of the heavenly tribulation, Tion's yin-yang immortal body gradually transformed into the half-step sage immortal body. Countless Tao runes interweaved in his body to form formation runes. An inner world was taking shape. It was a world created by a formation. It was different from ordinary inner worlds. It was filled with formation runes. Anyone who fell into it would never be able to come out again. Controlling such a world allowed my Tion's battle prowess to multiply. This was a world of formation that was created for battle. The benefits Tion obtained were undoubtedly huge. His cultivation broke through several small realms in a row. As long as he survived this half-life, heavenly tribulation, he would become a half-step sage. Half-step sage was a formidable existence in the mortal world. This was especially true for Tion. If he became a half-step sage, he would be much stronger than ordinary half-step sages. The heavenly tribulation of the half-step sage caused such a huge commotion that almost half of the devil domain could sense it. It alarmed countless demons. Even some old fogies jumped out. What's going on? It doesn't seem like an expert of my race is transcending the tribulation. On top of a mountain, a vague demonic figure said. It was an old demon. His exposed skin was vaguely covered with a layer of fine scales. Someone actually came to the territory of my race to transcend the tribulation. Some of the demons already knew what was going on. A powerful human broke into the devil domain and triggered the heavenly tribulation of a half-step sage. This was something that had never happened in the history of the Devil Domain in the 100,000 Mountains. Hation's tribulation alarmed the demons. Very soon, some of them discovered Gufei's existence. The human race and the demons were mortal enemies. Without much words, a great battle broke out. Boom! A demonic seal emitted a heaven-shaking fluctuation and smashed towards Gufei, who was standing in the sky. Some demons directly attacked Gufei, wanting to destroy this guy who broke into the Devil Domain. Humph! Gufei sneered. He didn't dodge and directly punched out. Bang! Gufei's fist fiercely smashed on the demonic seal that was the size of a small mountain, sending it flying and leaving a fist mark on it. With the fist mark as the center, countless tiny cracks spread across the demonic seal, covering the entire demonic seal. The demon race powerhouse who attacked spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot, and his expression became weary. This demonic seal was almost smashed by Gufei's punch, which made the demons who witnessed this scene feel inexplicably shocked. This human was peerlessly powerful, but he was just a powerful expert. Gufei's combat strength shocked all the demons. The demons who attacked just now were incomparably powerful and had 1 foot in the half-step sage realm. That demonic seal was a rare demonic weapon. It was a demonic quasi-sage weapon refined by a quasi-sage. If such an existence wasn't a match for him, then they would have to invite a semi-sage or even a quasi-sage from the demons. Only then would they be able to kill this human expert. Those demons didn't dare to attack Gufei easily, but Gufei didn't have any scruples. He used the 8 Desolation Void steps and directly rushed into the crowd of demons, starting a massacre. One by one, the demons were smashed to death by his pair of fists. As long as the demons were hit by Gufei's fists, they would all turn into a cloud of blood mist, directly destroyed in body and soul. Chapter 17:17. Gufei went on a killing spree. Like a tiger in a flock of sheep, he rushed into the demons and smashed the demons with his fists. His martial body was so powerful that it could even destroy a quasi-sacred tool. The group of devil race powerhouses was no match for him at all. All the devil race powerhouses were terrified and scrambled to escape. Where did this guy come from? The group of devil race powerhouses was indescribably frightened. Although they had the advantage in numbers, no matter how many ants there were, they were absolutely unable to contend against the giant dragon. Dozens of devil race powerhouses scattered in confusion, all fleeing for their lives. Roar. Just as Gufei was killing, the roar of the 7-star demon lord came out from the heavenly tribulation of the half-sage. The heavenly tribulation of the 7-star demon lord was horrifying. Even someone as powerful as the 7-star demon lord was in a desperate situation. Countless heavenly tribulation, lightning struck him until smoke came out from his body. His body was badly mutilated. There were some parts of his body where even his bones were exposed. Goddamn human, the 7-star demon lord was tricked by someone. He was filled with hatred and anger. As if he had gone mad, he struck out all kinds of demonic weapons on him. Swoosh! A demonic umbrella rushed out from the top of his head, and an endless amount of demonic energy spread out from it, repelling the tribulation lightning in the surroundings. This was a demonic weapon, refined by the demon saint, that the 7-star demon lord obtained. It was called the Shura umbrella. On the Shura umbrella, there were countless demonic souls struggling vaguely. Those were experts with cultivation. After they were killed by the demon saint who refined the Shura umbrella, their souls were extracted and sealed in the Shura umbrella. God knows how many opponents of the ancient demon saint were killed by him. Their souls were even more miserable as they were refined into the Shura umbrella by the demon saint. This demonic umbrella was nourished by countless souls. Demonic patterns could be vaguely seen on the surface of the umbrella. The aura of the demon saint spread out, causing Gu Fei to be extremely shocked. Rumble, the heavens and earth shook as the entire firmament came crashing down. The might of the heavens and earth was unleashed as countless tribulation lightning appeared out of nowhere in the void, blasting towards the figure in the center of the tribulation lightning. He Tian sat cross-legged in the midst of the trillions of lightning bolts, allowing them to strike him. He remained motionless. The trillions of lightning bolts contained the will of the great Tao of heaven and earth. He wanted to use this opportunity to comprehend his own great Tao. Cultivating one's own grand Tao with the grand Tao of heaven and earth as a mirror was something that practically all cultivators had to go through to comprehend the grand Tao, and He Tian was no exception. However, the price of borrowing from the heavens and earth was huge. It should be known that not everyone could successfully pass through the heavenly tribulation. Countless geniuses had fallen under the heavenly tribulation. The invisible divine sword danced around He Tian. This holy sword weakened the power of the heavenly tribulation by more than half, so He Tian didn't need to directly endure the power of the heavenly tribulation. Even so, He Tian still encountered great danger. There were countless lightning bolts circulating around his body. His entire body was almost burnt to a crisp by the countless lightning bolts. The pain was absolutely unimaginable. Only by enduring the tribulation lightning could he have the qualifications to possess the strength of a half-step saint. Although the heavenly tribulation of a half-step saint was terrifying, it was still nothing in front of a true demonic sacred tool. The Shura umbrella protected the seven-star devil sovereign as it broke through the layers of tribulation, lightning, and rushed out of the heavenly tribulation. After the seven-star devil sovereign emerged from the heavenly tribulation, he immediately charged towards Gu Fei. Swish! The Shura umbrella soared into the sky and expanded infinitely, instantly enveloping the entire heaven and earth. The heavens and earth suddenly darkened, as if the night had suddenly arrived. This demonic umbrella displayed a great demonic might. It actually sealed the void where Gu Fei was, cutting off all of Gu Fei's escape routes. It wanted to suck Gu Fei into the umbrella. The power of the Shura umbrella was undeniable. This was a demonic tool, refined by a demon saint. It was as if it could suck the entire heaven and earth into the demonic umbrella. The Shura umbrella sealed the void in all directions. The powerful demonic power obliterated everything, causing Gu Fei to feel a great threat. This was a saint-tier demonic tool, and Gu Fei was an almighty. No matter how amazing and heaven-defying Gu Fei was, he would never be able to cross this distance. As long as there was the word saint, it would be a peerless existence. Moreover, this was a true saint-tier demonic tool. This Shura umbrella could unleash the power of a saint-tier demonic tool. Die! The seven-star devil sovereign couldn't wait to tear Gu Fei into pieces. The force that he had painstakingly built up was almost completely destroyed by this human almighty, because most of the demons under the seven-star devil sovereign were cultivating on the 7 hills. The heavenly tribulation of a half-step saint suddenly appeared and enveloped the 7 hills. Other than a few experts who managed to escape, the rest of the demons were all killed by the heavenly tribulation of a half-step saint. Just as the Shura umbrella descended from the sky, Gu Fei flipped his right hand and a purple gold divine sword appeared in his hand. Then he swung the divine sword and slashed at the Shura umbrella that was enveloping him. Humph! Trying to break a saint-tier demonic tool with a piece of scrap metal. When the 7-star devil sovereign saw Gu Fei's action, he thought that Gu Fei had long been scared silly and was attacking randomly. This was because the purple gold divine sword in Gu Fei's hand didn't emit any spiritual light at all. This was an ordinary purple gold divine sword. Although the sword's style was very old, this didn't mean anything. In the eyes of the seven-star devil sovereign, the purple gold divine sword in Gu Fei's hand was just an ordinary ancient sword. There were many ancient swords like this in the world, so the seven-star devil sovereign didn't care about Gu Fei at all. However, what happened next made everyone dumbfounded. The purple gold divine sword in Gu Fei's hand actually split a hole in the Shura umbrella that was descending from the sky. The aura and light from the outside world entered through the hole. How is this possible? The seven-star demon Venerate's voice trembled. The scene before his eyes had already exceeded the scope of his understanding. That ordinary purple gold divine sword, which not many people even looked at when it was on the ground, actually broke through the Shura umbrella's sealing power and slashed at the seven-star devil sovereign. Moving along with the sword, Gu Fei rushed out of the hole that the purple gold divine sword had split open. What kind of weapon is that? Could it be a supreme divine sword or a legendary divine weapon of the human sovereign? The seven-star devil sovereign retreated. The divine sword in Gu Fei's hand made him feel a great sense of danger. A divine sword that could even destroy a saint-level demonic weapon was not something he could withstand. If he was struck by the divine sword in his opponent's hand, his body and soul would most likely be destroyed. Buzz. The purple gold divine sword in Gu Fei's hand vibrated. Although there was no spiritual light flowing on the divine sword, there was a faint murderous aura coming from the sword. This murderous aura was very weak. Even someone as strong as the seven-star devil sovereign couldn't sense the extremely weak murderous aura from the purple gold divine sword despite being so far away. Swoosh! Gu Fei took a step forward and appeared in front of the seven-star devil sovereign in the next moment. Then he slashed at the seven-star devil sovereign's waist with his sword. Chapter 17:18. The violet gold godly sword was filled with murderous intent. This godly sword was definitely stained with the blood of ancient supremes. The murderous intent was extremely terrifying. Even a strand of it was enough to destroy a half-saint. Even a true sage wouldn't be able to withstand the murderous intent of this godly sword. Gu Fei displayed his fastest speed. He took a step forward and appeared in front of the seven-star demon lord. Without any hesitation, he slashed at the seven-star demon lord's waist with the power of the murderous aura on the purple gold divine sword. As long as one was struck by the divine sword, even if it was just a small cut on the body, the murderous aura on the divine sword would instantly invade that person's body and destroy that person's life. This is the seven-star demon lord felt extreme danger. He had goosebumps all over his body like a startled wild cat. His hair was standing on end. Roar! The seven-star devil, Venerable, let out a furious roar. His body lit up with 7 bright devil lights. Each devil light is like a devil star, emitting a terrifying devil might. Just as the violet gold godly sword was about to slash the seven-star demon lord, his body turned into starlight. Billions of starlight gathered on the 7 demonic lights. The demonic stars lit up the sky, illuminating the entire sky. The demonic might of the demon's half-saints was fully unleashed. Even the sky was trembling in front of the demonic might of the 7 demonic stars. In the past 1,000 years, you are the first person to force me to use this secret technique. You should be proud to die to this secret technique. The 7-star demon lord's voice resounded in the sky. However, his figure had completely disappeared. Even Gu Fei couldn't determine his true location. Could it be that the true body of this great demon lord turned into these 7 demonic lights? Gu Fei's heart pounded. This demonic technique was too strange. Even one's body could turn into demonic lights. Furthermore, it was so powerful. Rumble, a terrifying demonic might erupted. The 7 demonic lights emitted billions of black lights. It was as though 7 demonic stars had descended from the heavens and were heading towards Gu Fei. Hundreds of millions of beams of starlight sprinkled down from the endless starry sky. These beams of starlight were all cast into the 7 balls of demonic light and were directly transformed into demonic power. Bang! The demonic might descended, causing the earth to sink. Cracks appeared on the ground, and within those cracks there was a pitch-black abyss. Good heavens! Gu Fei sensed danger. This power was enough to threaten him. This great demon had actually cultivated such a demonic art. It could draw the power of the stars for its own use. He was fighting against the power of the entire starry sky. Humph! Gu Fei didn't retreat. He raised his head and looked up. The 7 balls of demonic light seemed to have really turned into 7 devil stars smashing towards him. The 7 devil stars stirred up the power of the stars in the entire starry sky. At this moment, even thousands of miles away, one could clearly see the 7 demon stars shining in the sky. This was a shocking scene. The 7 demon stars had become the only ones in the world. That 7-star guy is going crazy again. In the depths of the demon domain, in a demon cave, a figure sitting cross-legged in the depths of the demon cave suddenly opened his eyes. 2 blood-red lights suddenly appeared, and the dark demon cave instantly lit up as if 2 blood-red lightning bolts had struck. Who is it? Who forced the 7-star devil venerable to go all out? In another direction, on top of a devil mountain, a demonic figure spoke. His voice was incomparably old. This was an ancient figure among the demons. The fame of the 7-star devil venerable was earned through fighting. In the 100,000 mountains, if one wanted to establish their own power and territory, they would have to fight with their fists. This territory was created by the 7-star devil venerable. Even he himself couldn't count the number of demons that died in his hands. Normally, no one dared to provoke him. Even those ancient devils in the depths of the devil's domain remained silent and allowed him to establish his power in the periphery. But today, this human had barged into his territory and even tossed a fella who was in the midst of his heaven's tribulation into his lair. That was the heaven's tribulation of a half-sage. How horrifying was that? If not for the Azura umbrella, he might have fallen in that heaven's tribulation as well. However, even with the Azura umbrella, he was forced to fight with his life on the line by this human. The Azura umbrella was broken by a single sword strike of this human, and a sage-grade demon weapon was destroyed just like that. This had the 7-star devil venerable's heart bleeding. Not only had this human killed almost all of his subordinates, he had even destroyed his heaven's umbrella. The 7-star devil venerable was filled with hatred right now. By turning into a 7-star devil venerable, he was burning up his demonic energy, allowing his strength to break through his limits and soar to a level that even he himself was afraid of. This power was extremely strong. Driven by a secret skill of the demons, a single misstep would cause this power to go out of control. At that time, there would be no need for Gu Fei to make a move. The 7-star devil, venerable, would be blasted into smithereens by his own power. Come on then. Gu Fei pointed his sword at the 7 balls of demonic nature in the sky. His long hair fluttered without any wind. At this moment, his battle intent had reached its peak as well. Streams of true force of the martial path coiled around his body. With Gu Fei as the center, a powerful ripple spread out. You've overestimated yourself. To think that an ant would dare to challenge a colossal dragon. What a joke. The voice of the 7-star devil venerable rang out. This time around, Gu Fei could capture the ripple of the voice of this big devil venerable. To think that the voice of the 7-star devil venerable would come from those 7 balls of demonic light. 1 into 7. Could this demonic skill be even more powerful than one of the 9 secret arts of the immortal Tao, the one turning into 3 pure ones? Gu Fei's heart skipped a beat. This demonic skill was truly heaven revolting. However, he did not know that this demonic skill wasn't something that could be deployed casually. This was a skill that would kill 1,000 of the enemy while suffering 800 losses. In other words, if the 7-star Devil Venerable were to use this demonic skill, even if he managed to kill his opponent, he would lose 80% of his life force. Gu Fei had forced the 7-star Devil Venerable to use this demonic skill. This had alarmed many big shots in the Devil domain. They knew that after this battle, regardless of the outcome, they would be able to split the territory of the 7-star Devil Venerable. The 7-star Devil Venerable was finished. In the Devil domain, the strong ruled. If the 7-star Devil Venerable lost 80% of his strength, other strong devils would replace him. Rumble, the ground within thousands of miles, was shaking violently. Mountains were collapsing one after another. The entire land looked like it was about to sink. It was extremely terrifying. The 7 devil stars were sinking. This kind of power was enough to crush everything. Buzz. Gu Feijian pointed at the 7 demon star, and the purple gold divine sword in his hand vibrated. A transparent ripple that was invisible to the naked eye spread out from the purple gold divine sword, blocking the terrifying demonic power. How is this possible? The 7-star Devil Venerable sensed this change. This caused him to be extremely shocked. Could the divine sword in the hands of this human really be a supreme divine weapon of the legends? Who cares so much? Kill. The 7 devil stars, formed by the 7-star Devil Venerable, did not stop. They continued to sink towards Gu Fei. Billions of demonic light pierced through the void, as though they wanted to turn the entire world into chaos. If it was an ordinary supreme being of the human race, or even a peak supreme being of the human race, under this attack of the 7-star Devil Venerable, even if they had 10 lives, they wouldn't be able to survive. However, Gu Fei was not an ordinary supreme being. His powerful martial body allowed him to have a combat strength that was much stronger than other experts of the same level. Even a half-saint would dare to fight against him. Swoosh! Gu Fei soared into the sky. He used the violet gold divine sword to break through the layers of demonic energy and rushed towards the descending 7 devil stars. This action of his shocked everyone who witnessed it. At this moment, in the sky above the 7-star Devil Mountain, an endless amount of tribulation lightning bloomed. Within the tribulation lightning, the aura of a saint was gradually becoming stronger. Half-saint. Someone is about to become a half-saint. Some elders of the demons exclaimed. It had been many years since the demons of the 100,000 mountain range experienced the heavenly tribulation of a half-saint. Even when the great era of the human world came, there was no expert of the demons who could become a half-saint. However, today, the heavenly tribulation of a half-saint appeared in the demon domain again. However, the one undergoing the tribulation was not an expert of the demons, but a human. The human clan was too amazing. One should know that in the untainted land of ancient times, the human clan was not the ruler of the world. At that time, the forces of the human clan were very weak. If it wasn't for the emergence of a few supreme beings in the human clan of the untainted land would have been exterminated by other powerful races. After the untainted land was broken, the major races of the untainted land suffered heavy losses. Even some of the major races that had existed for countless years completely disappeared. However, the human clan survived tenaciously and gradually became the ruler of the world. Whether it was the human world or the heaven world, the human clan was the dominant race. The human clan was the largest race in the heaven world and the human world. The prosperity of the human clan was not what the demons wanted to see. At this time, Hation's heavenly tribulation of a half-saint was still going on. However, there were already experts of the demons who wanted to take action. Some experts of the demons wanted to stop Hation from becoming a half-saint. Bang! A devil hammer flew out from the top of a devil mountain thousands of miles away. In an instant, it shattered the void and disappeared into the dark world. Swish! A demonic sword flew out from a demonic cave and disappeared into the cave. At the same time, a devil spear emitted a supreme devil aura. It flew out from an abyss filled with devil chi and rushed towards the direction of the 7-star Devil Mountain. The big figures of the demons couldn't bear to see another half-saint emerging from the human clan. Finally, they took action. The power of the demon saint was vast and mighty. Countless devils in the demon domain sensed this aura and were terrified. It was as if a catastrophe was coming. Bang! In the sky above the 7-star Devil Mountain, the void suddenly shattered. From the shattered void, a devil hammer flew out. This devil hammer directly broke through the layers of tribulation lightning and smashed towards Hation, who was at the center of the tribulation lightning. The devil hammer emitted a wave of saint-level devil energy. With an irresistible force, it smashed towards Hation's head. As long as this devil hammer hit him, Hation would most likely die. Chapter 17:19. As Hation was undergoing the heavenly tribulation, the big shots in the demon domain could no longer sit still. One should know that the demons and the human race have been mortal enemies since ancient times. Among the demons, no one was willing to see another half-sage appear in the human race. The big shots of the demons had made their move. They wanted to stop Hation from becoming a half-sage. Bam! A demonic hammer directly smashed through the void and smashed towards Hation. A terrifying demonic aura spread in all directions. A strand of sage-level demonic energy appeared between the heavens and the earth. This demonic hammer was a demonic weapon that was refined by a demon saint. Rumble, the tribulation thunder rumbled. Billions of heavenly lightning bolts appeared around Hation. The terrifying power of thunder and lightning charred Hation from head to toe. His entire body seemed to be cooked. Buzz. The invisible divine sword danced around him, emitting vibrating sounds. Circles of transparent sword waves spread out from the invisible divine sword, reducing the power of the heavenly tribulation to the minimum. Even so, this heavenly tribulation of the half-saint had made Hation suffer greatly. Preposterous! The demonic hammer smashed down on his head. Hation couldn't help but frown when he sensed the sage-level power emitted from the hammer. At this moment, he was in a tense situation. The demonic hammer broke through the layers of tribulation thunder. Even the power of thunder and lightning triggered by the heavenly tribulation of the half-saint dissipated under the attack of this hammer. Clang! The invisible divine sword that danced around Hation soared into the sky and clashed with the demonic hammer that was smashing down. At the moment when the invisible divine sword and the demonic hammer collided, countless Tao patterns rushed out from the two sacred weapons. Those Tao patterns then dissipated in the void. The invisible divine sword blocked the demonic hammer. However, at this moment, a peerless sword light rushed over from the sky. The sword chi soared up to 1,000 jam. It was a demonic sword. Cold sword chi spread out from the demonic sword. The temperature of the entire world was impacted by the sword chi, causing it to drop rapidly. Seeing this, Hation couldn't help but be taken aback. A great demon sage, level demonic weapon was almost too much for him to handle. Now, there was another demonic weapon. How could he survive? The demon sword streaked across the sky, and its target was also Haitian, who was in the midst of his half-step saint heavenly tribulation. At this time, a terrifying demonic weapon appeared in the sky. A demonic spear rushed over, directly breaking through the void that was enveloped by the tribulation lightning, stabbing towards Haitian. Roar! Haitian roared angrily. At this moment, he could no longer remain calm. The three saint-level demonic weapons were pressing down on him together. Even the invisible divine sword could not withstand it at this moment. Just when Haitian was in danger, a huge cauldron descended from the sky, enveloping him within it. At the same time, the three saint-level demonic weapons that were pressing down on him were all sent flying. It turned out that Gu Fei had made a move. He couldn't just watch Haitian be killed. He directly threw out the mountain river cauldron and enveloped Haitian within it. The ancient cauldron emitted an extremely ancient and vicissitude aura. It was as if this cauldron had already existed since the beginning of the world. It can ignore the attacks of sacred weapons. Could this ancient cauldron be the legendary mountain river cauldron? There were many old people among the demons. These people had lived for too long and knew many great secrets of the world. They thought of the ancient cauldron that had once appeared since the mythological era. Gu Fei's attack allowed Haitian to no longer have any worries. He could fight with the 7-star demon marshal with all his strength. With the purple gold divine sword in his hand, he directly rushed into the 7 demon stars. Swoosh! With just one strike, one of the demon stars was split in half by Gu Fei. Then it exploded in the void behind him. A terrifying demonic power suddenly burst out. It was as if a real star had exploded. The starry sky in the sky was shaking, and it was horrifying. Even Gu Fei had to temporarily retreat. One of the 7 demon stars had been destroyed. The 7-star demon marshal roared in anger. He was almost going crazy. This kind of demonic skill consumed the most vitality. It was equivalent to splitting one's life into 7 parts. Destroying one of the 7 demon stars was equivalent to having one of his 7 lives cut off. This kind of price was really too high. The ferocious power of the 7-star demon marshal immediately weakened a lot. This sword of yours, the 7-star demon marshal no longer had any doubts. The divine sword in his opponent's hand was definitely a supreme sword weapon. Otherwise, how could it have broken through his secret skill so easily? The opponent had a supreme sword weapon in his hand. How could he fight? The 7-star demon marshal was also a powerful figure. He knew that he was no match for Gu Fei. Therefore, the remaining 6 balls of demon light soared into the sky. He wanted to escape. Want to leave? How can it be so easy? With the purple gold divine sword in hand, Gu Fei rushed towards the 6 balls of demon light with one step. His battle intent was like a rainbow, and the divine sword in his hand was constantly vibrating. Humph, you want to kill me? You are not qualified. The voice of the 7-star demon marshal came out from the 6 balls of demon light. Then, boom! The 6 balls of demon light that were like stars suddenly exploded with even more powerful demonic power. They rushed out in 6 directions. Gu Fei was shocked. The opponent's move made him not know how to chase after the balls of demon light. However, after being stunned for a moment, he quickly recovered. Swoosh! The divine sword pierced through the sky. Gu Fei threw the purple gold divine sword in his hand. The divine sword instantly caught up with a ball of demon light and rushed through it. Boom! The heaven and earth shook. Another ball of demon light exploded. Everything within a radius of a few thousand miles was destroyed. Almost nothing was left. As for Gu Fei himself, he rushed towards a ball of demon light. "You are courting death." Seeing that Gu Fei actually threw the purple gold divine sword in his hand, the seven-star demon marshal couldn't help but be surprised and happy. The ball of demon light automatically rushed towards Gu Fei. Very good. Gu Fei attacked with all his strength. The martial true force in his body surged violently. He punched out a primal chaos fist. Above his fists, there was primal chaos chi circling, and Tao runes constantly appeared on his fists. Bang! Gu Fei's fist collided with the ball of demon light. A powerful force swept out in all directions. He only felt an extremely powerful force coming from his hand. This force made Gu Fei involuntarily retreat 5 or 6 steps. This made him extremely shocked. The power contained in the ball of demon light was so strong that it was unbelievable. However, the ball of demon light didn't feel good either. After being hit by Gu Fei's fist, it shook continuously. The demon soul in the ball of demon light almost came out. How is this possible? Are the legendary martial artists really so abnormal? The seven-star demon marshal knew that it was not a good thing to risk his life at this time. He directly soared into the sky and disappeared from the sight of the group of demons in the blink of an eye. Chapter 17:20. The seven-star demon, Venerable, was extremely powerful. He displayed the demon's secret technique and transformed into 7 balls of demonic nature. His battle prowess was monstrous and intimidated all the experts of the demons. However, such a powerful demon, Venerable, was defeated by Gu Fei. Although the 7-star demon body transformation secret technique was heaven-defying, Gu Fei was even more heaven-defying than the 7-star demon Venerable. Buzz! The divine sword in Gu Fei's hand was vibrating. 5 of the 7 balls of starlight were destroyed by him. Only 2 balls of starlight broke through the void and escaped into the chaos. Such a result left everyone dumbfounded. A demon, Venerable, was defeated just like that. The era of the 7-star demon, Venerable, was over. Naturally, someone would take over his territory. At this time, He Tian, who was in the mountain and river cauldron, finally survived the semi-sage heavenly tribulation. A sage's aura was emitted from the mountain and river cauldron. Boom! In the next moment, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth crazily gathered towards the mountain and river cauldron and entered He Tian's body. Even the stars in the sky cast down endless starlight. He Tian's damaged body was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. His flesh and blood were being regenerated. Vigorous blood and qi were circulating rapidly in his body. At this time, the big shots of the demons who attacked had already stopped. The 3 demon soldiers stopped in the air and released waves of powerful demon saints' power. Within a radius of tens of thousands of miles, the demons were trembling. The demon saints' aura made the demons feel uneasy and frightened. The experts of the demons who attacked secretly knew that it was impossible to stop He Tian from becoming a semi-sage at this time. With the protection of the legendary mountain and river cauldron, even if a real sage came, it would be difficult to hurt He Tian. Not to mention that the experts of the demons had not become a demon saint yet. Roar! He Tian, who had absorbed endless spiritual energy of heaven and earth, let out a deep roar. Like an ancient giant beast awakening, the power of a semi-sage surged out of his body. The demons were inexplicably frightened. Another semi-sage had appeared in the human race. This was definitely not a good thing for the demons. He Tian walked out of the mountain and river cauldron. A wisp of sage's power appeared between heaven and earth. The powerful pressure of a semi-sage caused the void around him to tremble. At this time, the last heavenly tribulation's power was still blooming. A sneer appeared on Hation's face. Then he punched out and dispersed the last power of the heavenly tribulation of a half. Tens of thousands of tribulation thunders exploded and dispersed in all directions before dissipating into the void. The terrifying heavenly tribulation of the half-step sage vanished in the end. These bastards are really tired of living. They actually want to stop your grandpa, from attaining the half-saint realm. Two sharp beams of divine light shot out from Hation's eyes. He glanced at the three demonic soldiers in the sky, and a cold smile appeared on his face. Chun! At this time, an almost transparent divine sword rushed out from the top of Hation's head. A circle of extremely sharp sword waves spread out. I'll use you guys as practice. Hation's words were extremely cold. Countless formation patterns appeared on his body. Countless formation patterns intertwined with each other, and a shocking divine might burst out from his body. Swoosh! He soared into the sky and rushed towards the three demonic weapons. Countless formation patterns rushed out from his body and imprinted in the void. They attracted the power of heaven and earth and poured it into the invisible divine sword. Buzz! The invisible divine sword burst out hundreds of millions of almost transparent sword light. The sword light pierced through the void and shot towards the three demonic weapons in the sky. Boom! At this time, the three demonic weapons also burst out a monstrous wave of demonic power. The whole world seemed to be shattered. It was extremely terrifying. Ha! Hation laughed and held the invisible divine sword in his hand. Under the support of the powerful power of a sage, countless Tao patterns on the invisible divine sword lit up. The power of the great path burst out from the invisible divine sword. Clang! The peerless demonic sword let out a terrifying sound. Then it slashed towards Hation. The powerful power of the demonic path burst out. There was a powerful figure controlling this demonic weapon in the dark. Without any suspense, Mahakala sent the demonic sword flying with a single strike. It was not that the demonic sword was not strong enough. However, the powerful figure in the dark did not come in person. If he could defeat Hation in such a way, then that great demon was probably invincible in the world. Kill! Hation was extremely powerful. He used the void formation technique. The whole world was densely packed with formation patterns. He borrowed the power of heaven and earth. Boom! The world shook. Hation was ruthless. He attacked with all his strength. The whole void turned into nothingness in an instant. The ground sank. Terrifying waves swept through the sky and the ground. Even Gu Fei was shocked when he saw this scene. The demonic hammer and demonic spear were blasted away. Hation's fighting spirit was endless. He actually rushed into the depths of the demonic domain with the invisible divine sword in his hand. Very soon, a terrifying wave came from the depths of the demonic domain. This guy, Gu Fei, was shocked by Hation's action. Even he was not willing to enter the depths of the demonic domain. Hation was challenging the most powerful demon in this demonic domain. Who knew if there were ancient great demons among the ancient demons in the depths of the demonic domain? One should know that some of those ancient great demons could still live to the present. Even the demon ancestor could be reborn. It would not be strange if a great demon saint jumped out from the depths of the demonic domain. Gu Fei did not hesitate. He used the 8 Desolation Void steps and rushed into the depths of the demonic domain. That place was already shrouded by endless formation runes. Hation's void formation technique had become even more powerful after his cultivation had a breakthrough. It was simply incomparable to the past. Roar. Hation's roar came from the middle of the formation runes. He seemed to have encountered a big trouble. Countless formation runes were blooming with divine light. The power of heaven and earth was continuously drawn over. Hation drew the power of heaven and earth. He wanted to use this powerful heaven and earth power to suppress the ancient demon in the depths of the demonic domain. However, the ancient demon in the depths of the demonic domain was unimaginably powerful. Hation simply could not suppress that kind of existence. Boom! A demonic hammer emitted thousands of devil lights. It broke Hation's great formation and struck out. The great demon saint's aura was vast and mighty between the heaven and earth. The devil Tao energy emitted by the demonic hammer was too strong. It was as if a true great demon saint had awakened from his slumber. It was peerlessly terrifying. The 3 great devil weapons were retrieved by those who had secretly attacked. The owner of the demonic hammer was one of the 3 great ancient devils. The demonic hammer could truly awaken in the hands of this ancient devil. This was not a good thing. The demonic hammer flew back. Countless formation runes were smashed by the demonic hammer and dissipated into the void. The power of the great formation that Hation had laid down was rapidly weakening. Those who wish to communicate with Liang San can join the group 274673223. This is the latest update of the indestructible martial saint. Hee. Chapter 1721. In the depths of the demon domain, Hation and the mysterious great demon fought fiercely. 2 great demon weapons flew over and joined forces with the mysterious great demon to fight against Hation. Buzz. The peerless demon sword vibrated. Saint-level great Tao laws surged out from the demon sword. A large number of formation runes collapsed, displaying great demon might. Swish! The demon spear pierced through the void and directly pierced into the grand formation. A demon shadow loomed on the demon spear. It was peerlessly terrifying. Although the mysterious great demon didn't come with his real body, he also sent out his incarnations to control the demon weapon. This battle was even more intense than the previous one. A bunch of scoundrels, come with your real body if you have the guts. Countless formation runes were destroyed by the demon weapon and reformed. Hation's cold voice resounded in the midst of the billions of formation runes. Did this guy eat an expired aphrodisiac? He's so fierce. At this moment, even Gu Fei found it difficult to intervene. Countless formation patterns were directly branded into the void, blocking his way and making it difficult for him to approach. Gu Fei discovered that there seemed to be endless Tao laws evolving in Hation's grand formation. This was really shocking. Could it be that after becoming a half-step saint, one could use all kinds of Tao laws? The heaven and earth laws weren't that easy to control. Gu Fei's path was different from others. He didn't focus on the cultivation of Tao laws because he believed that as long as one's strength was strong enough, any Tao laws wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow. What he pursued was supreme strength. Boom! At this time, a powerful demon path power that made Gu Fei's heart palpitate erupted. The demon hammer had completely awakened. It was like a supreme demon lord had descended and instantly broke Hation's grand formation. Countless Tao laws collapsed under the attack of the demon hammer. Damn it! Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this scene. Although Hation was strong, he had just become a half-step saint. It was difficult for him to adapt to this new power. It was obvious that the mysterious great demon in the depths of the demon territory was definitely an ancient demon. Moreover, it was an ancient half-demon saint. After the demon weapon was fully awakened, the outcome of this battle was determined. "You big demon brat, your grandpa Hay has some matters to attend to, so I'll take care of you next time." Hay Tian also knew that it was impossible to kill an ancient half-devil saint, so he decisively retreated. Countless formation runes surged out along with Hay Tian. "Go!" After meeting up with Gu Fei, the two of them directly tore through the void and disappeared into the demon domain. Roar! A terrifying demonic roar came from the depths of the infernal domain, and a gigantic demonic shadow, as large as a mountain, appeared in the void. Its blood-red eyes emitted a demonic light that swept across half of the infernal domain. This was definitely a peerless demon. Very quickly, the supreme devil in the depths of the devil domain disappeared. After that, the devil domain suddenly became chaotic. The seven-star devil sovereign was defeated by a supreme expert of the human race. There were experts of the devil race who wanted to take over his territory. However, there was more than one demon expert who wanted to take over the seven-star demon venerable's territory. Therefore, a chaotic battle for the seven-star demon venerable's territory broke out. Hateful human race, I will definitely take revenge for this. Somewhere in the 100,000 mountain range outside the infernal domain, roars were constantly heard. In a valley that was shrouded in demonic chi, a figure was sitting cross-legged, breathing in and out demonic chi. This great demon was the seven-star demon Venerable. At this time, the seven-star demon Venerable was extremely weak. 5 of his 7 demon source origin had been destroyed by the human race's almighty, almost injuring his Tao foundation. In order to achieve the Tao, one must build the Tao foundation. If the Tao foundation was destroyed, then everything would be over. The 7-star demon Venerable's vitality was injured, so he had no choice but to hide. He didn't even dare to stay in the infernal domain anymore. Now, any almighty demon expert could kill him. He lost his territory and his force in a single day. This made the 7-star demon Venerable's hatred soar. If he didn't kill that human race's almighty, he absolutely wouldn't be able to take it lying down. However, despite his hatred, the 7-star demon Venerable had to hide and recover his vitality. Only then would he have the capital to take revenge. It wouldn't be difficult for him to take back everything he had lost. And the key factor that determined all of this was power, formidable power. While the 7-star demon Venerable was itching to tear Gu Fei to pieces, Gu Fei and He Tian had already left the infernal domain and were heading in the direction of the gate of the void sky. When He Tian learned that the virtual sky world had opened again, his eyes immediately lit up. He wanted to enter the virtual sky world to try his luck. The location of the gate of the void sky was no longer a secret, because the aura of the human emperor's divine weapon had swept through the 100,000 mountains. Even the experts in other parts of the southern wilderness could accurately sense the origin of this fluctuation. Before long, Gu Fei and He Tian arrived near the gate of the void sky. Gu Fei and He Tian watched from a distance. They didn't immediately approach the gate of the void sky because many people recognized him. The battle prowess he showed in the virtual sky world was too heaven-defying. Soon, they found that the gate of the void sky was still controlled by the superforces. It was impossible to enter the virtual sky world without being noticed. Seeing this situation, Gu Fei and He Tian couldn't help but frown. "Kill," He Tian said. His words were very direct and very violent. He had just become a semi-saint, so he had a strong desire to fight against all the experts. "Then you go," Gu Fei said grumpily. This guy was really too bold. At this time, almost all the superforces of the Tonglong continent had gathered in front of the gate of the void sky. Want to kill? It was not impossible, but the consequences were very serious. This was equivalent to becoming the enemy of the whole cultivation world. Gu Fei didn't want to be remembered by all the experts of the whole cultivation world. Then what do you think we should do? He Tian said. Although the method of directly killing was a little stupid, it had to be said that this was the most direct method. It was not a big deal to offend the whole cultivation world of the human world. In the heaven realm, they were even chased by Emperor Xian. Gu Fei pondered for a while, and then said, "Change your appearance, and then break in." "Yes, this is a good method." "Ha, brats, your Uncle He is coming." When it came to fighting, no one was more excited than He Tian. He directly rushed out as if he was injected with chicken blood. This guy, seeing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but be speechless. This He Tian was really lawless. He did things according to his own whims. He really dared to offend anyone. It seemed that only Gu Fei could suppress this guy. He Tian was like a runaway wild horse, but Gu Fei knew that he was definitely not a good rider. Crack! 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 After a burst of popping sounds came from Gu Fei's body, his entire spirit and appearance underwent a shocking change. He became shorter and fatter. He looked like a short fatty. His current appearance was somewhat similar to that of his disciple, Gu Zhong, who was still trapped in the killing array and continuing to train. After changing his appearance, Gu Fei walked out of the room. "Who is it? Soon!" Someone discovered Gu Fei and He Tian. Everyone in front of the gate of the void sky swept their gazes towards Gu Fei and He Tian. No ads, no mistakes. First novel W. Your best choice. Chapter 1722. The experts of various super forces gathered at the gate of the ruined sky. Rather than saying that these people were guarding the gate of the ruined sky, it was more accurate to say that they were restraining each other. The appearance of Gu Fei and He Tian broke the subtle parallelism in front of the gate of the ruined sky. Their appearance made everyone in front of the gate of the ruins sky tense up. "Stop!" Someone shouted. Gu Fei and He Tian had changed their figures and appearances. No one knew that they had returned. Everyone became nervous. Of course, Gu Fei and He Tian would not wait. Bang! Mahakala stretched out his right hand and pressed forward. The void in front of his palm suddenly collapsed, and the entire void was shattered into a piece of chaos. Roar! Screams rang out. The front of the gate of the ruined sky was immediately thrown into chaos. The powerful fluctuations of power that rushed out from He Tian's hand sent these so-called experts flying. Buzz! A Buddhist lamp rose in front of the gate of the ruins sky. Auspicious Buddhist power surged out from the Buddhist lamp. Buddhist runes flickered on the Buddhist fire that was the size of a soybean. The mighty Buddhist power from the Buddhist lamp suppressed He Tian's power. There were experts of the Buddhist sects taking action. The experts of the Buddhist sects of the West Earth were not absent. This was a sacred tool of the Buddhist sections. It was very similar to the ancient bronze Buddhist lamp, but it was definitely not that supreme Buddhist tool. Boom! At this time, another expert took action. Someone soared into the sky and evolved a divine sun and a divine moon, suppressing Gu Fei and the others. The divine sun and divine moon appeared in the sky, emitting a vast power of the sun and moon. The earth shook, and the void in front of the gate of the ruined sky almost collapsed. This was a peerlessly powerful divine form. It evolved the sun and moon of the world. The peerless power of the world descended on Gu Fei and the others, obliterating everything. Even Gu Fei couldn't help being startled by this powerful divine form. Although this person was powerful, he wasn't a match for Gu Fei. However, it wasn't Gu Fei's turn to make a move. He Tian directly smashed the sun, moon, and sky with a single slap and sent the man flying. Everyone who saw this scene was dumbfounded. The one who made a move was Beitang Ryu of the Beitang family. a peerless powerhouse who had risen rapidly in the past 100 years. The Beitang family had produced a few powerful existences in the mortal realm. This Beitang Ryu was one of them. However, after encountering He Tian, this Beitang Ryu was destined to suffer a tragedy. Beitang Ryu was sent flying by He Tian's slap, and his fleshly body nearly shattered. He coughed up a huge mouthful of blood as he was sent flying 3,000 meters away. Too powerful, too ferocious. He Tian's move intimidated all the powerhouses in front of the gate of the ruined sky, who had the strength to send a peerless powerhouse flying with a single slap. The person who came was probably a semi-saint. Even the expert from the Buddhist sect had retreated. While the Buddhist lamp was formidable, the vast and mighty aura of a saint had swept out from him as well. Where did these two guys come from? No one could tell where Gu Fei and He Tian came from. Gu Fei and He Tian had changed their figures and appearances, so no one could recognize them. Without any suspense, Gu Fei and He Tian entered the virtual sky world again. As soon as they entered the virtual sky world, Gu Fei and He Tian sensed the aura of the human emperor's divine weapon. Were those people still attacking the ominous ancient city? The ominous ancient city was extraordinary. Gu Fei obtained his mountain and river cauldron in the ominous ancient city. There might be peerless divine treasures in the ominous ancient city, but Gu Fei didn't see any. He opened the house that was suspected to contain the peerless divine treasures, but he saw a coffin. Gu Fei knew that the ominous ancient city was definitely not that simple. Then they quickly flew in the direction of the fluctuation of the human emperor's divine weapon. Soon, they approached the area. Gu Fei and He Tian were extremely shocked by what they saw. There was a vast expanse of primal chaos mist in front of them that stretched as far as the eye could see. This primal chaos mist blocked their vision. Even if they had the divine eyes, they couldn't see far. It was difficult to see through the primal chaos mist, and the fluctuation of the human emperor's divine weapon came from it. At this time, the fluctuation of the human emperor's divine weapon disappeared again. What's going on? Gu Fei and the others stopped in front of the primal chaos mist. The primal chaos mist was too strange. He remembered that there was no such mist in this area before. Could it be that those people broke through the ominous ancient city? He Tian's eyes flickered. He wanted to see the ominous ancient city that Gu Fei mentioned. One should know that there were many secrets in the ominous ancient city. Of course, He Tian was here for the supreme divine treasure. The supreme divine treasure was tempting, and He Tian was also jealous. The divine treasure left by the ancient supreme divine treasure was definitely something that could make all cultivators go crazy. Who wouldn't want it? Gu Fei also wanted it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have opened the house that was sealed by the supreme Tao ancestor. Let's go in and take a look. Outside the primal chaos mist, there was no way he could sense what was going on inside. In the end, Erebus decided to enter the primal chaos mist to take a look. With his current cultivation base and the holy artifact that was the invisible godly sword, he could go anywhere in the world. There was definitely great danger in the primal chaos mist. Gu Fei had a supreme divine weapon, so he wasn't afraid. At least, he had the ability to protect himself. Rumble, just as Gu Fei and He Tian entered the primal chaos mist, there was suddenly a rumbling sound coming from the depths of the primal chaos mist, as if there were peerless figures fighting. The aura of the human emperor's divine weapon erupted again. The entire primal chaos mist was tumbling violently. This time, the power emitted by the human emperor's divine weapon was too strong. The human emperor's divine weapon seemed to have met its match. Apart from the supreme divine weapon, what other divine weapon could compete with the human emperor's divine weapon? Gu Fei's body emitted a primordial chaos chi, which enveloped him, and He Tian, isolating the powerful aura of the human emperor's divine weapon. Could it be? Gu Fei's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He had a bad feeling. Boss, what's wrong? He Tian saw that Gu Fei's face suddenly became extremely serious, and he couldn't help but be surprised. It should be known that ever since he knew Gu Fei, he had only seen Gu Fei like this a few times. Be careful. If that thing comes out, we'll retreat immediately. Gu Fei was extremely serious. Could it be? At this time, He Tian also seemed to think of something, and there was a rare look of surprise on his face. Gu Fei had told him all kinds of things in the ominous city. The primal chaos mist didn't appear everywhere. It was a great omen. Something unimaginable and ominous had happened, which made Gu Fei and He Tian very uneasy. Chapter 17:23. Gu Fei and He Tian walked carefully in the chaotic mist. The aura of the human sovereign divine weapon was sometimes strong and sometimes weak. It was as if it was near and far at the same time. It was very strange. The aura of the human sovereign weapon was not unfamiliar to Gu Fei. It was the seal of the human sovereign of the Dongfang family, and the heavenly path mirror of the Zhao family of the antiquity. Those people seemed to be in big trouble, and had to use the Supreme Emperor's might to protect themselves. What on earth is happening? Gu Fei was extremely shocked. The shadow of an ancient cauldron loomed over his head. He used the power of the cauldron of mountains and rivers to protect himself and He Tian. It was better to be safe than sorry. In such a dangerous place, there was absolutely nothing wrong with being a little more cautious. Buzz. The invisible sword danced around He Tian and vibrated repeatedly. This sword had already gained intelligence. It seemed to have sensed the strangeness in the chaotic mist and became very uneasy. Could it be that something ominous has really happened? He Tian muttered to himself. At this time, even he could not help but be moved. He had successfully broken through the shackles of cultivation and became a semi-saint. Most of the memories of his previous life had come back. This kind of chaotic mist had appeared in the depths of his memory. He seemed to have encountered such a strange thing like today, which made him feel a little cold. It should be known that only the most important memories were sealed in the depths of his soul. As his cultivation gradually increased, those sealed memories in the depths of his soul would gradually be unlocked. He Tian knew that in his previous life, he was definitely a peerless cultivator because there were still some sealed memories in the depths of his soul that had not returned. Roar! Just as the two gradually approached the Emperor's might emitted by the human sovereign weapon, a roar suddenly sounded nearby. Then, a black shadow rushed out of the chaotic mist. What is that? Gu Fei and He Tian hurriedly soared into the sky, dodging this sudden attack. The chaotic mist rolled violently, and a dangerous aura spread out. That black shadow disappeared into the primal chaos mist. Its speed was so fast that even experts like Gu Fei and He Tian couldn't help being shaken. Did you see it clearly? He Tian asked Gu Fei. It seems to be a primal chaos beast. Gu Fei pondered for a moment before saying, this caused Erebus to be taken aback. No way. How could there be such a chaos alien race in this world? He Tian was shocked to hear this. Primal Chaos Beast was an ancient name. This name could be traced back to the ancient mythological era. The mythological era was even more ancient than the primitive era. Primal chaos beasts did indeed appear in that ancient era. Moreover, they were called chaos alien races by the experts of the mythological era. That was because these beasts were born from the primal chaos. They were extremely powerful as soon as they were born, capable of tearing true dragons apart and slaying divine phoenixes. However, these chaos alien races had already gone extinct in the later stages of the mythological era. All the experts who came later thought that they were already extinct. It should be a beast with the bloodline of a chaos alien race. Gu Fei wasn't very sure either. One had to know that he had only learned about the existence of the chaos alien race from the memories of the god race's old ancestor. Back then, he used one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the godly seizing secret art to slay the divine race ancestor of the Naraka Tao, and obtained his memories. This was equivalent to inheriting everything from the divine race ancestor. How did this thing appear here? He Tian was still in shock. He couldn't figure out how such an ancient existence could appear in the present. This was beyond his understanding. As far as he could remember, the chaos alien races had long been extinct and shouldn't exist anymore. Roar. Another roar sounded nearby. It seemed that the beast with the bloodline of a chaos alien race had turned around again. The deafening roar caused the entire chaos mist to churn violently. Damn beast! Erebus made his move right away. The invisible divine sword transformed into a nearly transparent beam of sword light, which silently pierced through the chaotic mist and shot towards the beast's shadow that was rapidly closing in on him. Uffed! A flower of blood blossomed within the chaotic mist, and an even more terrifying roar sounded out. The savage beast had been injured, and a terrifying aura that caused one's heart to palpitate erupted from its body. Rumble! The world shook as a giant beast claw reached out from the chaos mist, grabbing at Gu Fei and He Tian. "You're courting death." With a thought from He Tian, the invisible sword light immediately flew back and strangled the giant claw. A wisp of saintly might spread in the void. With the cultivation base of a half-step saint, my Tian could already make the sword release the power of the saint level. The sword chi of the saint level spread out from the sword, dispersing the surrounding primal chaos mist. This is as the chaos mist dissipated. A beast the size of a hill, covered in black scales and surrounded by chaos chi, appeared in front of Gu Fei and He Tian. It has a natural affinity with chaos chi. Although this beast isn't from the chaos alien race, it definitely has the bloodline of the chaos alien race, Gu Fei said. Clang! At this moment, the invisible sword had already tangled with the giant beast claw. The beast claw was actually not cut off by the invisible sword. This surprised Gu Fei and He Tian. The beast claw can actually fight against a saint weapon. This beast is too strong. Gu Fei and my Tian had no choice but to retreat. The place where they had been standing was immediately crushed by the beast's claw, and the void turned into chaos as it clawed at them. Roar! The beast's roar shook heaven and earth. There was a bloody hole on the beast's body. That was the place where the invisible sword had pierced through. A kind of chaos blood seeped out from the wound. The most powerful part of this savage beast was its claws. They were able to tear through the void and crush everything in their path. However, the other parts of its body weren't as monstrous as it seemed. The invisible sword could pierce through the beast's body. Seeing that the beast's body was so strong, Gu Fei couldn't help but feel itchy. He took a step forward and directly approached the beast. Bang! Without any fancy moves, Gu Fei threw out the most ordinary punch. However, this seemingly casual punch forced the beast to stop. This was the purest form of strength. It was not a mystic art or a spell. Sensing the threat from Gu Fei, the beast stretched out a claw and clawed at Gu Fei. The giant beast claw was surrounded by chaos divine light. Boom! Gu Fei's fist collided with the beast's claw. The giant beast was sent flying by Gu Fei's punch, while Gu Fei was also pushed back by the beast's strength. The beast's strength had exceeded Gu Fei's expectations. He thought that his punch would be able to injure the beast, but the result was unexpected. Roar! Terrifying roars rang out continuously. The beast seemed to be angered. It roared and charged at Gu Fei. A ferocious aura swept across the sky. Again, Gu Fei's battle intent surged. This was the first time he had encountered such a powerful creature. Its body was comparable to the holy body of a mighty expert, and its claws were comparable to a holy weapon. Such a beast's combat strength was definitely not weaker than a half-saint. No wonder the ancient sage-to-be and the experts of the Zhao clan were trapped in the chaos mist. Boom! Gu Fei and the wild beast collided again. This was a battle of physiques, and also a battle of strength. There were no divine abilities or great techniques, only the purest strength. Just a beast with the bloodline of a chaotic alien is already so powerful. If it's a real chaotic alien, won't it be boundlessly powerful? He Tian couldn't help but feel shocked when he saw this. He knew very well just how powerful Gu Fei's body was. It was comparable to a human-shaped saint weapon. Very few people could be compared to his body when it reached such a level. Kill! Gu Fei became more and more ferocious. When he punched, the void seemed to collapse. When he stomped, the sky and earth shook. However, the chaotic beast with the bloodline of a chaotic alien was also extremely powerful. Its chaotic body was not something an ordinary beast could compare with. Gu Fei was fighting with a chaotic body. Too strong. Even Gu Fei couldn't help but be moved. Almighty martial body was incomparably powerful. Even a true half-step saint wouldn't be able to withstand a single punch from him. If they were hit by his punch, their body and soul would definitely be destroyed. Chaotic fist. In the end, Gu Fei still used his newly created fist technique. As soon as the chaotic fist was used, the entire sky and earth shook. The powerful force dispersed the thick mist, revealing the void within a radius of 100 miles. Bang! The powerful chaotic fist finally overpowered the chaotic beast. Gu Fei's fist landed on the abdomen of the chaotic beast. The chaotic fist was like a flash flood. The moment his fist landed on the chaotic beast, it suddenly exploded. Gu Fei's fist broke through the chaotic beast's defense and landed on its body. Roar! The chaotic beast roared and spat out a mouthful of blood. It flew backward and then fell from the sky. The ground shook and dust flew up into the sky. Humph! Gu Fei took a step forward and appeared in front of the chaotic beast. Then his right hand chopped at the neck of the chaotic beast. At the edge of his palm, there was a golden divine light. This was the martial path aura. It was like a real heavenly saber. It emitted a cold saber aura. The golden martial path aura cut through the void. Uffed. The chaotic beast's blood splattered. The chaotic beast's head flew up and all its blood came out. Even so, the chaotic beast was not really dead. Bang! The chaotic beast's head exploded. A chaotic divine light rushed out from its head. In the divine light, there was a small beast shadow. It rushed up into the sky, trying to escape. Chapter 17:24. The chaos beast was extremely strong. Its body was comparable to that of a powerful martial artist. It fought with Gu Fei relentlessly. However, humans were still stronger than beasts. Gu Fei's chaos fist immediately suppressed the chaos beast. Then, with a chop of his hand, he chopped off the chaos beast's head. Blood spurted out of the chaos beast's neck, shooting hundreds of meters into the air. However, this beast was not really dead. Its huge head exploded, and a beam of chaos divine light rushed out of the head. Within the chaos divine light was the shadow of a beast. It rushed up into the sky, trying to escape. The chaos beast was extremely strong. It had already cultivated a primordial spirit. The chaos divine light was the chaos beast's primordial spirit. As long as the primordial spirit could escape, the chaos beast would have a chance to recover. However, Gu Fei would not make such a mistake. He stretched out his hand and a heaven-swallowing force rushed out and sucked the chaos divine light into his hand. Bam! Gu Fei closed his fingers and immediately destroyed the chaos divine light in his hand. The chaos beast's primordial spirit within the chaos divine light was destroyed as well. The powerful chaos beast had the bloodline of the chaos alien tribe, but it was still killed by Gu Fei. Gu Fei's martial body was so strong that even He Tian was secretly shocked. Roar! Just as Gu Fei and He Tian were about to leave, a terrifying roar came from the depths of the chaos fog. An extremely strong beast was approaching them quickly. What's going on? Are there countless chaos beasts in this chaos fog? When Gu Fei and He Tian heard the roar, their expressions changed. One chaos beast was already so strong. If a large group of them came, even if they had supreme divine weapons, they would have to run. Go! Gu Fei met up with He Tian and quickly left the place. The chaotic mist that had been dispersed by Gu Fei's fist force surged back in from all directions, enveloping the area once more. They had just left when another chaos beast that was even bigger than the previous one appeared. The stench of the chaos beast's blood had attracted this chaos beast over. This beast found the chaos beast's corpse and opened its mouth to suck it in. Immediately, streams of essence energy rushed out of the corpse and entered the beast's mouth. The huge beast was devouring the chaos essence chi that had yet to dissipate from the chaos beast's body. Very quickly, the huge beast's body began to glow with chaos divine light. This giant beast was refining the primordial essence for its own use. Just as this huge beast was devouring the chaos essence chi in the chaos beast's body, Gu Fei and He Tian had already left. At this time, the aura of the human emperor divine weapon had completely disappeared. Could it be that those guys broke some kind of ancient seal and released these chaos beasts? He Tian speculated. There were some ancient worlds in this world that had yet to be discovered. The supreme martial artists from the mythological era could create worlds, so it was normal for them to leave some unclaimed worlds behind. Take the virtual sky world, for example. The entire virtual sky world was probably a world created by an ancient supreme martial artist. The appearance of these ancient chaos beasts was definitely not a coincidence. In that ancient, ominous city, something big must have happened that Gu Fei and the others did not know about. That is, after walking for thousands of miles, an ancient and vicissitude aura came from the front. There seemed to be something ancient ahead, which made Gu Fei and He Tian tense up immediately in this area shrouded by the chaotic mist. Even though they had cultivated the divine eyes, the area they could see was very limited. This chaotic mist could block their vision. Even if Gu Fei and He Tian used their divine eyes, they could only see a few miles around them. It was difficult to see further. They moved stealthily with the shadow of the mountain and river cauldron looming over their heads. If there was anything wrong around them, they could immediately escape. Only by using the power of the mountain and river cauldron to protect themselves could they be absolutely safe. When Gu Fei and the others followed the aura and approached, Gu Fei was extremely shocked. In the void in front of them, there was an ancient city floating. It was a dilapidated ancient city. Most of the buildings in the city had been destroyed. It could be seen that these buildings had just been destroyed. How could it be? When Gu Fei took a closer look at the ancient city, he was shocked once again. This ancient city was actually the ancient ominous city. Could it be that those people had really breached this ominous city? This is the ominous city that you were talking about. He Tian was also shocked because he had heard from Gu Fei that this ancient city might be a sovereign divine city. A sovereign represented immortality. If this ancient city was really a sovereign divine city, then it was impossible for it to be destroyed. However, the ancient city in front of them was almost half ruined. Traces of battle could be seen everywhere. On some of the traces, one could even feel the energy of a sovereign. It's caused by the human emperor divine weapon. Gu Fei sensed a familiar aura. There was a deathly aura lingering in the ancient city. He realized that the house that he had entered before had already collapsed. This is bad. Gu Fei's face changed when he saw this. That demonic corpse had come out. The demonic corpse in the crystal coffin was likely the corpse of a sovereign, since it was personally sealed by the supreme Tao ancestor. If something ominous happened to the corpse of a sovereign, it would be a great disaster. Rumble. At this moment, a corner of the ancient city suddenly shook. A demonic figure surrounded by demonic aura appeared. Demons Gu Fei and He Tian immediately sensed the energy fluctuation and rushed towards the demonic figure. Very quickly, they saw the demonic figure standing in the void. Human race. The demonic figure didn't expect to see Gu Fei and He Tian here. He was shocked and wanted to escape. His vitality had been greatly injured, so he couldn't fight against these two humans. Trying to escape, He Tian stretched out his hand. Countless formation runes rushed out from his hand and instantly branded the space in front of him, sealing the space where the demonic figure was. Formation in the void. Who are you? The demonic figure couldn't help but be shocked when he saw He Tian's move. This kind of formation attainment was definitely at the Grandmaster level. Even in the ancient times, there weren't many people like him. He Tian didn't say anything. He was operating the formation. The formation runes that were branded in the void just now condensed in the void again, drawing the power of heaven and earth to form a cage around the demonic figure. Rays of divine light intertwined, and a cage completely condensed from Tao runes appeared between the heaven and earth. The demons didn't expect He Tian to be able to trap him in an instant. This was no small matter. Tell me what happened here. He Tian didn't waste time and directly asked what he wanted to know. The ancient ominous city had been destroyed to this extent. There must have been a great change in the ancient city. Gu Fei also wanted to know what had happened in this ancient ominous city while he was away. What kind of person could actually destroy this ancient city? Humph, do I have to speak just because you told me to? The demonic figure sneered. Normally, he could kill a large number of these two human cultivators with a single slap. But now, he was like a tiger that fell to a plain and was bullied by a dog. Before this demon was injured, he was high and mighty. Even after being injured, he still had the arrogance of a superior and wouldn't easily yield. Very well. He Tian smiled, and so did Gu Fei, especially He Tian. His smile was very eerie and eerie. The demonic figure couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. What do you want? The demonic figure couldn't help but panic. What do you think? The smile on He Tian's face deepened. Then he waved his hand, and the cage that imprisoned the demonic figure immediately emitted a true fire that burned towards the demonic figure inside. This wasn't an ordinary true fire. It was the yin-yang divine fire. This was the true fire that He Tian cultivated. This type of true fire contained the mysteries of yin and yang, and could even melt the toughest of divine metals. Roar! A miserable shriek arose. Under the burning of the yin-yang divine fire, the demonic figure became even more blurry, as if it could disappear at any moment. How dare you? If my real body came, all of you would die. The demonic figure roared. The yin-yang divine fire seemed to be his nemesis. In just a moment, half of the demonic energy on the demonic figure dissipated, and he was about to turn into ashes. Gu Fei and He Tian were shocked to hear this. This demonic figure was only a clone. How could there be such a powerful demonic figure in this world. This demonic figure was definitely an expert that had experienced the calamity of the ominous city and survived. From this, they could tell that this demonic figure wasn't ordinary. Enough. Gu Fei stopped He Tian. If they continued to burn, this demonic figure would really disappear. They hadn't gotten any information yet. Boss, this He Tian didn't think much of it. Since this demonic figure wasn't willing to say anything, he would just kill it. Leaving this guy alive would be a huge problem. I have an idea. Gu Fei glanced at He Tian and said. Following that, a ray of light shot out from between Gu Fei's eyebrows and disappeared into the demonic figure in front of him at an unbelievable speed. Roar! 9 secrets of the immortal path. The demonic figure was shocked, but he had already fallen for the trick. In the next moment, his divine sense was lost, and he was completely immersed in the endless darkness. He didn't know anything anymore. 9 secrets of the immortal path, divine snatch. He Tian was both surprised and happy to see this. He didn't think of this move just now. Very quickly, Gu Fei's divine sense retreated from the demonic figure. At this time, his expression was extremely ugly. He already knew the reason why the ancient city was destroyed. I didn't think it would be like this, Gu Fei muttered to himself. His expression changed several times. The thing he didn't want to see the most had happened in the end. Moreover, there were some earth-shattering changes in the process. No ads, no mistakes, no mistakes. First novel W. Your best choice. Chapter 1725. The ancient city floated in the dark, primal chaos mist. The evil power in the city had already disappeared. The dilapidated ancient city was quiet and silent. He Tian used the void formation technique to imprison the demonic figure. Then, Gu Fei used the godly seizing secret technique, one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path, to read the demonic figure's memory. Gu Fei learned the reason why the ominous city became like this. The experts of the Zhao family and the Dongfeng family from the antiquity really broke into the ancient city with their human sovereign divine weapons. The combined power of 2 human sovereign divine weapons was equivalent to 2 supreme human sovereigns attacking together. Even a supreme would be moved by such power. After Gu Fei left, the ancient half-saint of Join and a great figure from the Zhao family from the antiquity used their respective human sovereign divine weapons to break a sealed area in the depths of the ominous city. The peerless evil spirit suddenly appeared without any warning. Endless evil power instantly enveloped the entire ancient city, and countless ancient corpse soldiers stood up again. More than a dozen ancient corpse generals rushed out from the depths of the ancient city. Each corpse general was an invincible existence when they were alive. Even though they had died countless years ago, their bodies were still immortal. They were controlled by the evil spirit and were extremely terrifying. Almost all the cultivators who attacked the city were slaughtered by these corpse soldiers and corpse generals. Only a few managed to escape. The appearance of the peerless evil spirit was earth-shattering. It was like the arrival of an ancient devil ancestor. It displayed its extremely terrifying combat strength and actually fought against the 2 peerless figures with human sovereign divine weapons. After the untainted land was broken, fighting with Ren Huang divine weapons had never happened again. That evil demon was peerlessly powerful, and he also had a devil tool that was comparable to a human emperor divine weapon. This battle was incomparably tragic, and even the eternal ominous city was almost destroyed. After the battle, the evil spirit didn't hesitate to use its vitality to break the seal of the room where the corpse of the supreme being was sealed, causing the crystal coffin with the corpse to fall out. When the supreme being's corpse appeared, The whole world was instantly shrouded in primal chaos mist. Even the virtual sky world couldn't bear the Supreme Being's aura. The void collapsed, and the primal chaos mist seeped out from the cracked void, forming this strange and evil land of primal chaos. The corpse of a sovereign. After hearing this, Tian was shocked to the extreme. One must know that the corpse of a supreme being was no ordinary corpse. A supreme being was invincible. Who could kill a supreme being? Could it be that there were existences more powerful than the supremes in this world? Moreover, what was that peerless demon? There was indeed a great danger in this primal chaos mist. Such an existence was definitely peerlessly powerful. Perhaps it was a great demon that could contend against someone like Ghost Emperor Fengdu. Boss, I think Tian was a little hesitant. He wanted to retreat. If he was unlucky enough to encounter the Supreme Being's corpse, even if he had 10 lives, it wouldn't be enough. What? Are you scared? Gu Fei glanced at Tian. Boss, when have you ever seen Old Black afraid of anyone? Erebus Sky Bull said angrily. Humph. Gu Fei smiled and said, At least I know of one person that you are very afraid of. Who? Outrageous. I will go and beat him up until his mother can't recognize him. Tian was unhappy. He was a newly advanced semi-saint, a rare expert in the world. Even in the human world, he was an existence that could do whatever he wanted. Forget it. You should get rid of this demon first. Gu Fei pointed at the demonic figure trapped in the formation. This demon had been searched by him using the godly seizing secret technique. The demonic figure's divine sense was severely damaged and had become stupid. Die. With a wave of Mahakala's hand, the formation that had sealed the demonic specter immediately began to operate. Every single rune of the formation emitted a divine flame that burned inwards. The demonic shadow was immediately burned to ashes, turning into a wisp of black smoke that dissipated into the void. Just as Tian burned the demonic figure to death on a demon mountain in the 100,000 mountain range, a great demon sitting on the peak suddenly opened his eyes. Who is it? How dare you destroy one of my clones? The aura that was originally hidden in his body rushed out like a mountain torrent. A terrifying demonic aura spread out from the peak of the mountain. All the demons within a radius of 10,000 miles started trembling in fear when they sensed this aura. The demonic figure that Tian destroyed was just a clone of this great demon. Its main body was extremely powerful and could scare tens of thousands of demons. It was the true Lord of 10,000 demons. The Lord of 10,000 demons on the mountain peak didn't move. The terrifying demonic aura emitted from his body quickly dissipated. After that, his body once again became like rotten wood, no longer emitting any aura. At this time, Gu Fei and Tian were already searching the ancient city. They carefully walked around and saw many ancient corpse soldiers lying on the ground in many corners of the city. Gu Fei even saw an ancient corpse general being smashed into the city wall. Its immortal body had been smashed into pieces. Ancient corpse generals were peerless characters when they were alive. Even after death, their bodies were still incomparably powerful. It was very difficult to smash an ancient corpse general's body into pieces. Obviously, the one who did this was absolutely powerful to the extreme. Inside the ancient city, traces of war could be seen everywhere. The immortal city was destroyed, and the self-healing power of the city seemed to have been scattered. Those two fellows were forced to fight with their lives on the line. Gu Fei muttered to himself, the Lord's corpse might have really been inauspicious. Otherwise, this ancient city wouldn't have been destroyed to this extent. Although the 19 half-saint and the others had human sovereign divine weapons, it was still a bit of a stretch to fight against the Lord's corpse and the archfiend. Boom! At this time, a loud explosion came from the distance. Then, the entire world trembled as a terrifying fluctuation came from the depths of the primordial mist. Come, let's go take a look. Gu Fei directly rushed out of the ancient city and headed towards the source of the sound. He Tian followed closely behind Gu Fei. He didn't dare to stray too far away from Gu Fei because Gu Fei had a supreme divine weapon that could be used to defend himself if necessary. That's when Gu Fei and the others arrived near the source of the sound. They couldn't help but be shocked by the scene in front of them. Within the primordial mist, there were countless Tao runes intertwining. An extremely powerful force sealed the void in front of them. At this moment, a huge hole appeared in the huge net that was formed by countless interweaving Tao patterns. Someone had used absolute strength to break through the seal of the Tao pattern. Using Tao runes as a formation, this person is incredible. Formations were He Tian's specialty. He could tell at a glance that this formation using Tao runes was more powerful and terrifying than his void formation technique. One should know that even He Tian, a half-saint, couldn't use Tao runes to set up a formation. From this, it could be seen that the person who set up this formation had a higher cultivation than He Tian. Roar. An angry roar came from the void that was sealed by the formation. The person inside seemed to be in big trouble and wanted to rush out. It's the aura of a Run Huang divine weapon. Gu Fei sensed the fluctuation of the heavenly law mirror. This was the Run Huang divine weapon of the Zhao family of the ancients. The important figure of the Zhao family was trapped inside. At this time, the big hole in the big net formed by the Tao runes was rapidly shrinking, and the broken Tao runes were quickly repaired. This speed, Gu Fei and He Tian looked at each other and were extremely shocked. This sealing formation was too powerful. The speed at which the Tao runes recovered was so fast that it could completely trap the person inside. Before the person trapped inside could rush to the big hole was about to disappear. The power of the Great Path lingered. This was a formation using Tao runes, which could completely isolate any fluctuations inside. No wonder Gu Fei and the others felt the fluctuation of the Ren Huang divine weapon from outside. Sometimes it was strong, sometimes it was weak. As the big hole disappeared, the fluctuation of the heavenly law mirror was isolated. This Gu Fei and He Tian were a little stunned. What on earth happened to the person inside? Even the Ren Huang divine weapon couldn't break the seal and break in. Was it the supreme evil corpse or that peerless evil spirit? He Tian's voice trembled a little. He knew that if he was trapped in this Taoist formation, it would be difficult for him to break out, and he would be trapped inside until he died. Boom! Suddenly, a loud noise sounded without any warning. A bright divine light broke the Taoist formation and rushed out. Countless Tao runes dissipated under the divine light. It's the Dongfang family's Run Huang divine weapon. This was the power of the human emperor's seal, which came directly from the Taoist formation. Even a large formation formed by interwoven Tao runes couldn't resist such power. The power of the Ren Huang divine weapon spread in the sky and in the ground, spreading to more than half of the virtual sky world. This blow broke a big hole with a circumference of 1,000 feet and scattered countless Tao runes. However, this big hole was shrinking rapidly. Countless Tao runes scattered by the human emperor's seal condensed in the void again. The Tao runes intertwined and recombined. In just a few breaths, the hole was completely restored. Roar! An unwilling roar came just before the formation was completely restored. Gu Fei and He Tian were shocked when they heard it. Boss, we'd better. He Tian already wanted to retreat. Even the person with the human emperor's divine weapon was trapped inside. If they were trapped inside, Their situation might not be any better than those people. Gu Fei glanced at He Tian and said, the higher your cultivation level, the more timid you become. You even said you've never been afraid of anyone. Well, boss, I've never been afraid of anyone. Besides, I'm not afraid. I'm just adapting to circumstances. He Tian said seriously, Good. When we have a chance to return to the heaven realm, if you dare to say that in front of Old Tortoise, I'll admire you. Gu Fei suddenly smiled. Old Tortoise. As soon as He Tian heard Old Tortoise's name, he was stunned.